Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to the LCK here on this wonderful Wednesday. I'm Valdez, joined by Wolf today, mixing it up a little bit this week. And we do have Afrika up against the Life esports team that has not been seeing too much success recently. What do you think is going to happen today, Wolf?
I mean, I think this is a really big test for Life, but it's also kind of a form check for Afrika because Life have made some changes to their starting roster. We'll see if they can continue that momentum we did see from them last week. And if Afrika can actually just continue to stay one of our consistent top teams here in summer. Felt like a fluke at first, felt like they had some easy matchups, but they just keep coming through strong, and I'm really hoping for the best for them.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting because, you know, coming into this one, Life had so many expectations for summer, whereas Afrika, not as many, but I feel like they're slowly getting better and better. As we do the points of the match ready to go, or as we are going to jump into that, actually the standings first. As you can see so far, Gen.G is up on top pretty comfortably.
You can see also that, you know, as you mentioned, Life are really struggling in summer. 1-3, -5. They did win on Sunday, their final match of the week, but it's a team that, like you said, expectations are really high. This is a team that people thought might be the 4th seed for Worlds going into the World Championship that we'll have later on this year. But sadly, they have just not been able to find their form. And, you know, we could say the same about DRX here too, but Life looked strong at the end of spring. And to see this drop is pretty shocking. It's pretty jarring. And I'm hoping that we could see some return to form here. They do have a star-studded roster. They just have to work on some of that synergy and some of that consistency in-game. As we'll see our week ahead. Life versus Afrika, one of those exciting ones because it can be considered such a contentious one. You wouldn't have thought so last season. Last season, it would have been like, this is a resident sleeper match, but not this time.
Yeah, and also tomorrow is going to be pretty insane. Gen.G against Live Sandbox, who are really on the up and up. Gen.G currently undefeated. And then T1 taking a recent loss to Live Sandbox up against Nongshim, who are on the up and up. So both of those matches should be pretty close, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. We also have highlighted Afrika versus Gen.G. That really shows you, what Afrika have been able to accomplish here in their first 4 matches.
Yeah, it's been a really good season for Afrika so far. Here are our POG standings heading into week 3 as well. And you can see Gory is still at the top, 500 points. Lava just behind him. So you can see there have been some pretty major changes, right? Between the spring season and summer season, we have Gory, who's basically a rookie in first place, Lava taking a second, and we're seeing these players end up being really huge stars for teams that last season were not top teams, not players you expect to see at the top of the standings, but they've been so consistent. They often have gotten double points. I know I always mentioned that at the beginning of the week, but they've picked up double on multiple days. That's why they're so far ahead.
Yeah, certainly does help. You'll notice some other names, especially BDD, a guy who always seems to find himself up at the top towards the end of a split. He's going consistently so far. As we're taking a look at the pick ban percentage, top 5 for week number 2. No surprise that Akali and Renekton are up there towards the top. We are playing on 11-12.
That's right.
For this week, starting this week. And so Renekton did see some nerfs to his sustain specifically in lane. I wonder if his pick ban specifically will drop a little bit.
I think he's definitely going to go down pretty significantly. None of the other champions in this list really got hit with the hammer, so not going to be seeing too many changes. But the Nocturne pick is one that I'm going to keep my eye on because it's definitely one that we've seen a lot, but the win rate is pretty low compared to how high prio it is, 5 and 7, and only the top teams are finding great success. Now, Mundo is updated, he's reworked, I guess is the more common term for this patch. However, he's actually disabled for 11.12, so we won't be seeing him this week or next. However, Hex Flash is actually back here in the LCK, so that's one big change.
That's nice. Taking a look at this, I like the changes they made actually to the skill names as well. I feel like they were a little bit too simple before, so gives a little bit more flavor, to your Mundo fans out there. We also do have some buffs coming in for this one. Notably, Hecarim did get buffed again. So we used to have, of course, the Udyr Hecarim meta where they just build the Chem Tank and run at each other really fast. Chem Tank not as strong anymore, but Hecarim with the buffs, maybe we do see him come back a little bit.
Yeah, we've seen also, if you look at the lesser changed champions at the bottom that still did get buffed, Draven and Ziggs have made appearances in other regions, so 2 champions you could maybe potentially see. Keep your eye out for that one. And we do see some nerfs coming through here. You could see a little bit of nerf to Wukong as well with his Q. This is more of a solo queue thing than a pro thing, but it will affect pro play. I think the biggest ones in here, like you mentioned already, was the Q from Renekton, but Udir's clear time has gone down pretty significantly. He dropped off big time in LPL last week when they did go to 11-12, and then Kai'Sa as well is seeing a little bit less play. She's not one of the most popular AD carries here in Korea at the moment, but I think that is going to really push her down towards the bottom of the list because her Q cooldown is very much longer until she skills through, and it kind of goes all the way until it's maxed, basically, the effect that the nerf is done. So I'm a little bit sad about that because I'm kind of a Kai'Sa one-trick in the bot lane these days, but what can you do?
What can you do? Yeah, Kai'Sa was an interesting spot nowadays because we didn't see her all the time, but when we did see her, it was like, you know, it's okay. So, you know, to have that nerfed again, maybe we just see her even less, as we are going to see some roster updates. No big changes here.
No.
Kind of what you would expect coming into this week.
That's right. We don't have any super significant changes that I can recall coming into this week. It's just important to let everyone remember, because you guys do, and we did tell you before, and I'm sure that you guys know already, but just to remind you or tell people who don't know, you can actually change your roster every 2 weeks. So you can actually change your roster on patch rotations now in the LCK. It's a new change coming into summer. We did not see either of these teams take advantage of that, but that's okay. Not every team needs to. As here are points of the match. Hanwha finally warmed up, picked up their first win of the split. Freaka's on the up and up. I mean, their first win was a rocky one. It was not an easy, clean win against Fred at Brion. So, you know, if you're talking about momentum, it feels like Hanwha Life Esports, sure, they put a win on the board, but you don't trust just yet that they're back in full form.
No, absolutely not. I think they need to prove a lot more before people, you know, regain the faith, you could say. You know, our second point there, can Dudu pass the Keen test? I think that is definitely a good point because a lot of teams, they come in against Afrika, and part of the reason why Afrika wins is because Keen just slams whoever he plays against. And that's not easy to pass. You got to pass that test if you're going to have any chance against Afrika. Speaking of which, by the way, Lehens is very close to 2,000 assists. He will get it tonight, you would have to imagine. 6 away.
Yeah, it's basically impossible for him not to get it unless they have like the worst series of all time.
Yeah.
You can see that the guy's played 277 games, and yet he's, you know, up in our top 20 of total assists career. So pretty impressive stuff. He's been one of the most legendary supports across his career, even though recently, you know, the last 2 teams he's been on, or the last 2 seasons he played on, you know, in Afrika so far haven't been as dominant as the Griffin days. He's still very up there.
Yeah, and take a look at some of the champions that he's played. His top 5 assists ever was Shen.
Yeah.
206. Maybe he will commemorate that with some Shen play tonight. I would certainly like to see that after a long time. Also, Tom Kent was his most winning champion there in the support role. As we're also going to take a look here at some of the team stats, you'll note that even though Hanwha Life have not been having too much success, they do have a very strong first Herald percent and the fastest win time in the entire league.
Yeah, you could see that the win time there means that the games they do win, which have been, sadly, to put it honestly, have been very few and far between, have been dominant, yes. However, Afrika has the longest average lose time, which means that they hang into games where they're behind a lot better than a lot of other teams. So it's going to really put the endurance of Hanwha Life Esports to the test here. As you will see, the lineup walking out today, as was mentioned earlier on the points of the match, will be the same as their match on Sunday against Fred at Brion. So Arthur is back, Dudu's back in the starting lineup. I know a lot of people have been very critical of Johan so far this season, and Arthur is finally getting a shot here. It took a few matches before Hanwha Life Esports were willing to pull the trigger on that decision, and it has looked a little bit cleaner as everybody's picking up on the Chovy memes.
Chovy! I like how the letter size increased and decreased, even though they were all capital letters. It was great.
You could feel the pronunciation of the sign. We will not see any roster changes for the Afrika Freaks, which I think, you know, is for the best. Not going to see Mapshi or anything like that coming in here. Fly, again, the focal point of this team because everyone else on the team has looked absolutely rock solid. It feels like Leo, we can, you know, honestly say has been a pretty significant upgrade over Bang so far this season. He's been very consistent. They've prioritized him on Varslot. He's looked very good. And Fly has looked good when he's on the Orion, when he's on the set. On anything else, though, and that's when you do start to worry. So once again, all eyes are going to be on Fly here because you know the other 4 players can perform to a top level here in the LCK. And Fly, he does at least half the time.
Yeah, and that sign said Fly Hoiting. Definitely going to be looking for some consistency. And you look at this roster for the side of Hanwha Life and you wonder how is it possible that they're 1-3. You know, Deft and Chovy, you look at those 2 stars and even Vista on the come up, it's like, man, they should be so strong, but they have lacked a lot of consistency in the top side of the map. And I think Arthur coming in, Dudu coming in, trying to mix things up has definitely been for the better. But again, they need to prove a lot more.
They really do. You know, this is a very disappointing start for Hanwha Life Esports. You know, you look at some of the other teams that are towards the bottom of the standings, like DRX, for example, and even though DRX are on a disastrous slump right now, you didn't expect them to come out and be a top 4 team like they exploded in the spring because they had very bad results at the end of spring. But you know, for Hanwha Life Esports, you expect a lot more. Now, take a look at this top matchup. It's the Keen test, right, that we talked about for this top duo here for Hanwha Life Esports. You can see the stats here for Dudu with fewer games, you know, than a lot of the top laners out here are pretty good, though. He's actually on average up over 9 CS at 10 minutes. He's got a higher, very slightly higher than Keen CS differential. His gold at 10 is pretty high. He is winning lanes despite the fact that his team is often losing, right? Like as you said, only 2 wins for Hanwha Life Esports in terms of games so far.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's really all you want. Someone to come up there and actually compete and be able to be a little bit more consistent than what we have been seeing. And it's kind of funny because I feel like both teams are in a similar spot where they have a very strong part of the map normally, right? And on the side of Afrika, it's the top side of the map. I mean, Keen and Dread have just been insanely strong, especially in the beginning of this split. And then once everybody else comes around on the team and starts getting a little bit more consistent, then you see them having some success. Whereas we're still waiting for that on the side of Hanwha Life, and it looks like things are turning up here. So could be a pretty interesting map.
And what's really interesting, too, for me is that both of these players have very low isolated deaths, but Dudu relies a lot more on Arthur. You know, recently, oftentimes it has been Johan on the top side of the map. He's 5% higher jungle proximity than Keen, who's left on an island a little bit more. Neither of these players have extremely high jungle proximity, but it is definitely Dudu who's a little bit more reliant on his jungle, whereas Dread is making a bigger impact elsewhere on the map, sometimes in mid. So
we have decreased capacity here in the stadium, but it has increased, actually. Starting this week, we're up to 80 people in the 400 seatable, maximum seating arena. And people take that extra room as an opportunity to just put on giant displays of their favorite player. It's been pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it has been pretty awesome. Today, I mean, just from my eye test, it feels like we might actually have a packed stadium in terms of that restriction. We might have actually maxed out the 80. It feels like it anyways. Definitely the most crowded day I've seen since we've been back. So very excited to see fans are able to come down. Very rainy day today, very suddenly.
As you experienced firsthand, Wolf.
Yeah, Hanwha Life going to pick blue side here. You know, we talk about, you know, we might as well be naked below the desk because you guys can't tell. Like, I did get a spare change of pants today after mine were soaked. I thought I was going to be up here casting in a wetsuit. Luckily not to be the case.
Yeah, you were saved by the wonderful makeup and wardrobe team that were able to supply you with some extra stuff as you got caught in basically a monsoon on your way to work. As here we go, Hanwha Life up against Afrika. As you mentioned, Hanwha Life did choose blue, which is very, very common. And let's see how things change here going into patch 11-12 between these two teams and what they will prioritize, as Hanwha Life will take a long amount of time to even put their first ban in, as it's still Udyr.
Yeah, you and I were talking about the Udyr changes a little bit before the games, and in LPL he fell out pretty big on 11-12, but his kit is what makes him strong a little bit more than his clear time oftentimes. As wow, we're going to see the Renekton, like, Hanwha Life didn't read the patch notes.
They're making a statement. They're like, the patch wasn't enough.
Yeah.
It still should be banned.
But his clear time is definitely pretty significantly nerfed because his Phoenix stance was once again what they hit. But his kit is still strong in terms of setting up ganks, especially when you have follow-up CC. So I think in Korea it'll take a little bit longer for a lot of these jungle players to be less reliant on him. So I think that's going to be something we see phase in a little bit slower, as even Varus will be targeted here. But this has been a big favorite for both of these squads. It's Leo's most played, in fact. So not a huge shocker that would be removed here.
Yeah. It's just kind of funny that, you know, we're here on the Wednesday. We show off the new patch buffs and nerfs, and 3 nerf champions are banned on blue side. I'm
like first time, you know that meme? Yeah. I'm like, I've been casting Wednesdays all year.
Oh boy. Yeah. LCK generally slow to change things. The one notable thing here is that Akali, for some odd reason, was left available.
Yeah.
And you're playing against Chovy, so I don't really get why that was left to him.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a thinker. Now here's some recourse at least, because you have the Lulu Xin Zhao, which is great against heavy dive, and we've seen Akali Nocturne, we've seen Diana Nocturne, and even the 3 of them sometimes in conjunction together be somewhat soft countered by this combo because Xin Zhao has nice CC. You have the wild growth to pair with it. It's very difficult to kill, and it can really shut down teams that are trying to aggressively dive. So they prepared the Lulu Xin Zhao response while they left it open, so it wasn't a total blind move from Afreeca. They had something prepared. As I had, you know, I'll get back to you next week with the translation for that sign.
There's a lot of spare time before the games. I think it said something about Deft Day, but yeah, we'll get back to you on that one. Kalista is going to be the follow-up here into the bottom lane.
Yeah. Interesting pick here. Something we haven't seen too much from either of these AD carries. Hasn't been one of their priority picks. We saw it twice from Leo, so this will be his 3rd time. But it's an interesting pick into the Ezreal. We often see this as a response to the Ezreal, and sometimes the Ezreal Karma lane, because Ezreal is very vulnerable in the early parts of the laning phase, even with the Karma. If you do overextend, you have some punishing power there. And Lulu could definitely pair with this, so we'll have to wait and see how this is going to shape up. She still could go into the top side of the map, could be the solo laner. But I like the Kalista into the Ezreal here a lot.
Yeah. The Olaf gets banned out, and it's not a ban that you see very often, but when you consider the amount of CC that's already apparent in the Afreeca lineup, definitely something that, if it gets ahead, can be a real bummer for a Xin Zhao that gets caught. You can't deny the Olaf getting on top of you, and especially if you don't have the Lulu to help you out. So I don't mind the ban in this scenario, even though, you know, Olaf is a champion with a long and interesting history.
It's certainly one of the ones that Arthur really liked to play so far. Now the set ban here, or the Sylas ban, excuse me, comes out as kind of an interesting one. You know, set was another option they could have banned here, but they take the Sylas away instead. Chovy has found, you know, success with it. He's 1-0 on it, and it's one of his best champions. We saw him play towards the end of spring season. And this doesn't necessarily mean they're going to play Gnar or a champion that Set really likes, or Sylas. I don't know why I keep saying Set. He's just on my brain.
Yeah, we've been talking about him a lot recently.
Yeah. But I think that it's certainly a strong ban here against Chovy, considering his mastery of the champion, and it does fit their comp.
We saw what Knight was able to do yesterday.
Yeah.
Some crazy stuff. And yeah, he's going to be taken away. Rakan gets picked up to go alongside of the Kalista, you would have to imagine.
Yeah. So it means Lulu is going towards the top side of the map, and what we're waiting for now here for Afreeca is the mid lane counter pick. And it could be the Akali. Seems very likely that's where the Akali will go. However, as we say it, Rai is going to give this composition that's already extremely mobile, maybe some...
Oh, there he is.
There he is. Okay, he does poke his head out. You know, this was the one that I thought we were going to see make the biggest entry into the LCK. He's already one of our top and most exciting and most commonly played jungle champions, even when he was nerfed last season. So these buffs bring him back in, and it will be the Rise. So now you have the opportunity to try to counterpick this. If you are Afreeca, Orianna's still available. It's actually one of the rare times where that's actually the case here for Afreeca. It gives you a lot of extra CC in a comp that already has great CC. Gives you a nice little setup for the Xin Zhao, for the Lulu to wild growth the Xin Zhao as it comes in, but...
It's going to be Gangplank for the top lane, just to handle what seems to be Akali, as the Lulu will be put into the middle lane for Fly.
Yeah, this is one of those champions where we saw Faker play it last week too, and he's one of the more successful Lulu players, historically speaking, obviously, on the champion, but interesting to see how Fly will handle it, because it's not a extremely mechanically demanding champion, but it is very much based on the decisions you make, when to roam, and how much of an impact you're going to try to make on the map early. How you do against Chovy's Ryze. Of all Ryze, like, this is the test, right? This is not just any mid laner playing Ryze. Chovy will hit the 400 CS mark in this game very likely. He is going all the way, right? He's the last Ryze you want to lane up against if you're being put on a Lulu flex here. So big test for Fly, and that's what's worrying to me about this draft. Otherwise, if it were, you know, almost anybody else, I'd feel pretty confident in what Afreeca have put together here. But a lot of this game is going to be not on Fly's mechanics, but his decision making. And that's where you sometimes start to worry for Afreeca Freaks.
Yeah, taking a look here at the Humalife lineup. You gotta like this, especially later in the game. This is gonna be pretty insane with the Ryze, the Ezreal, the Akali, just insane amounts of damage in that lineup. The one thing is that their only engage is really the Hecarim. We'll see if that doesn't come back to bite them. Has a nice amount of scaling on the side of Afreeca as well with the GP, but it's mostly just the GP, so we'll see how that works out as well.
A lot of CC, I think, is going to be what Afreeca is reliant on in this first game, because the scaling is just not as comfortable in terms of front-to-back 5v5 team fighting. And a lot of this, again, is going to be reliant on Fly's Wild Growths onto Dread, and the... Oh, hold that thought, as we were going to see a group up here. This is becoming more common on the bottom side of the map. Win. Because Karma, you don't want to let her have level 2 fast. That's bad. So she wants to go down there and group up and get that mini lead. So sometimes you try to punish, but as you say, spotted. So this is the walk of shame everyone's going to have to take together.
And this is generally when the opposing team would go into the red side jungle, put down a ward, but nobody's actually done it. I think they only spotted a couple of people down in the bottom side. So they don't know 100% that all 5 people were there, and that's just fine. Looks like it's going to be the re-invade of their red side jungle, but nobody's actually here, as Humalife did not get any wards in or any people in for any kind of counter-invade.
Yep. So being bloodless, fightless, no skill shots exchanged, kind of level 1 here. So, you know, there is a lot of initiation in team fights for Afreeca, but they don't have solid, you know, ranged damage. Kallista's going to have to be really in the thick of things to make sure that she does actually do damage later on. If she gets fed, you know, that's a bit of a different story, right? If she ends up having a very dominant laning phase, she can be strong in the later parts of the game. I mean, it's by basically preventing us from going there on even footing. But a lot of this game is going to be reliant on the crowd control effects, and even Lehens is going to really have to pull his weight in those later game team fights here. And he's going to often be vulnerable when he tries to flank against this Akali and the Hecarim. So the more I look at this, I'm like, it feels like this is a very difficult composition to pull off for Afreeca.
Well, it helps when you have a guy like Keen in the top lane, because, again, they were holding counterpick for this. Take a look at the one person who was able to win this matchup in the opposite way. It was Keen.
Both
twice. Yeah. So, if anyone understands this matchup, it's probably this player. And this is definitely, in my mind, I mean, this might even be a bigger mismatch than Chovy versus Fly. I might get a lot of hate for saying that, but Keen is just, especially right now in summer, this feels like the roughest matchup in this game.
Yeah, I do agree, especially in the early parts of it. And if you make one mistake, like Gangplank is a champion that, you know, as you mentioned earlier, scales very well. This Dread is going to hover around here, so I'll hold my thought on this.
Oh, the flash. They are not messing around. The slow's going to miss. And so no follow-up. And just take a look at this. I mean, early levels, Akali just gets absolutely destroyed in this lane. And Keen is showing exactly why.
And what I was going to say, too, right before we had that gank attempt is, if you end up dying here, if you make a mistake and Sheen gets online for Keen early, then you can actually lose the entire game because of that. Like, look at him go. He's like, all right, I hope you're not back into this bush, because if you were...
Keen's like, I'm going to start diving the second turret now. He's denied so much XP up there.
He's denied a ton of experience. He's denied a lot of money. And just instantly teleports back to lane, and he's going to start it all over again.
Fly doesn't have flash, but neither does Chovy. And look at this counter gank. It's perfect. Arthur, are you even going to be able to get out of here? He doesn't have flash himself, and he already used the ghost. Dread is there on time, and Fly even gave them the thumbs up before it all happened. He knew He saw the lines.
Yeah, I mean, when you trade flash like that, oh, speaking of which.
Nice try. that would have been really sick, but maybe
very
a bit
flashy.
too aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, that was a Dread move right there, but look, I mean, 2 aggressive flashes here from Afrika give them a pretty nice lead. The first one obviously much more valuable than the second there. And he is showing us that he went for Hex Flash, so it's not like he's almost not the craziest move of all time. But what I'm scared about is kind of going back to what you're saying in the top side of the map. ㅣ20 really needs to actually hang on up there and make sure that he does not fall too far behind. But if he does, you know, end up actually surviving the early parts of this, he can start to actually win some trades, and with Arthur's help, really turn it around. It's just the early part of this matchup that, and the fact that it's Keen, that makes this so horrifying.
Yeah, horrifying, a good way to describe it. As seems like they know that Dread is here. You mentioned the Hex Flash. Here we go again. Def just gonna have to flash away. And trading that for the Hex Flash always going to be nice. And Dread actually lands it again. But maybe he went a little bit too far, but no, baiting in Def to take a ton of damage. The Ignite, unfortunately, was on Vista. If that was on Def, could have been a little bit more. But here comes the Horsey. Arthur trying to make a move now. Onto the 3 of them. Dread says, get out of our lane, and is able to push them back.
I mean, Afrika are looking really good across the map. Sure, they didn't end up getting a kill on the bottom side, but like you said, Hex Flash for a flash is an amazing trade. You know, you're exactly where you need to be as Dread to actually catch the aggression here. And yeah, that was...
Guess who's back?
Yeah.
Back again! Dread is back, and he gets a kill.
Tell a friend.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to go do the whole verse, but, you know. This is just, I mean, Dread is showing why this combo can be so ridiculous, even before level 6, and he is totally putting on a clinic in the jungle right now.
He really is. I mean, HLE are not getting anything back on the map whatsoever. There's no part of the map you look at and you go, well, at least they have X. You know, they don't actually have any advantages here, sadly. A lot of summoners down, and that was started by Dread from the beginning. He actually took tempo advantage for summoners. Now Keen, level 6 here. I don't think he can actually force a dive, but he can force a plate, and ㅣ20 is just struggling to CS. He has a ward here, so let's see if we can get out.
All right, let's see. ㅣ20 is incredibly low. I think Keen is looking for the turn, but Keen himself not exactly tanky. He lands the shot, though, and he's going to get the kill on the ㅣ20. Just like that, is able to turn the 1v2
and he gets
so
away.
Easily.
He gets away so easily, too. Like, it's not just like, oh, he flashes forward and gets a kill. He actually escapes with his life. And this is such a disastrous start for HLE Esports. Afrika are schooling them in every single lane. We knew this. I mean, look, it's 2 lanes where you're going to have massive prio, right? The bottom lane, you're going to have total control.
Guess
but
who's
Dread...
back? Def doesn't have flash. He is so dead. He is so unbelievably dead.
It's a double.
Same for Vista. Dread is just laughing at them as he's 4-0, 7 minutes into the game.
I mean, this game is basically over. I don't know what to tell you guys at home. I mean, 2 lanes where you have prio, right? You have the Akali matchup that's going to go so horribly into Keen's Gangplank, right? And then you have Kalista into Ezreal early, even though it's the Ezreal Karma. But Dread has made an impact in all 3 lanes this game. As let's watch Keen in first person. There's the barrage onto ㅣ20.
I think I got him. That's what he says.
Okay.
Okay.
And so you can hear Caster John in the background screaming.
Yeah.
As we see this once again. Really nice knock up there from Lehens. Dread gets the follow-up there in the extended exchange. And, I mean...
You both have no flashes. You're Ezreal Karma, so you're like, oh, maybe we should be okay. But they had 0 vision in their own jungle. There was a control ward where Arthur is standing right now for Afrika, just 2 minutes prior, or I guess 1 minute, when that gank did happen. And, I mean, they were just so far down the lane. It was such an easy cleanup for the bottom lane of Afrika.
Arthur is hanging around this bottom side once again. Leo's at half health, but Afrika are very happy to send under turret here while they get the Rift Herald. So you have to make something happen here, Arthur, and you're so late, sadly. The wave is gone, so you actually can't make this happen anymore, I don't think. I mean, they're going to try to push this through, but the bot duo backs off, so slightly a little bit mistimed here, even with the commitment from Chovy down to the bottom side. And yes, you can turn this into a Drake play, but it's a solo Cloud Drake, and this gold lead is starting to explode, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, here we go again. I mean, Dread, he's got a Lulu behind him as in he goes. Dread is actually going to have to flash away. Wild Growth finally comes out. He's holding on to that one for a while as the Dire Wolves logo comes out for some reason out of Arthur. Just throwing that one in. And
Chovy?
now Chovy's trying to get some damage, but it's not going to be enough. And they will, in fact, get away.
Deft is in this Drake pit. Don't have vision. he's got a ward in the pit, he's got a ward in the brush, and knows he can shift over the wall and get out just fine. He's actually going to stop these backs. Meanwhile, the top side of the map, we haven't really zoomed in on it in a little while. It's not good news.
I think we know how that one's going.
He actually picked up the Hex Drinker early instead of going for the Sheen.
Yeah.
So he's unstoppable now, basically.
Yeah. I mean, the one way that Keen dies is to some kind of a Kali burst, perhaps with some help from a Hecarim, right? So if he can deny that, you just never lose. You're never going to lose unless you make a big mistake yourself. He was 2 levels up, now he's only 1, but I mean, he is just unbelievable. He's so far ahead, like you can't even quantify it at this point.
I mean,
really.
it's not even, it's like there's 2 ways to be ahead as gameplay. Like sometimes you do go for the greedy snowball the lane and get a bunch of kills style, or you just do this where you're like, well, now I'm just going to guarantee that I can't be killed, and therefore Dread is going to have a lot more control over the map. Nice Ren there. Stop the back, but it's going to be so much extra control he has up there. He's so safe to continue to push, and he's playing for longevity here and safety more than snowballing a lane that, you know, at this stage isn't necessarily what he wants to do. Like, he doesn't actually need to ask Dread to come up here. He just wants to stay in the lane and stay ahead. Like, the lead he has now is significant enough. He doesn't need to push it any further.
Yeah. And we're going to take a look at total gold here. 3 players on the side of Afrika ahead of everybody else. Arthur has the most gold on his team, even more than Chovy. Somehow, some way.
And that's because, and part of that is because he's been able to get a lot of extra camps because Dread has spent so much time ganking, right? So because he hasn't been able to make the same impact, and because Hecarim has a really fast clear time, he's at 94 CS to 69 right now, and it's a pretty significant advantage that he does have there. And we're going to see a big group up here for the Scuttle.
Yeah.
HLE trying to get anything they can on this Hecarim.
Dread will have to drop that Riptail tier soon. Looks like he's actually thinking about killing Arthur first. He's actually down a level, even after all of those kills, and that kind of goes into what you were talking about with the fast clear.
Dudu should know this.
He's going to get hit, and he will be able to get away with the Shroud, but you would have to imagine they're looking for a first turret up here on the top side. Arthur is in position. I think they should know this. They're going to see it now.
Look at the vision control on the bottom side of the map, too. It's so immaculate. While all this is happening, I just want to point that out. Like, Afrika have painted this map red. The whole bottom jungle is basically under their control. There's 2 control wards in the river. 3, actually. Excuse me.
I wonder if they can kill him here. They're not going to try.
They can get a plate, maybe? No, not quite on that either.
They don't know exactly where the Karma is, but yeah, still going to be able to get a nice amount of poke and almost get those plates.
And when you have all this vision and all these wards that the observers are showcasing here, you know that you can just sit under the turret like that, even when the minion waves fade away, and threaten an Ezreal, maybe get that plate. I mean, they were almost able to do it. And this is a game where Afrika have such control over every single aspect. I mean, the only thing that you can go back to, which feels like we're a broken record on this all season long, is that, well, Chovy's up in CS. But that's the only thing you could say positively about this game for HLE. And yes, of course, the things that we've been mentioning about Arthur in terms of his experience lead and the 20 CS lead that he has, but he hasn't been able to make near the impact on lanes that Dread has.
As Dread is going in once again, and he knew Arthur was there, right? They have the vision. And this is going to throw up the crab rave. What else can he really do at this point? You might want to argue like, oh, you've got Chovy on your team. I'm going to have to hold that thought there, not letting Chovy live at this point in time. He's going to be polymorphed, as he didn't even have flash. Nope, if he wasn't polymorphed. So he's just going to go down there. Easy peasy. Dread is just taking names in this first game.
He actually dodged Dread's skill shot there, too. I mean, Chovy did everything he could in that situation, but obviously, sometimes you're just too far behind. Sometimes the early game snowball is so good. And we talked about it in the draft too, like Afreeca need to really get a big tempo advantage in this game, and they've gotten more than that. They've gotten more than they bargained for. You know, when we talk about comps like this, Kalista comps, you know, Xin Zhao comps, this isn't like the threshold we set. This is not the normal amount of like, okay, well, you need to do at least this with this kind of comp. No, this is way better than you even expect, like that you even want.
Yeah.
And it's time to turtle if you're Hanwha, I think, at this stage, because you're not going to win any exchanges here. You can't fight for this objective. Absolutely not. I mean, we're still 2 minutes away from it, but I don't think in those minute and 37 seconds that are left, Hanwha Life are going to get the tools they need to actually take a 5v5 fight.
Yeah, I mean, like we mentioned before the game even started, you've got a Kali, Ryze, Ezreal. You think about the late game, and that's just an insane amount of damage. If they can get there, they'd like it. You know, they'd be fine, but at this point, it's looking like a pipe dream. As you know, this early game is just so strong for Afreeca, and they're really pressing the issue, which is not something we see out of a lot of LCK teams. But as you can see here, they're not messing around.
Really nice sidestep there, like I mentioned from Chovy, but he's charmed by Rakan. Cannon Barrage is on top of him. I mean, what are you gonna do?
A wild growth comes in, you know. The Xin Zhao ultimate, or yeah, the knockup comes in.
This is hopeful.
Okay, they're looking for Leo, and it's not going to happen. This is actually going to go down, and they have a lot, but they see Arthur coming down through the river as, guess what, on the other side of the map, Dudu's just all alone.
Guess who's back?
Dread is going to have to ultimate, though, as he's going to go down, and Dudu's actually looking to turn this around. He will go down, but he gets the shutdown onto the Xin Zhao, so feels like that's worth it, at least from his perspective.
I can't actually dislike or hate the Realm Warp attempt on the bottom side of the map. Like, I did say it was really hopeful beforehand, but when you're behind, these are the only types of plays you can really force when you have this composition. Use the fact that you have this really long engage tool into a lane that you know is isolated when you know Dread's on the other side of the map. I mean, that was a cool attempt. It does fail, but I really like that idea because you also get a lot of control now around the Drake. So I said they'll never be able to win a 5v5 fight here. However, because of that, you know, bottom push and attempt and that, you know, trade that happened on the top side of the map, they got a little bit more vision around this Drake. They might be able to, they might have been able to contest for it, but it's going to at least be a little bit less comfortable for Afreeca to take it. But the idea there, if you actually get the kill bottom side, the Drake comes with it. So look at this play. Lehens is there. They know Dread's on the top side of the map. He was pinged. So this is a really nice idea. Vista, unfortunately, tanks an extra turret shot there, though, and this does get traded back.
Yeah.
I mean, but I like the initiative that Hanwha Life took. Like, plays like this, we actually aren't seeing enough from Hanwha Life this season.
Let's watch Dudu here. Levels up his ultimate right before that. Sees the amount of damage Dread is taking, and then just goes for it.
Timed it so well there.
나 죽긴 했어 일단.
Yeah, I mean, sure, he dies for it, but he's going to pick up that Rift Maker.
Yeah.
At least, I like gladly I get to see that. He's like, well.
Yeah, I mean, he got the shutdown, as he mentioned, so.
Ton of extra gold.
Hashtag worth, I suppose. But feeding Keen never feels good, you know? At the end of this, I look at that and I'm like, yeah, when you look at the numbers, probably worth, but I don't know. If you give Keen extra money, I can never feel good about that. He's 2-0-1. He's got the most farm in the game, and he's Gangplank. So I just want to see the gold numbers at this point to really kind of show the picture of just how far ahead he is.
It will be very offensive to some Hanwha Life fans to do so, but I think we will have to pull that ramp up at some point.
Oh boy, here we go again. Okay.
This time, I don't know. There's no minions here, though.
It's all 5 members joining for this.
And there's no minion wave.
And there's no dragon either. You know, if you're making a big play like this right before a dragon or something, I can see it, but feels a little bit desperate trying to make plays.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I liked it a lot more. This time, you know, it's the second time you're just playing the same play. Unfortunately, it costs you a lot of control over the map, too, to make a move like this. And for what? Dudu's going to get that last wave on his way out, at least, consolation prize. I feel like everyone's pinging the top wave right now as I watch Ryze, Hecarim, and Akali go up. Everyone on Hanwha Life is like, that money is mine! Because we're all starving, okay? But they will give it to Dudu in the end, which is absolutely the correct choice. But you could see 3 players walking over there to catch that wave, and that just tells the story of this game, unfortunately, right now for Hanwha Life. And they're going to lose control of the Rift Herald too, if they had to kind of back off, clear some of that vision out. They didn't have any idea where Afreeca was grouped, and they still don't. Like, for all they know, Rakan could be up on the top of the map. unless he just stepped over that ward. But either way, you don't contest this as Hanwha.
Yeah. Second Rift Herald, just give it over at this point. Taking a look at the gold numbers here, as I was asking for, he is almost 2,000 ahead of Akali. And yeah, I mean, he's got the most in the game, 8.6 thousand.
He has more than Dread, who was able to get 5 kills in the early game.
A lot, actually a significant amount ahead of Dread as well.
It's kind of insane. 800 up, 900 up, kind of oscillating there. 1,000 up now.
Just ate a big wave there on the bottom side.
Well,
yeah, he's feeling pretty good. Just crossed the 200 marker on the CS. And another number to note is that Lehens is actually 2 assists away from hitting 2,000. Big milestone for this player, so keep your eye on that as well this game.
Yeah, I've been kind of peeking at it. Unfortunately, this game is more been about the top side of the map than it has been about him, sadly. So he hasn't been able to really hit that mark yet, but he's having a great game in his own right. Just hasn't been as flashy as Dread and Keens, though he wasn't involved in some of those exchanges. They just have total control over the map. Though, if you look at the ward scores, you know, too, like Dread has cleared so many wards this game. He's been able to remove a lot of the vision from Hanwha Life. When we have a Fed Jin Zhao roaming around the map, if you're Vista, like, you don't ever want to be clearing wards. Like, you don't ever really want to be going anywhere alone. You have to have a bodyguard to actually even remove the vision control that Afrika have. Look at Lehens set up here.
You were just talking about him not being flashy, not setting up the plays. Is he going to go for it? It looks like Hanwha Life are playing passive enough to not allow that entry.
I mean, there's a control ward here in this brush, so he knows he can stand there.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that anyone can do to stop him. And when you don't have any information whatsoever about that, almost said Wraith camp, about that camp there, it's Wraiths in my brain right now, you can't actually know that you're safe to walk anywhere near that Rift Herald. You just have to give up that turret and sadly give up more gold to Afrika Freaks. So, I mean, we have the Putrifier online now for Fly. So, you know, add that into the mix here. Can remove a lot of the healing. And Shirelli is sometimes the only item we see on Lulu when she's in these solo lanes, but 3 assists in a massive gold lead game here for Afrika. Even the Lulu is something to be afraid of.
Yeah, just especially in combination with everything else. Like, that's really what their comp does. It's like a mid-game machine, and it's so difficult to get away from. As the Shirellis did come in, but they weren't able to catch up this time around. And that's why when you looked at the Hanwha Life composition, they had a lot of ways to kind of disengage and nullify some of what Afrika had. But when you're this far behind, it might not matter. You have 0 control over any objectives. The only thing they've gotten in this game is 1 kill.
Yeah.
That's it. No Drakes, no Heralds, no turrets. 1 kill.
1 kill is all they've got. I mean, the gold graph tells the story here. It's looking very bleak for Hanwha Life because even though they have this massive scaling advantage in an even game, because this game is nowhere near that, you're seeing, you know, a ton of vision now set up around this Baron. Hanwha Life either have to respond to this, or they may just have a Baron's, you know, stolen from right underneath them, right? Because of the amount of farm and kills that Afrika have. They can group up. Look at the question mark pings. Like, Hanwha Life right now, we're like, are they doing Baron? Because you know what? They could be. And even if they are, can we stop them? The answer is no. And, like, that's the worst feeling ever is Hanwha Life, where you're just playing Farm Simulator, hoping that maybe Afrika have a very weak late game, and you can catch up. Now they do come in here and clear this out, which is very relieving.
For now.
Before
they get caught, because you can see that the second Afrika sees enemy champion, they go for enemy champion. And Arthur's just going to die here as Keen flashes in, picks up the kill, and that might be all the invitation they need to go for this Baron.
That's all they need. And you can't not clear that as Hanwha Life, unless you're just, you know, typing /FF in the chat. I mean, if you're not going to play the game, you're not going to play the game. You've got to try something.
Uh-oh. Well, it is Akali. Good start here with the Zhonya's. Isn't going to matter, though, as they have so much CC. She is actually unbelievable as a champion. Shroud certainly helps out with that. And Dudu has been having a nice game, everything considered. It just, you know, it's not fun to play against Keen.
Yeah, it's not fun to play against Gangplank early. It's not fun to play against Keen. It's not fun to play when you have 3 losing lanes. It's It's a nightmare, in fact. But he does actually, in fact, help delay and prevent the Baron. But it's one step, one baby step of many, right, that they're going to have to get back into this game. And, you know, the vision control is still there, right? The pings are coming down, like, repeatedly. You watch the pings. You see every blue ping you see around the Baron pit for Hanwha Life is like, could they be doing Baron? Should we be clearing that vision? I know they have vision control there. I've seen it with my own eyes, but can we actually group up? Last time we tried to do this, we got punished, right? And once again, you see the Karma. Karma's like, ooh, let me check this ward. Like, slowly move over. Take out these zombie wards. Get a little bit of vision control here. Okay, thank God nobody's here. I hope there's nobody on that top brush because I could die right now if I step one far over. He's like stepping forward, auto attack, kiting the ward as he gets back because there's just no info. And if anybody gets picked, you lose the Baron. You might lose the game. And we're only 25 minutes in, but
yeah, I mean,
I can't overstate how ahead of Freak is.
You consider the amount of Baron damage they have with this comp as well with Fed Gangplank. It's kind of annoying. Even just Gangplank Callista, I think, is enough. As we're trying to get on top of Fly, but again, he's Lulu with Shirelius, so good luck with that. Didn't have a splash, so I actually don't mind the idea, and they will pick up this turret on the top side. There's a lot of standing gold on this map right now for Hanwha Life, so anything to try to catch up and get their scaling online is going to push them in the right direction. Any extra minutes that you can buy.
Yeah.
To slowly catch up and have your better late game team comp potentially come online.
It also helps push a Lulu away when you did just clear vision, so there's no great ward for her to teleport to, and you actually have the group up advantage, so it slows down this Baron control that Afrika now get back, right? But it took a little bit longer.
Chovy, I think he's just dead. Yep. Yeah, he's just going to be flashed on, and he will flash away. He's very fast, so he does get away from that one. Not everybody on the side of Afrika was jumping in there, otherwise it could have been a different story.
You can start to feel how Hanwha Life's comp can kind of pull Afrika around the map a little bit if they're not grouped up. So, you know, even when Chovy has to back out there and flash, they're able to make a play.
Oh, wow.
There's the Realm Warp.
Leo kind of just jumps into it, but again, he's so fast. With this comp, it's so annoying to catch anyone. But the counter barrage is used as well as the heal from Leo, so actually turns out to be, I think, a nice win for Hanwha in the end.
Oh, absolutely. This is definitely great for them. You know, you pull out a really huge, you know, global slow out of contention here. And now you can maybe even group up around this Drake because you have a lot of that vision removed. You were able to come and clear this earlier when Afrika was hovering around the Baron pit, unsuccessfully taking it, right?
Yeah.
You can actually, you know, get in here and do a lot.
No cannon barrage, right? This is a pretty decent time for them to fight, but with all the backs coming in, I think Afrika might just say, or not Afrika, Hanwha Life, they might just say, we're never going to win, it doesn't matter. So we just have to give this up. We just have to play for the super late game, otherwise we have no chance. Even after the cannon barrage is taken, they say, no, you can have the Mountain Soul. There's nothing we can do.
Yeah. Some items to point out, the Serpent's Fang here for Keen is going to make this Karma pick a lot less valuable here in this late game. It's still very strong, and she does still have Shirelius, and they have really, really strong mobility with the Realm Warp. But also, interestingly enough, Fly actually picked up Spell Thief's Edge here in the later parts of this game. So that's kind of a unique thing that you see Lulu's pick up sometimes. She'll be able to get a lot of extra wards and vision up in the later parts of this game. And Afrika, I think with that Spell Thief's Edge purchase, they've kind of realized, like, okay, we are going to a bit of a late game here. We're unsuccessful in taking that Baron multiple times, and Hanwha Life are starting to scale up, so vision is going to become a lot more important. He actually buys 2 control wards too. So he is really trying to go all in on controlling where Hanwha Life Esports can engage from in terms of that vision.
And if I'm Afrika, I want to make some plays soon, right?
You really need to.
I don't want to get into a position where Hanwha Life have 5 more minutes to scale and they haven't taken a Baron yet. I think you want to take this Baron now, or at least bait a fight and get some big objectives. Get an inhibitor down and really chip away at the base of Hanwha Life because, you know, the time is ticking, and if you get into a weird later game scenario with 2 big buffs up and you're being pulled across the map like this, like you mentioned, which is very important to mention with the amount of mobility and this kind of composition that they have, You got to be careful as Afrika. This is
Afrika,
something that we might see a better team just end much earlier, but that Afrika might have trouble with.
Now they're going to start this Baron, and Afrika, again, we talked about it before this game even started. They're so reliant on their CC in team fights. They do have a lot more damage than you would have had normally in a standard game because they were so ahead. But this is still winnable for Hanwha Life.
Here we go. They're going for the turn, and immediately Vista just evaporates in this one, as now they're going to try to get on top of Akali. They made that mistake last time, but they will be able to get his flash out. Chovy thinking about putting some damage in, but now with the Vista, with the Karma gone, they will return to the Baron, and let's go for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Vista isn't the most impactful person to lose for Hanwha Life, but this is still a 4v5 fight where you're behind.
Oh boy. Dudu here, I think he's just gone. Way too much damage coming out, and he will go down. As now Arthur going to be kited out, and now it's time for round 3 with the Baron.
I mean, we also have to mention the fact that we haven't talked about too much because we've had so much control. It's a 2 Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul here of extra stacking armor for this composition that's so significantly ahead. Like, does True Shot Barrage even do damage? Not really, but it's a Hail Mary attempt here. And they are going to grab a little bit of extra gold here. You talked about how getting all this standing gold on the map is really important for Hanwha Life to get back in this game. If they can defend this Baron, there is hope, right, in that Elder Drake fight. And sometimes we do see teams actually in the LCK, we've seen it already this season, where you go 0-4 on Drakes, but you have the better scaling comp, you win that miraculous team fight later, and you come back. So, in a weird way, Afrika have had so much of a lead, but you can see the problems of their comp in some of these fights. Yes, you can see the CC connect here on the Karma. She gets blown up right away. You see Dudu get forced out of this fight, but the later parts of this game, it's felt like they've lost more and more control, and it starts to feel more and more winnable, actually, for Hanwha Life Esports every exchange we go through. As yes, Dudu does get caught here once again with a CC. It's a desperate situation, and they do have to try to do something to maybe contest this Baron so they don't lose all their inhibitor control, but it feels like there's still a little bit of hope here for Hanwha Life if they can actually, and we do 2,000 assists.
There you go, Lahen's congratulations in that last fight, which was a pretty flashy one. We'll give that to him. He picks up 2 more assists, and that is exactly 2,000 for this amazing player. Glad that he's kind of turning things up in recent times. I feel like he's doing really well on this Afrika roster, especially for Summer.
Look at his ward score, too, with everything that's happened in this game. Not surprising.
Oh, boy. This onslaught just never ends. And now they're going to find another one here. Vista is just...
I mean,
he
look at where
doesn't
they
get
are.
to play this game, okay?
Yeah.
Vista just sits there and dies. That's his role in this one.
They see Chovy's not here, and they walk past the turret and past an inhibitor to look for a kill. Finally, Afrika really taking that initiative you were looking for.
Yeah. I mean, this is their comp. You engage, you CC, you blow someone up with your mid-game power. Chovy is going to be forced to come back. And Afrika, I think they can just go for it here. Let's see how bold they do get with this push. Still a minute left on Baron. That's a ton of damage on the Arthur. He is going to have to ult away from the fight. And that's their only engage, really. As now they're going to jump on top of Chovy. And here we go. The Karma Shields do come in. This is their one opportunity to get in there. But down will go Dudu. And down will go Arthur. Afrika just way too far ahead in this game. And they will be able to clean up. And they will be taking game number 1 of this series. Keed picks up another kill. He will get the last kill of the contest, 5-0 and 5, just dunking on that top lane and on this game.
Afrika with a very impressive early game, and this is what we have said about Afrika all year long, is their early game is fantastic. You talk about Keen's laning, his pairing with Dread, even though he's often given a lot less jungle proximity as mentioned before the game, he still does so well up there in that island. He's often left on. And this time, Dread just absolutely crushes the early game on this Xin Zhao pick. The Lulu ends up being fantastic against Chovy. And it was a great game from Fly. His decisions were good. He played well around Dread's aggressive flashes and the Hex flashes we had in the mid-game. He even flashed forward. This is one of those games for Fly where you really do see the flashes of brilliance that we've been waiting for this player. But we have to talk about the late game. Even with vision control, even with all those control wards being purchased, all vision removed off the map from Hanwha Life Esports, Afrika often weren't willing to pull the trigger. And this was one of their weaknesses last season. You see them with an early lead, sometimes 5,000, 6,000 gold up, and it slips away in one late game team fight. And we did see glimpses of that as well in this first game. They were able to close it out. They were able to group up and actually get those last 2 picks on Vista that were so critical. But for just a moment, I started to worry that maybe this lead would slip away, that Hanwha might have that miracle comeback because they were starting to come a little bit online with their composition, but they do pull the trigger and end the game in the end. And it's just still, you see strengths for Afreeca that we saw last season, amplified, but those weaknesses are certainly still there. As we take a look at our top 200 assists here, with ㅅ hitting 2001 in the end of that game.
Okay, 2003, I suppose. Constantly updating here, apparently. And he's actually right behind Fly. That's kind of cute.
Yeah.
Fly and ㅅ, the mid and support players from the same team, number 17 and 18. Take a look at Gorilla, ㅅ. He still has a long and storied career ahead of him. But for now, he will have to more than double his assists to make it up to the top.
Gorilla and Kuro, you know, both at the top of their columns, and both, you know, great analysts today here in the LCK. And actually, Kuro sometimes does challengers as well. I'm not sure about Gorilla, but yeah, it's crazy to see like how ㅅ has been a top player. He was a really top assist player and a really strong support when he was on Griffin, right? But the last two teams he's been on, right? The weaker Hanwha and now the Afreeca, he hasn't been able to catch up as much. But the damage for Dudu in this game is something that people may try to meme.
The damage for Deft, man. He is just an Ezreal, and he did fall behind, but he was still able to do that insane amount of damage. You saw he was looking pretty pissed after that first game. For a good reason. I mean, I don't think he had a super awesome game either, but at least he was able to put out that damage. And yeah, I think, as you said before, really just came down to Afreeca's superior early game and the superior early game composition as well. They really played well around it, and I think they're beginning to understand their strengths and just do it, you know, play around those strengths. So we'll see if they can close it out 2-0 or if Hanwha can give us an interesting series. We're going to take a quick break and be right back with game number 2.
삼두경 모았고.
네, 끝낼만해. 얘들아 어때?
해보자.
강타 쳐볼게. 얘들아 이제 큐
천천히 타워만 때려봐 일단.
노플이야, 이제 노플.
헤카림 박아볼게. 헤카림
타워 쳐봐.
헤카림 공방.
나 타워
치는 중. 나 타워 치는 중.
라이즈 한번 볼게.
난 아칼리만 볼게.
얘들아
헤카림 노공이야. 헤카림 노공.
가연이 있어, 괜찮아. 이거 헤카림.
아칼리. 나 구원 있고.
헤카림 노공. 노플이야, 이거 잡자. 카르마 잡자.
얘들아 넥서스 얘들아. 나이스.
끝내자.
나이스. 낙관의 신이 아닐까?
They're going to pick up that Drake. Nice little engage coming in, but immediately denied by the set as the Diana ultimate does get a lot of value. But now fighting front to back, and a massive kick comes in from God. And this is exactly what Dalmon's comp is so good at doing. They get one in.
리신 방구 개 떨었다.
와우! 예스, 베이비! 야, 흥분하지 말고 칼 태우고 집이나 가자. 휴가 마려.
Faker actually didn't react to it. Great hook on the bottom side here, though, as Teddy's going to get devoured just in time there, but is it going to be enough? That's a really long-range rocket from Prince. Fantastically played. Teleport going to be invested here by both Faker. See whether it's going to be enough. That play was incredible, and now the Cyclone comes in. Super Mega Death Rocket is exactly that, as it's a double kill. Make it a triple, as another Giga Range rocket comes out from Prince, and he almost gets the quadra kill afterwards. Live Sandbox up.
나도 탈게.
보자 이거 보자
나도 탈게.
얘들아 나 믿음 할게.
아 믿음이라서 여기는
고마운 친구들.
야 대박.
야 따라와봐 한 명 오세요. 나이스.
시원하다.
Good, looking for a flanking opportunity.
What KT get is advantage.
Whoa! Huge flash in, and Ruler is the one that's going to be caught out of position. That's a much better play than the one in Game 1, as Paranoia is going to come through.
There we go.
Comes on in. Dread is easily able to get that objective, but KT want to get the engage. But that knockup is so massive from the side of Lehez, as that is just way too much damage on the follow-up.
It's fairly even, but a lot of extra gold to Leo. He is going to die, though.
Yeah, he is definitely dead, really dead. Malrong's super good at just finding a realm walk. Walk being set up for Malrong, who just dives in amongst 3 people, but it's not crazy. It's genius, because Canyon told him to do it, and we know at that time, because...
야 바로 잡았다. 안녕히 가세요. 야 잡은 듯? 잡았다. 뭐냐 얘? 2번 당하네 이걸.
갈래 이거 보내줄게.
나왔어. 어때? 나이스.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK Analyst Test for week number 3. I'm Chonghyun. With me is Nuclear and Kuro. Hello, welcome.
안녕하세요. 프로 이정입니다.
네,
This is
안녕하세요.
season with
뉴클리어
the
신정현입니다.
translation.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘은
Africa takes on Hana
하나생명과
Life,
아프리카
who
프릭스의 경기로
just
출발합니다.
got its
이
first
세트는
victory.
초반부터 스노우볼을 잘
Africa was
굴렸던
able
아프리카
to
프릭스가
snowball really
승리했는데요.
well early on,
하나생명이
and they were able to
후반
close
지향적인
out the
가져갔던
game.
만큼
Hana Life had a
아프리카
laking
프릭스가
focused
초반
pick,
우위가
so
필요했는데
Africa went
프릭스가 이 점을
aggressively
잘
in the
수행해냈던
early
것
game.
같아요.
I think that was the key to the
아프리카
success.
프릭스가 룰루, 신짜오, 칼리스타라는
Africa
초반에
had
좀
Lulu,
강한 픽들을
Sinjao,
가져오면서
Kalista.
초반에
Most of them
스노우볼을
early
굴려야 되는
game
쪽이 아프리카였는데
power picks.
하나생명이
So
초반에
Africa's were the one who
상대가
had to
플래시를
go
빠졌던 걸
aggressively
노리면서
early on. So
갱을
Hana
해보려고
Life
하다가
Esports in the early game, they
역으로 망하는
tried
그림이
to
나와서
gank
하나생명
on that
입장에서는
mid lane
중후반
when
가면
Lulu
좋은
had
이즈리얼
no
라이즈 같은
flash.
픽들이
However,
있었거든요.
if you look at the
근데
Hana Life comp,
그거를 좀
you can
살리지
see
못했던 게
Ezreal,
가장 큰 패착이 아니었나
Akali,
싶습니다.
Karma, Rise picks are so strong in the late game, but they actually flipped the ball and let the opponent actually win the game. Hana Life was able to take the S tier champion, Kali, so Africa countered that with Lulu and Sinjao, and then the last pick from Hana Life Esports was Rise, and Africa decided to lock in GP. However, GP is not a good pick into Rise, but Hana Life actually better rotation of Akali going to top lane and Rise going to the mid lane, and then this GP from Keen was able to just bully the lane. Now let's take a look at the first highlight that Nuclear just mentioned. Hana Life knew Lulu warded on the right-hand side of the map, and let's take a look at the trade happening on the mid lane. Once they saw that most of the mid laners didn't have flash, Arthur was looking for the best time to gank mid, and he knew that Lulu placed the ward around that brush on the right-hand side of the map. So Hana Life had all of this information, so he makes a detour to gank mid lane. And this is the most standard time for junglers to gank lanes. So Hana Life and Africa were both there in order to counter this play. And Dread was actually hiding in that brush. I think he won that mind game up against Arthur. And Dread pops up once he gets this kind of aggressive pick, you know. Once he gets this kind of aggressive pick, he usually plays around lanes instead of farming in the jungle. Now let's take a look at the second highlight, where Sinjao was make a lot of rotations and put Africa on a huge lead.
신짜오가 바텀 갱을 찌르면서 여기서 마공점을
So he
잘
ganked
활용하면서
bottom
바텀
lane
갱을
with that hack
찔렀었는데
splash.
여기서 바텀 플래시를 두 개 다 빼고
So he was able to force two flashes from the bottom duo of Hana Life Esports. It was a very successful and effective gank from Dread. This allowed the bottom duo of Africa to win lane as well.
바텀을 또 찌른 거예요. 근데 거기서
And then Hecarim
이득을 받고
was not able to make an equal trade because actually Dread was able to clear most of his camps and pay a visit down on the mid lane, bottom lane, and then he makes an instant rotation to the mid lane, mostly under the enemy's vision, but still 2v insists to stick around that lane. He dies to Sinjao. This is the worst timing that you wanna die to the Sinjao, because this champion is about, you know, getting kills and getting scaled so early on. I think, yeah, this champion is the most suitable and powerful and effective pick in the jungle role in the current meta. And the player of the game will go over to Dread on Sinjao.
이제 첫 POG를
First
가져왔어요.
POG.
근데 이 선수 되게 지난 2020년도 때부터
Since
진승남,
2020,
진승 드레드
he
이런
was
얘기
known
나올
to be a
때부터 좀 많이
beast
주목을 했던
jungler, you know?
그렇죠.
He used to be a
짐승남인데
very bloodthirsty jungler,
되게 귀엽게
always
찍었네요.
looking for kills, but that
그리고 계속
facial expression was pretty cute with the POG announcement.
미드갱 찌르고
And in this game, he actually didn't clear all of his camps. He was ganking lane all day long. This is about, you know, this is something like a solo queue play. Not many players actually fall to this strategy, but with the help from Fly and Lihan, Dread was able to find the opening every time.
라인전이 강하다.
그렇죠.
아프리카의 라인전이 강하다.
And thanks to that, Africa was able to win lane as well. Keen, he always, just wins lane. And Dudu was not able to pass the first Keen test.
기인 선수가 안정적으로 라인전을
Keen was able to have a very consistent lane,
펼쳐주면서
helping out with Xin and with the help of Xin Africa Fricks was able to get ahead very easily. And this is the end for game number 1, and we're heading to game number 2. Let's find out whether Hana Life Esports can bite back or Africa remains strong. Back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk. Dread, very deservedly, for his insane early game on the Xinjiao, which, by the way, he used to be very well known for, which was nicely mentioned by the analyst desk. He deservedly picks up that player of the game as Africa stomp Hana Life here in game number 1.
Yeah, it was a very clean early game. Hana Life actually going to pick red side here. As you could see, Kezman not feeling, he's giving a speech right now to the Hana Life players. You could see that there's, besides Arthur with a little bit of a cheeky smile there, everyone else is kind of, in a dark mood here. This is a series where you expect, based on what we've seen so far, Africa to actually take it. They come in as the unusual favorites, right? Like with the expectations we've had after the first 2 weeks, you do think that Africa are going to come away with this one. However, like we were talking about at the end of that game, there were some holes for sure. Oh.
I guess Chovy is a cat now because we also had, obviously, Deft as the alpaca. I didn't really get that one. That was
the car
fast.
fee?
Yeah.
So I guess maybe used a rental car to get here, or maybe they took a $100 taxi.
Yeah. There was also someone who came from Busan all the way up here to watch the games. As we mentioned, we moved from 40 to 80 people. From 10% to 20% capacity here at Lal Park as things are slowly opening up. And it seems like people are really hyped about that, and they're coming on down to watch the games.
Africa will remove the Akali right away this time. Remember we talked about why is this Akali left open? Feels so strange. When they had red side, they had the Lulu Xinjiao, which is not a straight up counter pick or even a counter, but it's somewhat of a soft counter to that style of play. It came through really well, and you see the Xinjiao ban here from Hana Life Esports, which is a little bit alarming to me because I think that's more of a specific pick towards dive. You don't even necessarily know that's coming through. I don't think that's first pick material either. So this is kind of a wonky draft for Hana Life. I'd like to see Hana Life Esports once again draft for scaling in late game because that is where they are going to be strong with Chovy. He always ends up getting ahead. He always ends up having a massive amount of gold towards the later parts of the game. You put him on a carry. That's where your best bet is going to be. And Africa are also weakest so far this year in their late game. Let's take a safe first pick Rumble here, it looks like, and try to respond to what Hana Life's plan is going to be. I think this is a really common thing you see in Game 2s when teams do pick red side, because it's rare. You're like, okay, what's your plan? I'll pick a Rumble, that's safe, and then we can respond to what you take in first rotation here in the rest of our draft. Because Rumble pairs with almost anything so well right now in this meta.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we have Udyr popping his head out. We had Udyr banned away, we had Forest banned away as well as Rumble in game number 1. So, could be a response on the side of Hana Life. They're hovering the Varus here for Deft.
You take red side here and you don't have insta-locks. That's always one of my biggest concerns. Like, that's one of the big warning signs for me is when you see these like hovers here and you don't see the full lock-in. I'm like, you picked red side. I hope you have a plan. They will actually extremely high prio Gwen into this game and can be a very strong, even oppressive champion on the top side of the map. So blind into Keen. It's a good bet here.
I don't think blind picking into Keen is ever a good bet, to be honest.
I mean, if you're going to blind pick, I think Gwen's one of the best ones you could do. Is what I'm trying to say.
I get that. It's just the way that Keen is playing nowadays. It's But no, I do get your point. Set this time is going to come out pretty early on. It was totally ignored in game number 1.
Which is
we're big
rare.
fans of Set nowadays.
You and me especially, big Set fans.
Everybody's getting on the hype train.
This draft is looking practically unstoppable for Africa right now. You have 2 extremely strong flex picks. Set can now be played support a lot easier because Hex Flash is re-enabled, but even still, like, one of Fly's most successful champions this season. And sure, Thresh comes through here. It's really strong with the Varus. Makes Varus a lot safer. Can poke more aggressively because he can Lantern out.
Yeah.
You have Gwen, who can eat up a lot of that damage on the front line when she does top her mist down. And it's a strong pick into Rumble, as we've mentioned many times before, but hard to pull off what Hanwha comp is because Gwen will have to do well against Keen in order to get that split push power. They'll remove the Jace, which is one of the strong picks you can use to deny CS against the Gwen, even poke her away from minion goal, or rather experience. It's one thing that you definitely don't want to face up against, so like that ban.
Yeah, banning Jace against Keen, always a safe bet. As Azir also going to be taken off the board here, they don't want to allow Chovy to play that one, it seems.
Yeah. I do like it because it's going to be a high-impact champion where you will often win lane against a set because of the range, and set is probably going mid. Plus, it goes back to the scaling argument I was talking about before, where you give Chovy a champion that scales well into the late game, he's always going to hit those thresholds, he's always going to hit those marks. Like last game was one of those rare games where he hit the marks a little bit slow on the rise because the game was so poor, unfortunately, for Hanwha Esports, but even banning Victor here, I think, is not out of the question right now for Afrika, because you just don't want to give Chovy any power towards the later start of the game. They'll take the Udyr away that you were talking about before, but Hecarim is very strong right now, and Arthur seems very happy to lock that in.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't Hecarim's fault that the early game of Game 1 went the way it did. Just kind of a Xinjiao and Dread thing that happened. I think the Hecarim can handle the early game Rumble a lot better, so we'll see how this one does go. I like the Nocturne ban as well. The Nocturne Rumble pretty common nowadays. The Nocturne pretty high up there on the tier list. Rakan is going to be taken here again by Lehens. Rakan is not necessarily the top tier of the support tier list right now, but Lehens going to play it 2 games in a row.
Yeah, and in fact, it's his first time playing it this season in this series, so very much an outlier here. So we'll see Kennen. I was wondering if Kennen was going to make a little bit of a comeback in this meta, and ends up being pretty nice into Gwen, constantly stun her, make it very difficult for her to be aggressive up there and look for those trades. Very difficult to hit as well because he's pretty mobile. As once again, you're going to see Chovy put on the rise here, so the idea was good in the last game, and this time you have the ability to actually port a Gwen right up into the front line, which is very, very frustrating to deal with. If you don't fall behind early, Hanwha Esports draft here is once again very strong. It's going to be the rise into set in the mid lane. So a lot of onus here on Dread, once again, to actually help keep some of those lanes stable. But like, Keen is going to be fine against Gwen on this Kennen matchup. Bottom side of the map, it's Varus versus Ezreal, so that's where things can get a little bit iffy. With lethality Varus, very, very annoying. Lots of snips here for Keen.
Interesting. That was Gwen Keen.
Yeah.
But with a Freak of Freaks jersey on, but actually it's being played by Dudu here in this game. As another Chovy sign, same one from before. Still very good. And yeah, I mean, but when you look at this comp, like imagine the skirmishing from this. I mean, it feels like game number 1 again. It's not exactly the same, but it's like if they get ahead, good luck getting away from this and surviving the huge buckets of damage they have.
It also has decent team fighting in the late game, not as much scaling as we saw from Hanwha Esports last game, but it has a lot of CC, a lot of initiation, a lot of really great engage tools. Whereas this composition is a lot reliant on the poke that you're going to see from the Varus, and then Arthur coming in for some hard engages, and then Chovy scaling later on. So a lot of prio early game here, in the top side of the map for Afrika. Mid, a little bit more control to Chovy. But the bottom side, I think, is where the Varus pick really needs to have pretty heavy weight here for Hanwha Esports into the Ezreal. Otherwise, Ezreal will just outscale later on. It is so powerful in those skirmishes, like you mentioned. He took the cleanse just for extra safety, because that, against the Rise, against the Thresh here, and even the Varus, if you don't die, you're going to out-damage in those longer trades.
Yeah, I think especially Deft is going to have to step it up here. He's got a nice comp to work with, which should be lethality Varus, and with the double AP coming through and all that. with the tank in the jungle. And, you know, Deft is definitely one of these pieces of the Hanwha Life puzzle that people have been waiting to really come online, but still waiting, it feels like.
It's hard to be hypercritical of Deft when you consider how old of a player he is and how much of a veteran he is. And most players who reach, you know, a storied career like Deft has have either retired or fallen off very significantly, whereas Deft hasn't reached his old peak, and I think he's often chasing his own shadow in a lot of ways on a team where he's one of two incredibly high-profile players. So for me, when I watch Deft, I'm like, yeah, he's not at where he was before, but the fact that he's still almost there is impressive enough, but he hasn't been big enough to really push Hanwha Life Esports into that potential 4th world spot, right? Or Hanwha Life Esports making a finals here in the LCK with this new roster. The impact just hasn't been quite that big, as you say, even though we're very hyped and we're always very excited to see Deft play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he makes a good combo with Jovi as well. Jovi, you know, a younger up-and-comer, so they have kind of the experience as well as the new young talent coming through. As Dread, he's just this kind of player. He's going to bully you. I mean, look at him. He's running at Arthur. And he says, okay, we have Prio in the lanes. This is my red buff. And you can do whatever you want in your side of the jungle, but I'm taking your red buff. That's for sure.
He also knows that Fly has a little bit of extra Prio, so that's just going to be how this goes in this kind of early part of the game. So he just gets away with it for free. We also saw a little bit of aggressive trading from Keen on the top side of the map, too. They're trying to get any opportunity they can to have Dread get an early lead. My favorite champion that Dread played last season, actually, was when he played the Pantheon. And it was just a champion that, like, screamed early game control, right? And obviously that's been nerfed quite a bit and is no longer played, not only in the meta, but in jungle it's basically dead. But Dread is a type of player, if you give him a champion they can make a huge impact on, he will. Like last season, the early parts, you know, when we were in like week 2s and 3s, it was the Pantheon, the Talias, right? And now it's on the Rumble. A more passive jungle, but still. Okay, Arthur coming through now with the Hecarim.
Yeah, and this is with blue buff. He does not have red. He's going in there, trying to dive as the teleport will come out. Leo easily picks up the first blood. Arthur here extremely low. Keen with the flash. He is going for the kill, and he will easily pick it up here with that summoner advantage. Speaking of which, how about some more early game skirmishing in favor of Afrika? They get another kill in the mid lane as well.
Well, where did you think Dread was? Oh boy, this is already looking like game 1. Keen's going to get upgraded boots super early on, which is very annoying to deal with as Gwen because she's so reliant on closing the gap on this Kennen if she's ever going to take trades. He's already mobile as it is. He already has stun lockups as it is. And now he's just going to be even more frustrating to deal with here on the top side of the map. Set, you know, a champion that you have to really be careful about as Rise here in the mid lane. If you're trying to push that lane and you're trying to go, well, we lost something bottom side, let's see if I can actually get an advantage elsewhere. You're not going to be able to make that impact. And like you said, there's no red buff here for Arthur. You see the early ignite come through, and Vista gets easily cleaned up. Arthur takes an extra turret shot, and Keen flashes forward, and that's all there is to it. I mean, it's a really nice teleport. Has the ward there.
And this one is the question mark you were talking about before. Chovy aggressively trading, and Fly, I mean, he sets it up perfectly. Chovy does not respond flash or anything. No respect shown to the top side of the river where he has no vision. Chovy gets caught out, and that's just adding salt into the wound at this point. I mean, you could have handled maybe an unfortunate dive, but you can't handle as well Chovy dying just 2v1 essentially for free.
Fly does not have the flash. We saw Dread just for a moment there use his own flash. I think he was hoping the Harpoon was actually going to allow a face breaker, and then he would get his Q off and then end up maybe securing a kill there. He was able to take Chovy's flash away though, so still successful at the end of the day. And that's a flash trade you will take when you have a set in the mid lane who absolutely is going to be able to have that follow-up CC you need when the jungle, you know, Rumble in this case doesn't have strong CC, you know, has the slow, obviously, but it just makes Chovy's life a lot more frustrating here in the mid side of the map. He can't actually push for advantages in Prio as safely.
Oh no. There's a level 6 Rumble right there where you were trying to escape to. as the teleport will come in, but it's a little bit late. Let's see if ㅣ20 can close the gap here. Might be able to pick up Leo, but Dread is immediately going to turn around and try to push him away, and it will work out at the end of the day as Leo will survive.
He does survive here. It was a close call, a little bit late on the teleport there, and this is the, Varus doesn't have his Dirk yet, but Keen's going to get a little bit of extra free push here. But Varus doesn't have his Dirk yet, so he's not as strong in this early part, but he is still going to be able to put out a lot of the damage, so I respect the choice, but the decision, like you said, comes a little bit slow. And now Keen's going to be able to push this massive wave into the turret. Dude's going to have to come up here and clean this up. Didn't have 6 in that exchange either. And, I mean, things are going from bad to worse once again in this game. Rift Herald's up in a minute 30, and with all the extra gold going over to the Freak of Freaks here, and the fact that their comp is already strong in skirmishes, looks like the gold lead is just going to get even bigger.
Yeah, I mean, basically 2,000 gold here, 6 minutes into the game. That's not really a lead that you can stomach. The one good thing that Hanwha do have going for them is the CS differences in the bottom lane and the mid lane. Even throughout the failed gank and all that, Deft has been able to get a nice little lead. And you can see here, they don't know where Dread is, and they're sending the Lantern over to certain death into a level 6 Rumble.
Yeah, you try to turn this around here, Deft comes through. He's only level 4, right? And he's got 2 long swords. Slow comes through from Dread, and ㅣ20 just doesn't want to go into that brush. There's no vision there. He already used his skills, so he can't even close that gap anymore. Has to just put up his mist and walk away. Really frustrating. And once again, it's Chovy who's got a little bit of the CS lead in the mid, like you said, into a set. It's the range matchup there. He's able to farm pretty freely, even though it cost him his life once and a flash on a second time. That's really all you can say about Hanwha in the early parts of this game, unfortunately. And we could talk about the strengths of their draft, like we did last game, later game, some of the late game team fights they might be able to pull off. But the biggest worry is that Afrika's comp at a 0-0 scoreline was already going to be scary for the first Rift Herald fight, for the first 2 Drake fights, maybe even 3. At a 4-0 scoreline, I mean, you just can't get your red buff.
Yeah. Also, definitely less of a lead in terms of the scaling this time in the comps, as teleport will come out from Fly. Arthur, he's just trying to jungle. He's just trying to get a red buff, but he's not allowed.
ㅣ20, you can't be here.
Yeah, ㅣ20's getting way too aggressive now, as he is going to have the Slicing Maelstrom on top of him. They could go for a dive and probably easily pick up the kill, but they got him extremely low, and I think they'll just try to take the objective instead.
Yeah, if the stun proc's there, then he absolutely gets the kill, but either way, it's still a win. The group up here is a little bit awkward. Chovy has mid prio, but the bot prio is insane. But Afrika don't actually have to push the issue on rushing this Herald out right now. Look at the control on the bottom side of the map that they have with the wards there. They know when Hanwha were going to try to rotate over to the Drake from mid if they were going to because of those wards. They know bot prio is there, so they don't actually have to push the issue right now. They could just sit back, chill, and get further ahead.
Yeah. Let's see if King can get away from this. He does have the rush and also flash, so they're going to get his flash away. Arthur does have to blow his ghost here. And sometimes you'd say, okay, it's great, you get the flash away from the cannon, that's always good, but when you're behind, every single gank as a jungler even counts for more as you're trying to desperately keep up and catch up in the game. And when it doesn't really work out in the form of a kill, it always feels kind of bad.
Yeah. I mean, if we could just group up and take this objective for free right afterwards, as Arthur's just trying to lick his wounds and pick up the pieces, and it's a very different game this time around in terms of the jungle, because it's not ganks and full control over all lanes that Dread's been able to accomplish. He's been able to make 2 impactful plays, but he's stolen so much of the jungle away from Arthur because of the early lead he obtained. And it's not like he's running away with the game like we saw last game, but because he's stolen so much of Arthur's farm, he's reliant on these ganks that keep failing. And that means that he just falls further and further behind, loses more of his jungle camps, and the snowball continues. Very loud cannon there for just a second.
Yeah. He'll be here all game. This itemization's so annoying for the Gwen. The early Oblivion Orb on top of those speedy boots, as you mentioned, is just going to... He can always keep the gap away from the Gwen and always deny some of that sustain that the Gwen does have in her kit.
Look at those little legs run.
Yeah, he's just having so much fun in this lane. Like, there's not really much that ㅣ20 can do. even though he has tried multiple times to put on the pressure, including at level 1. You know, ㅣ was trying to put on a little bit of clinic like Keen did in Game 1, but not quite able to do it to the same effect.
It's such a smart pick for a Freak of Freaks because it's great against the Gwen, which, you know, we talked about it in the draft, like one of the best blind picks I guess you could get against Keen, but it's obviously still going to be bad to blind when he can counterpick you into a cannon. It's great for team fights too.
Yeah.
Like, such a smart move. No one's done it yet here in the LCK, but I've been waiting for this because I think it's such a smart counter pick.
And that's another scary thing about Keen is if he needed it anymore. He has a Champion Ocean, but he rarely dips into it, you know? We know that he can play so many different champions, but he doesn't necessarily feel the need to. He prioritizes certain ones that he's best at and that he just thinks are the strongest right now, but then all of a sudden he'll come out and be like, yeah, of course I'm going to dunk on your top laner with Kennen that I haven't played in however so many games, and there's not really much that you can do about it. Just makes him even more scary.
Yeah. In terms of win conditions here for Hanwha Life, who are still hanging on to this game, well, maybe not.
They're trying to burst him down here, but the Lantern is there. No equalizer to be used, as Def did have his flash. And I suppose Dread, without Leo there, wasn't going to push the issue too much.
It's actually pretty calmly handled by Hanwha Life. No flashes burned. They knew the Lantern was going to be there, and even with the equalizer, it felt safe. Didn't actually have to flash there, so that's actually very well handled because otherwise, Freak I don't think are looking for the kill there per se, but grabbing flashes would have been amazing right before an objective fight. So you will have Chovy continue to push this lane.
All right, Keen should know something's up here with ㅣ's positioning. They're going to clear the wave. There's no teleport on their team except on Keen. As now 2-on-1, the Slicing Maelstrom does come out, but the damage is not there. Chovy also coming up, not able to actually get an assist, but they will finally take the kill onto Keen.
They have bought Prio here, and, you know, Dread knows he's not going to be able to go up there and stop this from happening. So even though they end up getting that kill and actually give a lot of extra gold up here to ㅣ on these plates, they get the objective. So that's what you could trade back. But this is massive for Hanwha Life. And what I was going to say before we had that collapse on the bottom side is, talk about win conditions for them. Chovy is, you know, 25 CS up, as you expect. Good matchup into the set, especially as he starts to get online here and get fed. The set's always going to be the one catching the waves and trying to play a little bit more passive. That gives him more agency on the map.
Uh-oh, Lahan's getting caught out big time here. He does not have flash, and even Chovy comes over and scoops up the kill. Maybe this is the way Hanwha Life make their way back on the game. They're closing the gap, getting kills on the map, not necessarily getting big objectives, but you know, they're keeping that gold lead not too far away. As the equalizer does come out, Chovy will have the phase rush and the flash, so he will get out once again.
And Chovy gets out of here totally fine. He does have to flash, as you said, which is kind of annoying, but I think Chovy is really going to be the win condition in this game. ㅣ has gotten a kill here, and, you know, eventually is going to build into that Rift Maker, but we'll see what he ends up building for his second item here. I don't think the split push is going to be very strong, so I don't think the Gnasher's Tooth is what he's going to go for here. In these extended fights, I think he'd rather have the Zhonya's so he can actually get in, do some burst, have some survivability, but we'll see. But Chovy has already shown that he's going to do great in this lane. He's going to have the right, you know, rotations. He's going to be able to make an impact to some of these skirmishes, and later on he becomes so much more deadly and so much more frustrating to deal with. Now the Prowler's Claw's up. This is a world where Hanwha Life can start to take some of these 2v2 fights, some of these 3v3 fights, especially when they have vision advantage.
Look at how well Keen is beating this out here. No flash, of course, on ㅣ, not even the ghost, and he is just gone. As Keen was just pulling him down the lane like he's pulling the strings like a puppet master, able to put him in position for the death.
Yeah, that was really well played. Gets inside of the mist so he can still hit that stun. The Slicing Maelstrom there. And Dread, you know, plays along with the game. They're able to make another pick happen up here on the top side, and Keen will get, well,
I don't know about this, Arthur. He's going to go for it. The flash comes out, and it looks like the fear did land, but at the end of the day, just going to get the flash, and that's about it, as Keen is still going for that first turret.
Yep, he's going to get it, too. Or you're going to see Arthur kind of hover around here, which gives more control to Dread in the jungle. It's on the bottom side of it right now. We're going to take a look at this one more time here on the bottom side. So Vista actually has a ward tossed down here for just one moment. It's blocked, but he gets vision for just a second, knows the perfect timing to get the Death Sense over the wall. That was a really aggressive and proactive play, but they knew where Lehens was, so I really, really appreciate it. And once again, we're going to watch this. Look at Keen. He just closes the distance before the mist goes down because he baits it so well that the mist doesn't actually block the Maelstrom coming through or the stun. Very well played here. Still hasn't gotten that top turret, but he will eventually. You know, once again, if Arthur goes up there again, there's a big trade-off.
Yeah. Turns out Keen is inevitable, and that turret will go down if he so decides that it will. But yeah, I mean, this is another big game where Afreeca get a big lead in the early game, but it doesn't feel as dominant as game number 1. So we'll see if they can try to put on a little bit more pressure here, as Keen does get that aforementioned turret.
Yeah. First brick, pretty pivotal here in this game for Afreeca, who want to continue to snowball this lead. 10 seconds, or minute 10 seconds, excuse me, for this Infernal Drake to come up. And Hanwha Life, you know, they have some of the big early spikes hit, right? Deft has Prowler's Claw, you know, Dudu has his Riftmaker. This is an objective they can fight for, especially when they have this much control over the bottom. If they get these picks, this is actually a perfect time to come down.
Okay, they're going to get Leo, but Cleanse comes in, and that will be denied. We also had Chovy leaning bottom side.
Yeah.
After all, it felt like Afreeca knew that was coming, and the Rift Herald will go the way of Dread. Meanwhile.
So Dread grabs that, and can Hanwha Life group up to take this Drake? They have vision control right now. You could see Set push Chovy back, so Fly does force Chovy away a little bit here. And Afreeca absolutely do have a great skirmish comp. They want to fight for this.
Okay, they're going to try to get on in here. That equalizer is just so insane. It was perfectly placed, but here's the turn as Dudu's in. Trying to get that damage down on a Fly, but he's a Set. Remember, those Sets in the LCK, they never die. And it seems like, you know, Kima's coming down, but Afreeca couldn't find a way to turn that once again on his arrival.
Hanwha Life Esports aren't confident to come in here and try to take this because if this snowballs further against them, it's bad. Oh, once again!
How many times is this going to happen?
Well, you know, if you get that pick, you certainly come in. I was going to say Afreeca are just too low. They can't stick around here, but a pick is all it takes. And now, Hanwha Life get this Drake. This is a pretty massive road back into the game for them. And once again, Vista with just a great Death Sentence over the wall. Death Sentence living up to its name. You get caught by that, it's over, especially when there's nobody to peel, nobody to come in. As we're going to watch this from kind of start to finish here. Deft is already super low, and this fight has to use heal, but the long-range Lantern is perfect from Vista, so he gets out. Then he turns here, grabs Dread, and then you see the push away, and everyone on Afreeca is super low. But it's not the last Death Sentence we're going to see in this fight, right? Because Vista, once again, comes over the wall here, sets up when Dread's like, okay, well, maybe I'll just stick around here because he wants to see if they're actually going to collapse on the Drake because Afreeca want to back away.
He was starting the Drake.
Yeah, I think that was an accident. I don't think he actually intended to do that. That would have been absurd because the rest of Afreeca's backing away. I think he wanted to see, do Hanwha Life actually come in here and try to take this, or maybe we need to stay here because everyone was backing at that moment. But he gets punished.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he just thought they all backed or something because definitely pretty aggressive with the idea there. As slowly but surely, Hanwha Life are making this an interesting game, and I think Afreeca's lack of ability to close out some of their leads is also coming in here. As you see, Chovy is the highest level in the game.
Yeah.
And he has the most gold in the game. Where have we seen this before?
I mean, we've seen so many symptoms of this problem for Afreeca. Oh no, Lehens.
This is, I mean, this can't keep happening. Like,
yeah, this is throw-worthy.
It's just a lack of respect of the Thresh pick. Like, you don't have vision there. You can't just run straight at the Thresh.
Yeah, and Vista is such a great Thresh player. He has, every time you try to cross a line, he's going to be there to punish. His Lanterns have been at max range every time whenever his team is trying to be greedy.
Yeah, and he's had 3 death sentences gifted to him.
Yeah, like, everybody's grouped up on the top side of the map for Afreeca, and Chovy is just getting free gold on the bottom side of the map. Nobody is here. Like, nobody's even considering to be here. Nobody's even remotely close. Keen had teleport, but you're not going to teleport to deal with a Rise. We'll just simply get out of there, no problem. So look at where Rise is on the map. All of this is happening too. So you see Lehens get hooked, and Afreeca actually show themselves shooting over the wall here. And like Chovy's like, well, if they're all grouped up top, they're very far away from me. He gets down and gets a whole turret after that exchange. So Afrika are no longer even in a significant gold lead in this game anymore.
Yeah, and especially when you consider that even one Infernal Drake and the amount of scaling it gives to your Gwen, to your Ryze, your Varus. I mean, Life might even be ahead in this game at this point in time. Doesn't quite show it on the gold numbers, as you mentioned. Now, Afrika, you know, with their lack of proactivity in the mid game, they're going to try to make something happen here and take down the mid turret.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of siege power here with this Ezreal. Leo will help take that out there. But unfortunately for them, this mid turret, even though it's valuable, isn't going to be, this is not going to be a Rift Herald that leads to prio that gives you a Drake, right? It's not going to be like, okay, well now we've got this control, we get set up for the team fight here, or even, giving them enough agency to collapse onto Chovy because the wraparound here is very quick from Hana Life Esports. Saw Lehen's playing with fire there, trying to clear some vision, and, he doesn't actually get enough secured to make them feel like they can punish Chovy, so once again, you even see Arthur come down as a little bit of a bodyguard just in case you were going to see Keen, who's missing right now on the map, come over, but Chovy's left to his own devices, and it's a slow rotation top. So this 1-3-1 for Hana Life, which we saw them kind of get online a little bit last game, but they were so far behind they really couldn't utilize it. In this game, it's really deadly.
Yeah, it's really rough to deal with. And you mentioned how Chovy's kind of going to be the key player for this lineup. I mean, considering what he's going into as the Ryze, he's going to have a pretty fun time. You're looking at mostly short range, guys that are going to run straight at you. You can just root someone and blow them up, especially if you get that Ryze to 3-4 items. It's going to be difficult for Afrika to find big picks unless you totally catch Chovy out of position.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be super easy, especially with the Thresh in position there.
And Ryze is so good into set, too, when you're desperately trying to use set for initiation. And Fly's role in this game was a lot of skirmish control, but after those first few fights, he hasn't been able to do much. So you're very much limited as to how you take some of these fights as Afrika without massive vision control. So they are grouped up. And I actually really like this move because you group up, you force Vista and Deft away, and you can even grab a turret here potentially.
Yeah, Afrika are saying, okay, you can split push, but we'll take the mid. Yeah, we can take the mid tier. They didn't get it, though. Kind of unfortunate. Look at this. Chovy's on the turret. I think he's easily going to get this. There is a Mountain Drake available, but double TP available for Dudu and Chovy if they did want to collapse, which at this point it looks like they won't. They'll just give away the one Mountain Drake for now.
And you're able to see 4 players on the map here for Hana Life. I think they were able to confirm at least 4 on this Drake. So Chovy gets to push the entirety of that additional turret on the top side of the map down without any fear of repercussions. So sure, you give up a Drake, but you're in a very good spot on the map as Hana Life Esports. That turret being down means a lot more vision, a lot more potential to collapse and grab that inhibitor later. So it's a pretty good trade because as Hana Life really start to scale up, I mean, like you said, I think they are ahead. I think they were ahead when you said like they might be ahead even though the goal didn't show it. I think they're very ahead now. And they don't need to fight at this moment because their comp becomes so much stronger later on anyways that, yeah, you can give up one Drake. It's not sole point. So just take more control of the map instead.
Deft even getting confident to just stand up to them, knowing he has Vista nearby. Vista has been having a great game, as you mentioned. His positioning is really the biggest thing for me. And yeah, I mean, Deft also very much online, 2-0-1, 250 CS here, 24 minutes. It's not just the 300 CS Ryze hack, at 24 minutes here from Chovy, which is very common. Lots of pieces online. I think the one thing that's a little bit lacking is maybe the Gwen that's fallen pretty far behind on the farm, but she has a stopwatch, so it's okay.
And look at what happens when, so Afrika are at their strongest when they're grouped like this, right? Because that's where they're going to be able to push down turrets, that's where they're going to be able to maybe find objectives, and it's going to force Hana Life to play a little bit less around the 1-3-1. Like, they will have to respond to this. But when we have these kind of stalemates that happen in the middle of the map, Chovy gets half another turret, gets a ton of extra waves. So you have to consider what the cost is, the opportunity cost here really is, Afrika, when you group up like this, but you don't get anything. If you can't force a pick, if you can't grab a turret, they did secure finally that mid turret. But if you can't get more than that and Chovy gets a turret elsewhere on the map, you haven't really gained anything, and the game goes longer and longer and longer. That game clock gets higher and higher, and Chovy's items start to come online. He's got his Zonias now, just bought outright. the guy is going to start to get a lot more assists in these fights too, and we'll start to stack up that seal, maybe buy him a Jais later.
Yeah. I think as this game comes along and the Rise and the Varus and even the Gwen kind of get out of control, you're going to see Afreeca really just need to get big flanks off, I think, with Keen, because otherwise, you know, you have potential for just straight up engage with the hands, but there's also a chance that he just evaporates, right, with how much damage there is on the side of Hamalife. As speaking of which, they're just going to try to evaporate the Baron here. And here we go again. Lahens this time will flash away. Nice engage from Fly on the other side. And the equalizer is massive! Afreeca, they find the angle. Toby was nowhere to be found as the rest of Hamalife were just getting in onto that objective very confidently. And Afreeca saying, no, you will not. We will take the Baron instead.
It's almost like everything we just said and everything that Hamalife is strong at, being on the side lanes, pushing, not dealing with the grouped up Afreeca, was just completely disregarded by Hamalife. Like, why don't we actually fight Afreeca at the strongest right before we are fully online? And not only that, why not try to set up, I mean, goodbye. Get us ult over the wall here. But like, why not even try to put the cherry on top, put Vista in the pixel brush and have him set up for a death sentence, and then we'll turn off of a Baron, like, instantly. I mean, that is just begging to get absolutely slapped in a skirmish like this. Like, look at where Vista's standing. Toby's on the edge here. Like, Hamalife are like, oh, we'll go in. And Fly's like, no. The equalizer is perfect. There's such great synergy here, and Fly hits a great facebreaker follow-up. There's so much CC with this comp that if Chobi's not in there, hitting those roots early, and your Thresh is already dead because he's the one starting the fight when the Baron's only halfway done, like, you went so greedy there.
Yeah.
I think it's the only thing you can't do as Hamalife.
We're not in a position now where, well, let's take a look at this. If Chovy is still in this brush. Yes, they are going to collapse on a Fly here, and I don't know if there's any escape for him, actually. He does not have his flash. He gets over the wall, and he is the set. He's actually looking to turn this around. Does a nice amount of the damage, and now his team is following up. Lahen's going to miss the knockup. Now Hamalife looking to turn as in comes Vista, and they actually have a way to turn it back here. Leo gets the 1 kill, but now 3v1. It doesn't look like he'll have a chance to get out, even blows his cleanse, and Hamalife finds another pick somehow, some way.
Set is so great at being in a side lane like this and actually pushing the envelope because he does so much damage with his Haymaker in these exchanges, and if you are able to collapse in, sometimes you can turn it, but you really are starting to see the power. Okay, Keen.
What?
You wanted that turret real bad.
Where did the Gwen go? What was that?
I mean, Zhonya's was only going to delay the inevitable in this exchange, I'm afraid, and I don't think he could have even done it.
I hope you get the slow-mo of that kill. That was pretty quick.
It might have to be on real slow-mo. We might be looking at like 1/8 speed. But you are starting to see the really strong late game scaling of this Hamalife comp, and that skirmish, even when Set almost turned it around, they're like, no, we have the damage, doesn't matter. Void Staff's up for Chovy now, 8 stacks of Dark Seal. He dies, right, in this overextension, but watch this fight once again. This is one of the like 17,000 reasons why Set is so extremely valuable in this meta, because he can side lane. Haymaker not only does a ton of damage, but buys time. Equalizer comes through here. But Chovy dodges the stun.
The teleport was denied. I think if Kennen gets in here and gets the flank, Hamalife, or rather Afreeca, win this fight. But because the teleport was denied in the mid lane, I believe. As we're going to see it here.
Yep. Just shut down, uses the ult here.
Just runs up to him. Really easy. Keen actually has to run away.
But that's, I mean, we're not seeing Varus hit those all too often in the LCK, but this is one of those moments where you can certainly pull it off. And Chovy, once again.
This is what you do.
Yeah.
This is how Hamalife win, okay?
Yep.
This is what we wanted.
Yeah, don't group on a Baron, please, and look for Vista in the pixel brush. Just actually side lane. Then you can group up now.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's trying to double Flame Horizon Fly right now. Nobody really can stand up to him except maybe Keen.
Look at the gold lead, 4,500. He's the only one who has it, and it's massive.
Chovy's hitting that spike as well, where if somebody runs into him, he's just going to do one combo, and the guy's probably going to die. Who's it going to be? Who's face checking?
Well, Fly, I think, will probably survive for a little bit longer.
Yeah. Fly is probably the one guy that can survive. As now, teleport will be used. And each teleport that Life uses is so valuable.
Yeah.
Because it takes away so much of their split pushing power if they do not have teleport.
Exactly.
And the fact that he uses it there to try to 5v5 fight, again, it's one of those things that we really did not want to see. As 5v5 coming in here now, Fly is looking for the flank teleport. They're not going to find it.
There's no objective. Life are just grouping up here to lose trades here and lose these skirmishes while using a lot of tools, whereas Afreeca are very happy to watch Life back off, waste those teleports like you said. They now have control over mid, they can push this through, and the side lanes are where, for the first time, Chovy is going to be a little bit more vulnerable because you know Life are actually backing here, and even he can't push even further. He clears that last wave, he's going to get away, and I think if Afreeca actually rotate down a little bit faster, he doesn't get away with this, but he will get away. Afreeca going to clear a lot of vision, but there's no objective up right now for the next 80 seconds, no Baron, and 2 minutes until that next Mountain Drake is going to come up right now. So we're going to have a pretty significant lull state, but, you know, very much important to note, like you said, that for the first time in a while, Life are not going to sit in the lull state and actually grab a huge amount of gold. But Chovy's already gotten his 3 big power items, you know, his Void Sap is his 4th, but got Zhonya's early on. He's in a very good spot, grabs his stopwatch too. And he is going to be so deadly in these fights.
Yeah. The thing is that they need to fight on their terms, right, with split pushing and using that power. We saw what happens if Chovy is out of the fight for even a second.
Yeah.
The insane amount of engage that Afreeca have, and they have a huge amount of damage as well. You know, we've been talking about a lot of the scaling on the side of Life, but you consider, you know, Rumble, Kennen, and an Ezreal at this point in time. You find an enemy target, really any of them, and you can blow them up instantly. It really just depends on a good engage. And if they can get that without Chovy in the fight, they're almost definitely going to win.
And that's why all this fighting is happening right now around Vision. This Fly is ready for the engage.
Yeah.
Dudu on the flank here, spotted.
He knows his job. And it looks like Life, they're just going to rotate over here to this top lane.
Time to be decisive, Afreeca. If you can't cut these 2 players off,
yeah,
what can you do? I mean, Chovy has Realm Warp.
Make the decision, make the engage. It's what you got to do, but Chovy is incredibly scary right now, but the miss on the Dredge line, or rather on the Death Sentence, here we go, trying to get in, and there is that engage, but double Zhonya's comes in, and it denies so much damage, but here comes Lehens, gets a 3-man knock him in the backline, but it just does not matter, as still Chovy is alive, still Dudu is alive. Will he get in that backline? No, Zet is doing so much damage, as now Leo has him as a frontline. Chovy, though, is still alive, and this is what we wanted out of this later game. Fly looking for the engage on Adept, who does not have a lot of mobility. That's the harpoon landed.
Better late than never here, Afreeca, to look for this engage.
Ooh, he gets it! Leo takes him out, and that's 50 seconds on the death timer.
That's massive here. Chovy looks like he will be able to narrowly escape as they do scan here, looking to clear some vision. I mean, it's actually scary to try to really even chase Chovy when he's in the bush because he can explode you.
Of the Baron. Take an objective.
Yeah,
there you
Fly's
go.
coming over. They are going to be able to start this here. Okay, it's teleporting over here. I was like, I don't think you can stop that. I thought he was teleporting to the Baron. But this is finally Afreeca making the call, and it was on Lehens who actually made the really big play to trap everybody from behind so that Fly could actually do that damage. Now, Chovy is going to come over here, and we'll trade the Mountain Drake. But this is going to be a lot of power on the map here for Afreeca, and it's really going to limit the amount of split pushing, once again, that Life Esports can do 1-3-1 versus Baron buff minions. As look at where Lehens is on the minimap right now. He's so incredibly far away. And when Fly first comes in here and you see the Zhonya's coming down for Keen, it feels like, oh, this might just not be enough. They turn until Lehens shows up. You're like, oh, no, this is in fact a 5v5 fight. So well played by Lehens. Even stopwatches here. And look at what Zet can do.
Look at Fly.
You have Haymaker is actually so broken.
I mean, that was a sick engage. I mean, the timing on that was so crazy.
I mean, he had the fight, he had the start of the fight, and he had the end of the fight. Like, both parts of it. Gets away, goes back to the fountain, and then the perfect Q here from Leo.
And set up by Dread as well to land the
So
double
beautiful.
harpoon. That's a great fight. That's
That was
what
a
you
good
want to
fight.
see.
That's the kind of late game fighting from Afreeca and the amount of, you know, decisiveness we haven't been seeing from them.
Even Fly knows. He's like, I don't know if I can do this. Dread is around too. Are they still here? We do not know. Looks like no.
Nope.
Because they're in the river and have backed away.
That's what sets, you know, the challenger players from the pro gamers is actually having the game sense to be like,
Yeah.
not gonna walk into that one.
Fly learned from the last the last time.
That could have been
game.
a game-losing mistake,
Yeah.
actually, for Afrika if they walk in there.
Or at least it takes all the power from the Baron push away.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, I mean, at this point in the game, 35 minutes in, you die, it's like 60-second death timer. Now, Chovy is just doing the split pushing thing. This is what we wanted to see, but up against the Baron push, he will have to come back eventually.
Yeah, no teleport, so he has to slow back to return. And I don't think there's... he didn't buy a return ticket. He's like, okay, well, you guys are going to have to defend those Nexus turrets if they go in, because I'm trading this for an inhibitor. That's the plan. Keen actually will come back and respawn here. Okay. Doesn't get the inhibitor, which is critical. Nice timing on the back. Chovy's still around the area. And you could see Vista coming over here, but there's no objective to fight over. There's nothing to rotate over for here. So the only way they catch somebody is if Afrika are careless, which they've already shown us they are not going to be. He's going to back out. This is a typical game for Afrika, right, in terms of early game control, but then start to fall apart towards the mid game, and then late game comes out for Hanwha. But I feel like the caveat here is that Afrika have actually been a little bit more decisive than we see them on average. Which gives me a little bit of hope that even though we are at an extremely late game Chovy here.
Take a picture of the total gold at the bottom. It's like, I saw some tweets after game 1 about, you know, getting Chovy a team and stuff like this. Well, there's another picture for that folder, I suppose.
Yeah. But, like, you know, Afrika have been punishing. They have been a little bit decisive in these skirmishes. So there's a little bit of hope that they will close out a game, whereas in the past they were unable to do so. Just going to have to see that decisiveness continue here. Taking away the vision makes it so much more difficult for Hanwha Life to actually, you know, roam around to defend these pushes.
I think it really helps that their comp is kind of like, okay, we press the go buttons and we get
go
in there.
Yeah.
You know, it's not too difficult to play. It's not the easiest version of this either, but it's still pretty straightforward.
And it puts a lot more pressure on Fly to actually have these carry performances, whereas, you know, sometimes for him it's just as simple as, okay, I pressed R as Orianna, and I'm going to press Q, and, like, that's all I do in these fights.
Yeah.
He actually has to really step up, and so far he has, right? Yeah, that's what's exciting about this to me is even though it's still on the second champion we know he's found great success on this season, the consistency is there. So you're no longer okay, well, we better play Orianna or Control Mage.
Okay, they're just going to go for this one, and he ran straight into it, but they still have so much damage. Down goes the Hecarim, and here's the flank coming in from Keen. Even the exhaust can't save him, and down goes Chovy, and just like that, Hanwha Life throw any chance that they had of winning this game away.
So careless, such an aggressive realm where they're into a set, and you don't know where Keen is. He comes in, and yeah, you have the damage, so you feel like, okay, it's going to be okay. We burst him down, doesn't matter. You know, through that face breaker, we're actually going to pull this off, but no, Keen is fed. You know, he's got a Void Staff. He comes on the flank, and that's it.
Is desperately trying to clear these minions. They don't have Fly, so they don't have a lot of tankiness, and you can see Depth is trying to push them away. But the damage, it looks like, is there. Depth is just way too low. And down will go the Nexus. Nice try on that last piercing arrow. They're going to wait and try to get Depth first, and they will take him down. That's going to be the 2-0 for Afrika Freaks. It got a little bit spicy there at the middle and end parts of Game 2. But they get the job done and get the 2-0.
Yeah, and you really have to be critical of Hanwha Life's desperation in that final moment. There were a lot of wards in that top side of the jungle. There wasn't a way to really wrap around and punish the push, so brute forcing seemed like one of the best ways to actually get a good team fight there and defend the inhibitors. However, the way it was executed right on top of a set means that you're guaranteed to get all that CC. You don't utilize your range. Like,
it was a set and a Rumble and a Rakan and a Kennen.
You don't know where the Kennen is.
Okay, oh, that is frustrating.
That was a moment of desperation where Hanwha Life could have just defended base and maybe you lose an inhibitor there, but not even necessarily, right? When you felt so reliant on flanking when there wasn't any vision, so you're like, well, I have to brute force this one. We can't actually wrap around. We can't look for a fight. Initiation's a little bit tough with our comp. It's so risky into a set. You're hoping that the burst is going to be enough, and it almost was, right? But at the end of the day, you know, this was not Afrika actually making the insane late game call and winning the game. It was Chovy and Hanwha Life Esports making the wrong call. And a game of League of Legends that goes that late becomes so volatile and so variable that in one instant, all your chances of victory fade away Afrika looking dominant. There are some issues to work out in terms of the late game. We will see what happens when they face off against some of the stronger teams later on in this split, but it was a good look for the early game once again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Afrika have looked clean pretty much against any team except Dalmonkia, and can you really blame them? Everything else has been on the up and up, and as you mentioned, I think Fly has been stepping up to the plate. And some of the decisions here on the side of Hanwha Life, you really have to question.
They have vision of Keen. They ping him several times, actually, before the fight goes down. It's almost as if Chovy made the call, and everyone else is like, I don't know about this Chovy, like, question mark, like, he's right there, he's coming up. And Fly just buys so much time here. That's what Set does so well. And then Keen, flash, belts in. And, like, where do you do here? There's no way out.
The idea is you try to blow up one half of the comp before Keen gets there, before the follow-up comes in. But it's just, it's way too aggressive. It's way too desperate almost. You could have just sat back, allowed Def to poke him down, try to split push a little bit more.
Yeah, you have.
Instead, they just felt the pressure and they just went for it. It kind of reminds me of their Baron play as well, where it's like, oh, we're here, I guess let's just do Baron.
Yeah.
And the team isn't together. Chovy's doing Raptors. It's like, it's kind of all over the place. And that's what we're seeing a lot from Hanwha Life nowadays, is that they're just not playing as a team, and they're not making the safe, correct decisions, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of these moments for Hanwha Life where it's almost like the mechanics are there, but the brain turns off in some of these moments, and it feels like they're playing a solo queue game where in a solo queue game against 5 randos who aren't even in voice comms together, you can probably pull that play off if you're able to coordinate with your team, like, I'm going in, we're going to do this. But not against a team that has Keen ready to jump in. That was the tug of war that Afrika was playing. They knew that Keen was going to be able to flank if there was an engage. And it feels like Hanwha Life Esports knew it as well, but they thought they would be able to get the burst done. But you have to remember who you're playing against. The set buys so much time, and it wasn't the only time this game we saw that happen. We saw it happen on the bottom side, and you know, you mentioned it actually, and we'll get a replay of it in a second. If Keen's teleport for mid isn't interrupted by the Varus in that last exchange where Fly bought time, they probably win that fight too in the almost exact same way.
Yeah. A lot of the same problems we saw here for game number 1, kind of going the way in the opposite direction, where they tried to dive and that failed. And there were some good moments, right? They catch Keen out and they're trying to be proactive. This happened way too many times where Afrika were just like, yeah, let's march through vision and not do our due diligence. But this is where things started to go wrong for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, this is Hanwha Life just really dropping the ball. You know, you have burst damage, and you think that if you have Vista in that brush, you can get a single pick and then win the fight. But unfortunately, it's too much CC. And this is the fight I was talking about, where the teleport is interrupted mid. And if Keen actually shows up in this fight, like, you can't really get out as Hanwha Life. The Maelstrom's going to come through, and it's a whole different story. They do end up winning this extended fight before they were really fully online. And this is where Hanwha Life started to look like they really had maybe a full grasp on this game again.
Oh, there, really nice here it is.
Yeah, there you go.
That was like 0.2 seconds, I'd say. Just watch Fly in this fight. Starts the engage. Waits.
But also Lehens too.
Yeah.
He played an extremely long con game here, and there was.
Then watch this follow-up.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Freeze breaker into the haymaker, and I mean, this is the ending moment.
빼면서 나 가는 중
They were shocked.
What are they doing?
What are they doing? Like, what? The response here is actually like one of like, what the hell?
나이스.
바로 스토플. 야, 미드 가도 돼. 얘들아, 미드 가도 돼.
미니언 없긴 하다.
미드.
They're calling to actually go mid because they don't have minion wave here.
되긴 하거든.
초식에 있어 근데.
끝내자.
그냥
끝낼 거야, 얘들아.
Finish the game, guys.
야, 이거 풀 봐봐.
그냥 끝낼까?
얘들아, 바로 공 탄다. 바로 노플이야, 노플. 공 탄다, 공.
Calling that he has no flash. Jeff has no flash. They can engage on him.
이거 민영이가 앞에서 해줘. 조냐 있잖아. 타워 하면서 해.
아, 이거 이제 있겠다.
아, 괜찮아. 타워해.
They hit the turret tower
Yeah, Fly
first.
talks the
타워
most.
무조건 타워, 얘들아.
Leading the charge.
It's actually, you know, in moments like this, you realize that even though what we can't see with our eyes from the outside looking in, you can actually hear in terms of the value Fly adds to the squad that sometimes goes unnoticed.
Yeah.
Really good veteran calling here from Fly. It's a 2-0. Looks like we might have been going to a game 3. Not to be.
Yeah, not to be. So there you have it, the 2-0. 39 minutes basically at the end of it. I think that we had some pretty massive jungle difference in this series as well. I think with Fly and Leo, Lahens, everybody kind of on the same page and allowing Keen and Dread to do the heavy lifting in the early game. Afrika, you know, as long as they follow that kind of a path, I don't think they're going to run into too many problems except against the really top of the table like T1, like Gen.G, like DK.
Yeah.
And maybe they're our fourth best team right now. I think it's maybe them or Nongshim.
It's never been a better time to be an Afrika Freaks fan. I mean, they do look like they have really honed in on where their strengths are, and that's something that a lot of teams struggle to figure out. I think Hanwha Life is struggling to figure out how to utilize the fact that Chovy is an insanely mechanically gifted player who always wins lane, who always CSs. I mean, they're putting him on Rise, one of the best champions for that style of play, but they still aren't able to pull it off every time. As we take a look at our POG, it's Fly this game, and he had so many great moments. He really did. He empowered Keen.
Goal difference at end.
Yeah, I mean, sure, against
mid-diff, guys, mid-diff. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just joking. He had an insane game.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to say you weren't joking. I'm just saying, but I know there's a lot of people out there who will be like.
That's why I had to clarify.
Yeah.
Like, this guy, he really made a lot happen. And say what you will about the positioning and the decision here, but that is another sick engage. He gets another one on the top lane fight later on. Fly, you know, sometimes you wonder what can happen if you just take away Set or Orianna, or I suppose the Lulu, which he also had a great game on in game one.
It's funny you mentioned that because, you know, yeah, he had a great game of Lulu, but most teams are actually taking away his Orianna. Most teams are trying to remove the Set, right? But Hanwha Life Esports just completely ignored him in the second game. The Set comes through, and Fly is one of those players that makes me wonder, like, was he meant to play mid? Was he meant to play like top or jungle? Like, you know, it feels like he's not a very strong mid laner overall. I actually gave my vote to Keen because I thought his follow-up engages were really good in this game. But I mean, he's a mid laner. You're never going to replace Keen, sadly. So you're not going to be top. You're not going to replace Dread. So this is just where you are. But I think what he misses, or what he misses in terms of his mechanical plays on some of the other champions, he makes up for in his shot calling.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the interview ready, so I'm going to hand it to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the POG interview translation, and Afrika Freaks is stepping up to the second place with this victory over Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations. Thank you. Afrika Freaks, they are so good these days. You guys are upgraded. How was today's match?
생각보다 쉽지 않은 경기여서
It was not easy as we expected, so I was a little bit nervous.
긴장했던 부분이 있었던 것 같습니다. 드레드 선수 사실 오늘 첫
Dread,
팀이기는
you won your
하지만
first
진작부터
POG of the
팬분들이
split,
드레드 선수의 활약에
but
대해서
a lot of fans were excited
계시거든요.
for your
이런
performance
기대감에
in this
좀 몇
upcoming
퍼센트를
season.
보여줬던
How were you
경기였나요?
able to perform up to that level?
솔직히 스프링 때보다는
To be honest, I
잘한
think
점이 없는 것 같아서
I didn't play
아직
better
보여줄 게
than
더 많다고
I
생각해요.
played in the spring split. I think
그렇군요.
I
더
still have
잘하고
a
싶은
lot
욕심이
more
있는
to
것
show.
같습니다. 플라이 선수도 오늘 팀이 승리하면서
Fly,
4승고지 밟았고
Afrika
2위까지
picked up their
올라왔거든요.
fourth
오늘
win,
경기 소감 들려주시죠.
climbing up to the second place. How are your feelings?
쉽지 않은 경기일 거라고 생각을
Thought it's gonna be a very difficult task for
제
us.
기준에서는 이제 생각보다
And
쉽게
in my
이겨가지고
perspective, I think we had a bit of an easy win.
두 분이 경기에 대해서 느끼는 점이
I
다른
guess
것
you guys are
같습니다.
having a different
자,
opinion
일단
about
드레드 선수 아직 보여줄
how
게
the game
많다고
went,
얘기해
but still,
주셨는데 그중 하나가
Dread, you said
정글
you still
동선이
have a
아닐까
lot more to
싶습니다.
show. I
오늘
think
동선에 대한
part of that
칭찬도
would be your
굉장히
pathing,
많았거든요.
because a
먼저
lot of
1세트
people were
정글
amazed
동선
by your
짚어보자면
smart
미드
pathing
역갱을
in game
성공시키고 나서
1.
게임을 초반부터
You were able
터뜨렸는데요.
to actually
이때
win
상대
the counter
정글이
gank
시야에
on the mid
보이지도
lane really
않았는데
hard,
움직임을
and
알고
then
있는 듯한
you were
모습을
able to, you know,
보여줬습니다.
make the
이게
game pretty
어떻게
much over.
가능했던
How were you able to
플레이였나요?
predict that Arthur was going to the gank mid?
이게 바텀에서 헤카림이 올라오고 있었고
So that was the highlight where,
있었는데
you know,
신짜오가 팔라이브리 쪽에서
Sinja was able to counter gank the mid lane
미드가
game.
서로 노플인 걸 알고
Because both of the mid
있어가지고
laners didn't have
헤카림이 한번
flash,
들릴 수 있다
so I
생각해서
knew that Hecarim might pay a
주변을
visit.
봐줬던 것 같아요.
So I tried to
그럼
stay
어느 정도
around
예측이
that
됐었고
mid lane.
계산이 됐던 플레이였던 건가요?
I guess it was all calculated, right?
좋습니다. 자,
Yes.
그리고 이제 2세트는
Game
시작부터
two,
또 굉장한 정글
We had
동선에
a
대한
very
칭찬이
aggressive
나왔습니다.
pathing
오늘
by
유클리어
you.
선수 선수가 보면서 와 진짜 드레드 선수
Nuclear,
미쳤다. 너무
watching this
잘한다.
game, he was
이렇게
like, oh,
칭찬도
Dread is
해주셨거든요.
crazy today. He's
미드
popping
푸시를
off.
해주면서
So you help
보여주고 나서
fly
상대
mid,
정글로
fly
들어가서
push
과감하게
mid lane,
와드 받고
and then you are able
당당하게
to
카정을 하는
enter
카정
the
플레이의
enemy
정석을
jungle and
보여주셨는데
stole away
이런
their
연구 과정에
camps.
대해서도 얘기를
Can you tell us
해주세요.
about the experiments about this
아무래도
aggressive pathing
스크림 하거나 연습할 때
during the screams or practice?
그냥 그걸 터득한 것 같아요.
I think I
게임을 많이
learned
하면서.
with those
연습만이
process.
답이었군요.
I guess
네,
practice makes
알겠습니다.
perfect,
또 플라이
right?
선수는 미드
Yes.
입장에서 이렇게 미드
That's
푸시도
why, as a
도와주고
mid
미드
laner,
중심으로 잘
how do you like this
봐주는
kind of a
정글
jungler and
동선을
pushing
드레드
the
선수가
mid lane together
보여주면
and having
편하지 않나요?
priority in the jungle?
아니요, 저는 기분 나쁘죠.
No, I
그
feel
입장에서
bad.
이제
I'm
미드
unhappy
경험치를
because
다
he's
먹으면서 가는
stealing
거라.
away my XP.
네, 뭐 급한에서는
But,
기분이 안 좋았습니다.
You know, I wasn't
그냥
happy in
내버려두고
that
가라.
game.
이렇게 팅도 찍으셨나요 혹시?
Did you ping
아니
him?
근데 이게
No, but
어쩔 수 없이 해야 되는
he had to do that
플레이여가지고
play, but
좋지는 않지만 그냥
I didn't like it, but
하라고 했습니다.
I told him to do so.
알겠습니다. 두 분이 이 동선에 대해서도 느끼는 바가 다른 것 같습니다. 자, 이어서 2세트에서는 캐넨이
Game two.
나왔습니다. 서머 첫 번째로
Keen played
등장하기도
Cannon
했는데
for the first
어떤
time
배경이
in the
있을까요?
Summer Split.
플라이 선수?
Could you tell us about that pick?
일단 그엔 상대로 좋은 픽이라고
It's a
좀
good pick
알려져
into
있고
Gwen. It's a
저희
well-known
조합에서도
pick to be a
이제
counter pick for
딱 맞는
Gwen,
픽이라고
and that was the
생각해서
perfect
그때 픽했던 것
pick
같아요.
to complete our composition.
그래서 이 캐넨이 좋은 활약을 보여주기도 했었는데요. 사실 이 세트는
Game two.
뒤집히고 또 뒤집었던
It was actually going
경기였잖아요.
back and
특히나
forth.
잘 큰
Everyone was
라이즈가
winning
굉장히
and then
까다로웠을
losing,
것
especially that
같은데
Rise
이
getting
부분을
super
어느 정도
fed heading to
의식하면서
the
어떻게
late game was
역전각을 노렸나요?
looking a little bit
일단
intimidating.
라이즈가 아무리 잘 커봤자 저희 조합
it doesn't
상대로
matter
딜러키가
how-
쉽지가 않거든요.
How
그래서
scaled the Rise was because
그냥
he
이즈가
doesn't
큐만 쓰면서
have this
하면은
angle
정신
to
못 차린다.
do damage up against us. So we were just wanted to play around the poke damage
미드를
from
빌드로
Ezreal.
후반을 노려보자. 라는 계획이 있었군요. 그리고 마지막 순간에
In the
하나생명이 이제
late
라이즈
game,
궁타고
Hana
탑쪽으로
Life
넘어오는 장면이
actually
있었는데
used
아프리카
Realm Warp
프릭스
in the
선수들은
middle of
이걸
the
어느 정도
Africa Freaks
예상하셨나요?
players.
플라이
Did you
선수?
see that coming?
저희 입장에서는
For our point of view,
올 거라고 생각을 하지도
we
못했거든요.
didn't predict
왜냐면
that.
각이
We didn't see
아니었으니까.
that coming because
네.
that was not the right
폭탄이 있고
angle.
그런데 들어가지고
But they just went in.
뭐지? 하면서
So I was
이제
like,
좋아하면서
what was
이제
that? And we were happy
네.
to
좋습니다. 네.
invite
그럼
them over
어떻게 이렇게
there.
딱 했는지 저희가 장면 보면서
So we
더
have a
자세히
replay
얘기
prepared, so
나눠보도록
let's take a look
하겠습니다.
at it together.
이 장면이었는데요.
So this is the replay. Rise is sending in the Hana Life players in front of the Africa Freaks members.
어떤 콜들이 오갔나요?
What kind of comms went back and
머리
forth?
위에 떨어지더라고요.
They were just falling right on top of my head.
자연스럽게 이제
I just like,
구도가 좋게 나오면서
this was a really good position for us actually to take this fight. So we just wanted to, you know, keep fighting out.
드레드 선수는 이때 어떤 상황이었나요?
What about you, Dread?
이제 저희 머리 앞으로 오길래
They just running into
세트에서
our
3인스턴을
face.
넣은 순간
And
이겼다.
once Seth was able to find
그렇습니다.
Thurman
세트에
facebreaker,
3인스턴
we were like,
굉장했습니다.
we just won.
자, 이렇게 두 선수분들이 활약해주면서
With this
아프리카 프릭스가
phenomenal
어느새
performance
4승고지에
from
올랐고요.
Dread and Flay.
확실히
Fly,
스프링보다는
Africa
달라졌다는
Freaks
평가를
locked in
듣고
fourth
있습니다.
win of the
선수들이
split.
느끼기에도
And a lot of
달라졌다고
people are
느끼는
saying
부분이
that
딱히
Africa
있을까요?
has stepped up.
승패가 달라지지 않았나요?
I think the biggest
결과가
change is about
달라졌다.
our win and
딱히
loss.
저희 주변에서 바뀐 거라고는
Nothing was changed inside us.
네. 잘 모르겠습니다.
I don't know.
그냥 팀원들이
But
잘해줘가지고
I think
그런 것 같아요.
we kind of performed better,
알겠습니다.
and we
그
were able to get
팀원들
more
중 한
wins.
명이 오늘 리엔즈 선수였고요. 리엔즈 선수가
One of your
LCK
teammates
통산
was
2000어시를
Lian, and
기록하기도
he was
했습니다.
able
알고
to
계셨나요?
hit 2K assists in the LCK.
방금 알았어요.
Were you aware of that? No,
그러면
just now.
축하한다고 한마디씩 해주시죠.
Any celebration or wishes for him?
제 입장에선 별로 감흥 없긴 한데
Well,
일단
I don't think that's
2000킬에서
anything special
축하하고
for
그냥
me,
할 말이
but
없네요.
congratulations. But I have nothing to say, to be
알겠습니다.
honest.
플라이 선수도 한마디
What about you,
해주시죠.
Fly?
네. 축하해.
Congratulations.
마음속으로는 굉장히 많이 축하해주고
You have
있다는
a
걸
lot more
리엔즈
to say
선수도 알
deep
것
down in
같습니다.
your
리엔즈
heart,
선수
and I'm
축하드리고요.
sure
자,
Lian knows
이어서는
that
오늘
as well.
LCK의
Wrapping
유일한
up,
전승팀
your
젠지를
next
다음 경기에서
opponent will be
만나게
Genji,
됩니다.
the only
지금 각성한
undefeated
아프리카
team
보드라면
in
충분히
the
꺾어볼 수도
LCK,
있을
but
것
the current
같은데 다음
form
경기 가고
of
들어볼게요.
Africa
플라이 선수.
can stop them, right?
젠지 좀 한번 이겨보고 싶은데.
I really,
네.
really want to
저희
beat
기세 탔으니까
Genji, and we are on a huge momentum right
이제는
now.
이길 때가 되지 않았나
I think this is
싶어요.
about time for us to
그러니까 좀
defeat them.
긴장했으면 좋겠습니다.
I hope
젠지.
you know they are afraid of us.
때가 됐군요, 사람들. 드레드 선수도
What
가고
about you, Dread?
들어볼게요.
쉽지 않은 상대가 될 것
It's
같은데
a tough
이제
opponent.
정글은
But in the jungle,
아무래도 제가 이길 것
I
같아서
think I'm gonna
긴장하셔야 될
win.
거예요.
I'm gonna win the jungle, so you better be
굉장한
prepared.
자신감을 보여줬습니다. 앞으로의 활약이 더
Overflowing
기대되는데요. 오늘의 승리
confidence
정말
from
정말
Fred.
축하드립니다.
And once
인터뷰
again,
감사합니다.
congratulations on the win, and thank you very much for the interview. This was Fred and Fly from
네,
Africa
이렇게
Freaks,
해서
and I'm
아프리카
gonna
프릭스의
pass
플라이
it back
선수
to our
그리고
casters.
드레드 선수 만나봤습니다.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation there of the interview. This time around, as Africa will pick up another win. They have one more game than Gen.G, which they will be facing off against on Saturday.
That's right. They have an opportunity to take that first place spot, in fact, if they do win it. So pretty big for them, and it would be pretty awesome to see Africa's rise back to power. However, you know, a lot of people have pointed it out online. You know, we've talked about it a little bit. It has been a fairly weaker schedule for Africa. That Gen.G test is going to be one of the big ones. They already did get crushed by what people are calling the autofill Damwon Kia. So we'll see how it goes against Gen.G. Speaking of Damwon Kia, they're up next here. This should be an interesting one.
DK up against Bro. We'll see what kind of lineup DK wants to bring in, and if Bro has any chance at all. Today might be a quick day if Game 1 is a stomp like we've been seeing a little bit here in the beginning of the day. But guys, we're going to take a bit of a break, maybe 50-ish minutes. When we come back, we will have that second match of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the second match. Welcome back, everybody, here at the LCK. We're moving into our second match of the night. Game1 Kia up against Fred Brion and Stilmy Valdez with Wolf. And we had a bit of a 2-0 blowout for our beginning match. We're thinking that this could be the follow-up with Dom1 and their weird roster swaps, and Fred Brion not having too much luck recently.
Yeah, it certainly has looked a little bit rough for Fred Brion, but maybe with these roster swaps, they can pull off an upset. I don't think they'll take this series, but maybe they can pull it to a Game 3. That's the hope anyways, as even though Game1 Kia are doing this, what people have called the autofill strategy, because it's easier to say that, I guess, than to say everything that's happening. They've faced weaker opponents. Africa was their toughest yet. They crushed them, and it just keeps going. The streak continues, right? And this is another opponent that they face where you don't expect them to have to use substitutions. You don't expect them to have to do anything out of the ordinary. And even if they walk away with this with a 2-0 win, you don't feel like you've learned that much about it either. Like, we're still waiting for Game1 Kia to hit the tougher opponents.
Yeah, for sure. As we're going to take a look at the rosters, of course, for weeks 3 and 4. No changes here, as you would expect. Just you know, an update just in case anything's happening. Marong's still on the roster and still playing today. And no changes on the side of Bro either.
Nope. Just important to let everyone know that there have been no changes. You could see they're hunting for their 3rd straight win. And Fred Brion needs a momentum shift. Remember spring round 1? Yeah, this is always going to be the case every time Game1 Kia and Fred Brion face off against each other. It's like, I feel like in 5 years, I'll be like, remember that one time in 2021 spring season? Like, maybe Fred Brion will upset once again. No, we're always trying to hold on to that narrative because it was one of the bigger upsets last season. And Lava has won every POG in games where Fred Brion has won. We talked about it before, a lot of back-to-backs for him. And Canyon actually said in a pre-game interview that he said, unless I have the advantage in picks, I think he will have the upper hand. So basically saying, unless I have a good matchup, you know, he thinks he's going to end up struggling a little bit against Lava, showing a lot of respect for what is arguably Fred Brion's strongest player right now.
Yeah, I mean, for this split, absolutely. You can just tell by the way they have been playing as we take a look at the team stats here. Fred Brion don't kill a lot of champions. As you can see, the champion kills per minute there. They're in 10th out of 10 teams. But they do get a decent amount of objectives. They're 1st in terms of Dragon percentage and 4th in Baron percentage. So we'll see if maybe they can use that macro and actually turn that into wins, whereas they've been getting ahead in some games but not really able to close the door on a lot of them.
Yeah, you know, last season when they had leads, it felt like they played very passively, but they didn't make a lot of mistakes, generally speaking, around those objectives. And sometimes, you know, they would win games with only a 1 or 2 kill lead in the early game. But as we take a look at these two teams walking out, Fred Brion is a roster that, unfortunately, this season has been making a lot of macro mistakes, a lot of mistakes in terms of objective control. And this is the one team you just cannot afford to make mistakes on the map on. Game1 Kia, a team that will crush you when they are behind, but when they're ahead, don't even get me started. When we've watched this team dominate spring, we saw them 1 game away from winning MSI. After winning, of course, the World Championship in 2020. And I mean, this is a team that needs no introduction. The only caveat to that is that, again, Malrong is technically starting as AD carry, but we all know where these players are going if you've been following the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's just role swaps for 3 players, basically. Well, 2 players, actually, because Malrong always the jungler, of course. And then Canyon moving into mid and Showmaker moving into AD carry are the 2 swaps. As we're taking a look here at Fred Brion.
Yeah, it's no big slouch, too, to actually to look at Umpty, right? Like, he's no slouch was what words were trying to come out of my mouth, and better pick that up real quick. Because we've been talking a lot about Lava. We've been talking about Lava into Canyon and mid, but, you know, Umpty is a player who has been very strong, and some people would even argue he's stronger than what Malrong has shown us before these kind of weird role swaps. If you look at Malrong's history, in fact, Umpty has a 9-0 record against Malrong, historically speaking, in his career. So that's a jungle matchup we'll definitely be zooming in on pretty close in game to see if Malrong can actually get the better hand here with a stronger roster around him. This is the strongest roster Malrong has ever played on.
Sign says, are you a strong team? Well, then you can't pass us, basically. And you know, Fred Brion does have kind of a reputation at this point of being Kingslayers. They've done it to Game1 Kia, they've done it to T1. and they're looking for more. Maybe another notch on their belt, perhaps. As here's the roster once again. Just no changes from the last 2 times, I believe.
Nope, yep, nothing changed. Again, this is just how they submit their roster because Ghost is subbed out, but we will see changes in game. We will see the swaps come through. The UI will be positioned correctly with everybody where they actually are at. Whereas, as mentioned before, Fred Brion, no new players in weeks 3 and 4. We're not seeing Chieftain come in or Yaharong. Lava has performed so well. I mean, before we started this season, I was really disappointed that we didn't see Yaharong in any games, especially in the first 2. But then Lava's really performed, so. Moving on from that, though, let's take a look at Khan, who's played so many champions, just like last season. He's leading the pack. He's played 8 different unique champions in the top lane. He's 3rd in terms of damage per minute, and that's including a series where they lost to KT Rolster in one of our most one-sided series of the tournament. Kill participation, #1 across the board. 72.5% of Dom1 Kia's kills he's been involved in, and that's because he's so good at initiating, he's so good at reading the map. He is always where he needs to be.
Yep, and on the other side, we do have King Lava coming in here. And keep in mind that Fred Brion right now, the standings don't really reflect the stats of Lava. Lava individually is having a pretty awesome split so far. As you can see, all of these selected stats are up towards the top.
Yeah, I mean, look at the CS percentage, 15 to 30. They give him almost all of the farm, right? He has 27.6% of all farm gained on the map from 15 to 30 minutes, which means he's side laning incredibly well. He's efficiently getting that gold. And I guarantee you, #1 is Chovy, right? So behind Chovy, he is the one who gets the most CS.
Oh, another one of these signs.
Well, this one's just hashtags at least.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hashtag con and Malrong on the right side as well. Something on your mind.
Pro League throwback.
And another one of these. I couldn't read those in time. Small letters. I don't know why this is like the trend nowadays to fill out the sign. It's just to show your passion, you know?
And really test the caster's ability to read small letters.
Yeah, true. Oh, boy.
We do have blue side selection here for Dom1 Kia, who are the home team for this series. Koma on stage. He's had a smile on his face ever since we started the role swaps. Yeah.
Yeah. I forget who said it. I think it was Malrong. He's like, I thought it was a joke when the coach first brought it up. So apparently, you know, the coaches came in and they're like, this is what's happening, guys.
Yeah.
We are making these changes. And it might be crazy, but let's try it out. I think it'll work. And it is Koma after all, so.
The thing about it is, it's one of the least likely things I feel for Koma to do. He is usually pretty well known as a very strict coach who has one of the hardest practice regimes that he sets up for his regiments that he sets up for his players. He's, you know, always got a bit of a serious look on his face, right, as a coach throughout the years. Not always, right, but generally speaking. And to see a big demeanor change in him, I feel has really changed the demeanor of the players. And even in the Kespa Cup, when Dom1 Kia won, he was interviewed afterwards, and he was like, yeah, well, I know my players are really excited. They just won Worlds. This is a pretty easy win, but we've got to keep everybody practicing. We've got to keep grinding. I'm not letting our players really take a break. And maybe there's an argument that that got a little bit too much for Dom1 Kia after the MSI loss, and now he's trying to bring things back lighthearted. That's a smart move. As we head into this draft, Valdez, Viego off the table right away.
Showing that respect for sure. He will not be allowed. And it's funny how many of our champions that got banned on 11-12 are still getting banned, or nerfed rather, are still getting banned here on 11-12. As Nocturne comes in, this is really fast. At least they ban away the Akali. So you don't want to see that again, but we do get the first pick Rumble from DK.
Malrong has played, you know, 3 of his 4 games so far this season on the Rumble. It's been by far his best champion. His Volibear, which he played a very similar style to Clids, and also to how he's played his Rumble, where he camps lanes and takes a long paths and hides and brushes. Worked out pretty well. Love to see the set priority here in this second series. Very high up here. And very likely will go to Lava as we see Xin Zhao coming through now. And this may force a bit of a change here in the draft for Dom1 Kia. Now, this is usually used against something like a Nocturne, Akali, and Diana. But actually, in this case, Nocturne's banned. Rumble's the jungle pick, so we're not going to be seeing any of that heavy dive. Akali also banned, so
yeah,
this is kind of a statement pick here for Fred Brion. Like, we're going to play this no matter what.
And yeah, exactly. And they're, they've been listening to the global cast here at the LCK. And take a look at that follow-up picks from Damwon Kia. They were immediately like, okay, what can kite? What can have range advantage on you? Ezreal comes out, Gnar comes out. The ability to kite people out until Mega Gnar and then jump right in when the timing is correct. Kind of like what DK have picked in response to Bro's first couple of picks.
The Kalista pick here I do really like into the Ezreal. And there's a lot of bans you want to pull out here as Damwon Kia, but you don't have the opportunity to do all of them. Like, Lulu is something to look at, but also the Alistar is something that pairs really well with the Kalista, but it could be Set that's going to be support here with the Kalista. Alistar is actually banned by Fred, so that's no longer on the cards. But Jace, something to consider here too. With the Sylas, those are the two strongest bans that we usually see when Gnar is picked in first rotation like this. So that's where I expect that second ban to go for Damwon Kia as the Jace. But it does leave a lot of opportunities here for Fred in terms of their support picks. And Karma feels like a bit of a no-brainer ban here, but they'll take away the Leona instead.
Yeah, the Alistar, I understood. Leona, a little bit interesting, maybe more targeting towards Beryl. As you mentioned, they're looking to target out support specifically. Lulu is going to be the follow-up here. That makes a lot of sense with the Xin Zhao, the Set, all of this synergy that they do have alongside of that pick.
But it means that Jace is left open, and that's a very strong pick into the Gnar here for Hoya. Very easy to just flex the set pick mid. However, as I was talking about before, you can also still play him as a support. With the Azir coming through here, that's still an opportunity. As Ryze has really jumped up in priority a lot here in Korea these last 2 weeks. Will actually be the choice here for Canyon in mid. And Beryl, with some of his strongest and more popular champions removed, looks like it's going to go to the next best thing on his tier list, which will be the Nautilus.
Yeah. And it's definitely great follow-up on the potential engage and the bit of wombo combo that you have with the Rumble as well. But also the Ryze, we talked about this in the last series, is very good into champions that are going to be running straight at you or need to keep you in short range, because Ryze's spells are relatively short range. I really do like that as your pick, though. I think that kind of adds range. You can kind of shore that up and also can get into the thick of things with the composition that they have already.
Playing Gwyn into Khan on the Gnar feels very bold. The Jace felt like a lot more safe and simple to play in the top lane for Hoya. Khan is Hoya's role model, by the way. He said this in several interviews. He says that, Khan is kind of one of the players that inspired him to be a top laner, one of the players that really makes him feel like he's got a unique play style that the players should look up to. And now he's chosen a really not easy matchup, actually, with the Gwen. Gnar is very mobile, can also chip away with his boomerang, so could have picked the Jace and really zoned him out. He hovered the Gangplank, which is another strong option to the Gnar, but instead just wants to have a little bit more side lane control to keep this game kind of extended. Wow. I do want to point out, we have a lot of Lava fans in the video tonight. I noticed like 3 when I was walking up here, and I'm like, wow, Lava's not a player that had a whole lot of fans in spring season, but he is really
They were just waiting until he had his big moments, and then they're like, okay, now we can come out of the woodwork. There were so many of them. And it helps that, of course, guys, if you didn't see the first series, we have extra audience in here today because we're slowly opening things up from 10% to 20% capacity as we do take a look at this draft from DK.
Yep. Now, I guess we always have to say the Showmaker will, of course, be playing bottom. This is not mid Ezreal. This is not jungle Ryze. We do have role swaps here.
What?
In terms of the lane prio,
not jungle Ryze.
It's not going to be easy for Hoya on the top lane, but it is a winnable matchup. And if you do end up getting a really early kill, that can be one of the matchups you snowball. Obviously, Kalista Set is going to be so strong into the Ezreal lane early on. So, but if Brionne do have some opportunities to get ahead early with this draft, utilize the CC they have, and then split up into a little bit of side lane control. It can 1-3-1 a little bit against what Damwon Kia are running, because they don't have a really high mobility punish type champion that's going to go down and kill Lava in the side lane, so Azir will even be able to somewhat freely side lane this game. Went for the comment that we see all the time nowadays. Into the Ryze. Will be fun to see how Canyon performs, because like I mentioned earlier, if you're just tuning in, Canyon said he respects Lava a lot. He feels like if he doesn't have a winning matchup, it's going to be a really hard game. And this one not as clear cut as some of the other Azir matchups that he wins.
Yeah,
but
I think there's just going to be a farm fest in the mid lane.
Yeah.
I don't think Canyon's going to be making any big moves. I don't think that. I mean, Lava can absolutely get some work done, especially if Umpty is around, and especially after level 6. But Ryan's has some pretty awesome wave clear, especially at those levels. So maybe you can just kind of avoid the lane entirely, try to farm up and go ahead with that. So maybe it just doesn't even have to interact with the Azir. Really do like this Azir pick, though. I feel like it rounds out their draft really nicely. And Lava is a great Azir player, so overall, big fan.
Yeah. ㅅ is being extremely aggressive, actually, in this lane, zoning Khan out at level 1. This will get harder, of course, later on, but you do take your E first. You have a little bit of extra mobility, get a little bit of extra attack speed.
This is quite annoying to
Very
deal with.
frustrating, yeah.
And it's good to see.
Like, look at this.
Yeah, he's getting in there again. ㅅ, before this game, we had him on camera. He did look a little bit nervous, and we always wondered, like, what is going on with ㅅ? Because he has always placed very highly in solo queue. He's obviously a very strong mechanical player. But when you come into big games, especially against other top laners, he always seems to flop. Like, he got absolutely mauled by Keen in, I think it was the first matchup that we had. And we were just like, man, this is just not easy to watch. And I was a little bit worried for him coming into this matchup because Khan is also another one of these very dominant, aggressive top laners that can really take over a lane. But it's good to see that so far he's not really backing down. He's using the tools that, of course, Gwen does have in her kit, as we got a big trade coming in here. Kind of going to miss on that one.
Malrong is here. He's baiting this super hard.
And there it is. The flash comes in. The harpoon is going to land. Is he in range? Yes, he is. First blood given over to Malrong, level 3 on the Rumble. Gets in there and picks up the kill.
I mean, it's Malrong. You have to expect he's hiding in every brush around you every time. It was super well played, though, by Canyon. Like, he sold the idea extremely well. If the League of Legends thing doesn't work out, man, he could be door to door.
There you go. As Sovik is getting jumped on here, he tries to flash away. The heal is attempting to keep him alive, but it will not. Somehow Henna gets aggro, but it doesn't matter because the dive is, in fact, successful, and they take down Showmaker.
Yeah, this is an amazing start here. The bottom lane, you always want to have that prio threatening the Ezreal, but they're able to roam down and make this kill happen, or rather, Umpty's able to come down for the gank. Because Malrong had just spent all of his resources mid and then has to go clear his own jungle, so ends up being a 1-for-1 on the map. First blood gold going to be pretty significant going over to Malrong, and this is how Malrong likes to play the game. He doesn't like to farm the jungle very much. So the style we're seeing from a few junglers in the LCK right now, notably Clid, Malrong, and of course we saw last game Dread, where you don't really play farming jungle even if you have a quick clear champion. You actually instead just spend a lot of time ganking and trying to snowball your lanes that way.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have certain lanes. You were talking about seeing a lot of Ryze nowadays. Ryze definitely a champion with great gank assists, and generally not at this point. I mean, you can still do the combo, but really it's all about the bait, as you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, you can see that Malrong is rotating up. Canyon has an extended trade. And you can actually tell by the comms this wasn't extremely well coordinated in terms of communication. It was just a read from Malrong and came up and punished. Like, they did not call for this. He's just reading the map. It's just that basic. Now, this is not going to be the first person read here on this one, but a lot of damage output in this lane between the Kalista and the set. Umpty comes down for a little bit of extra secure there. Very basic trade back. Yeah, that was one of those moves where I thought we'd have like the sick, almost, anime plot line of like baiting in terms of the comms, but actually like not a word was shared, which is very unusual.
It's possible that he was calling him over earlier and we just didn't get those on the comms, but as you mentioned, it was very much just like Canyon going for trades. He missed the skill shot. He was like, oh crap. But then it was just the cleanup that did come in. Malrong is spotted here, so immediately Henna and Delayed stop trading. They back away. And it's really cool to see how aggressive Canyon is being in that mid lane as well. I was talking about how this is mostly going to be a farm lane, but Canyon is making it his duty, his job to basically put on as much pressure as possible in terms of trading.
Now look at the top side too. I mean, we talk about some of these solo lane matchups. talked about how it was going to be a little bit tougher for Hoya. He made the best of his early game, but now that Gnar has hit level 6, you can't play that game anymore. You can't tease, you can't threaten, you're not going to be able to look for trades. If you do trade extended against Gnar, he will kill you, especially if he has his Gnar bar available, as Khan does right now. Like, you just can't even be near him. And that's just how it goes. So this matchup now is kind of like, well, could have been the Jace, right? Could have seen a little bit more control over the side of the map, but he's going to focus more on that strong split pushing side of the Gwen here and some of the what she's going to offer in later on team fights versus a Rumble instead of actually looking for the win in lane.
Canyon is so annoying to lane against. This is not something you see very often. I mean, even Chovy is the type of player that he will highlight CS over everything, right? He'll take good trades. Don't get me wrong, he will get aggressive at times, but like Canyon is basically just like, I only trade. I will get the CS if I can. But first and foremost, let me stand behind the enemy ranged minions and take aggressive trades, and then I'll try to CS. Like, look at his positioning. He has no fear. He's playing exactly to where Malrang is. His positioning has been good. His understanding of the lane has been great.
Malrang is, oh man, he's going all the way around.
So stupid. It's great to see. Don't get me wrong. It's just he is getting pretty crazy.
Malrang might actually have to join if this keeps happening, or if this is extended, but not going to happen. Gets a flash.
It's one of those trades that, you know, as the Azir, generally you would be happy. It's like, okay, ult for flash. Next time I get my ult up, he's not going to have his flash up. That's going to be a good trade in terms of time. But at the same time, Kenny's just so aggressive that it's like, okay, I survived. And that's actually more valuable than anything else right now. Hoya doesn't seem like he knew he was even up here. And that's going to be an easy kill onto him as Canyon is making the Rift his alone.
The vision was cleared on the top side of the red jungle very early on, and they had a control ward, and only now you see that coming over and being cleared by Delight. But in the moments prior to that, you didn't know exactly where Canyon was going to be. You knew he had the long wraparound onto lava, but that vision was completely removed. There wasn't any warding there whatsoever, so can't blame Hoya too much for that in terms of knowing that he was there, because there just was no way for him to know. But if he had played a little bit safer, he might have been able to avoid this. Either way, it's a really, really, really rough lane for the Gwen, and now it's even harder, right? You know, she does end up going down here. Malrang is getting a little bit fed. So, Fred Brion trying to see if they can maybe get both objectives here in the interim with the reset. And it looks like they're going to get away with this.
Yeah, I mean, they rotated their entire bot lane up, whereas Showmaker, he's been feeling a bit of the pressure down on the bottom side, especially after the dive, so he just sits back down there. He's going to just farm it out.
Oh, it's a Malrang move, but there's a ward for this one. Oh, okay, yeah, no, he's going to see it.
Right on the ward, Malrang will just clear that out. So Hoya's like, why do you guys have to bully me every single time I play the game? As it seems very common that this has happened to Hoya.
Yeah. With Khan having Demolish here too, it's just very frustrating when you have to sit under a turret like this. No, you can't trade back. No, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
And Showmaker gets a lot of free farm down here in a tough matchup too. He went for a cull, so he's just playing very safe because he knows the whole game plan for Ezreal is just survive till you get your items up, right? And he's got a few pieces coming along here as we're going to watch this Canyon gank one more time. Khan's in Mega Gnar. Comet doesn't land, but he gets the root, and then Khan's able to just come in here, knock him into the wall. Easy as that. He just doesn't know. And even if he does know, like, he's going to lose so... I mean, if he had the idea, like, this might happen, if he leaves and it doesn't happen, he loses so much CS. Like, it's a lose-lose situation for Hoya there. You got to feel for him. He's a flashless Gwen, you know, like...
And that's why you were mentioning maybe you go for something a little bit stronger in the lane, but so far this has not been very fun for him. He's down 1,000 gold, and you can see Barrel's doing his best trying to clear vision and get vision in their own jungle so that they don't get dived. Unfortunately, I mean, Umpty just being here is enough, and it is going to push them off of the turret as Khan doesn't have Mega Gnar. He is getting a lot of plates, but you would expect the first turret blood to go down in the bottom lane, as here it does go.
Oh, meanwhile, Hoya's looking for the all-in.
And you know, Needle's nearly landing. He is going to push him up, but here comes the rotation, and it's a rise, so good luck getting away from this, Hoya. Yeah, very unfortunate. He doesn't have anything else, and he will go down.
That's going to be the turret too. So even though bottom turret and all the plates do go over to Fred at Brion, and they do get first brick, it's going to be traded back. So the first brick gold going to be a little bit neutralized here by the fact that this is going to be a kill on top of the full turret. Delight does come up actually, in fact, so it's not going to be the turret right now. It will be eventually, but you do see the lane swap coming through. I actually really like this a lot for Fred at Brion because you're going to relieve some of that top pressure. You're actually the ones to get here first, so it forces a reaction. A lot of lost time here actually for Khan when he does swap back down. Showmaker gets to farm up the last bits of those minions bottom side too. So when you think about what Kallista's value is going to be early on in the lane, sure, she got an assist there. She did get prio. She gave a lot of control on the bottom side of the map. But Ezreal is still very much right on her heels in this game, and he's going to be way more valuable in those late game team fights than she will, just because he has more consistent poke and more consistent damage output, plus the mobility that Ezreal has. So handled well here by Dom1 Kia, but I like the lane swap for just a moment there anyways. They're going to group up now for the Drake.
And, you know, even though some of these lanes are a bit of a disaster for Fred at Brion, they also got the first Herald, the first Drake, looking like the second Drake here. There's no competition being done over that one. That's going to go the way of Zhao there. As we're going to take another look at this trade, see how it all opens up.
Yep. Third needles there, not enough to finish off Khan. And then Realm Warp from, you know, downtown. She's stuck between the turret and the wall, which means it's impossible to miss the equalizer, and Malrang finishes off the kill. This is just going to be the comms for the call to
내 궁타워 가던가. 그냥 따위 박자. 빨리 하자.
Just hurry, like, let's kill him as soon as possible. Like, what we're highlighting here is that he's basically just like waste as little time as possible while we kill him, because there's no question that we kill him. It's just how quickly we do it.
And we didn't get the comms like right before that started again. I wanted to see, was there any call from Khan? You know, where was the communication? Was it just Canyon noticing that Khan was getting engaged on, getting all in essentially, and that's what opens up the potential for the rotation?
Yeah.
Or was it, you know, Khan calling for it?
I'm not 100% sure, but it is possible that in these first-person comms, the rest of the audio from the rest of the team is muted, in fact, and we only get the audio from that player, which would actually explain a lot. Try to get confirmation of that later.
It seems like that's the way it is.
Yeah, I've just thought about that in the last one where we said it was silent, because that would be crazy, right, if that was actually the case. And then in this one, it kind of...
Probably Malrang is screaming, like, I'm going! Like, we just don't hear it at all.
We're like, yeah, a little bit quiet on the call.
Yeah. As we get the first blood. Strange.
Well, like you said, the objective control has been pretty good here for Fred at Brion. Their Drake percentage is going up. That is definitely one of their strong points, is how many Drakes they do get in these games. We've seen Fred at Brion go 4-0 and lose the game, so it hasn't always, you know, contributed to victories, even when they do have Drake control. But very good start for them in that regard. Okay, Lava, that's not turret shot he was hoping to take. It was a bit of a mistake there. Well, this is what I was talking about with the Azir. In this game, you're very free to side lane aggressively, actually. There's not a great punish champion that can pound you down very quickly. You don't have like a Camille who's going to zip over the wall and blow you up, or an Akali who's going to come and 100-0 you from a long distance away. As long as you have a little bit of vision, you can go all the way to that top turret, in fact. So that's a big boon for Azir in this game, where you're a little bit behind in gold, but you can catch up very quickly when you do get that free side laning.
Some interesting itemization. We have the Wit's End coming out from Henna. He's up against Rise Rumble, so kind of makes sense. Yeah. And Ezreal, by the way. So
magic resistance pretty big.
Yeah, you're gonna like it in this game. So skipping over the mythic item for now, but we'll see what else he does build into.
So maybe a Rage Blade on the way next year, and might actually finish things off with the Immortal Shield Bow at the end.
Likely.
And it's kind of leans into actually having a little bit more power in these skirmishes safely.
Okay, trying to get on top of Beryl, who just walks into the brush here. He is able to get that Aftershock up, but here's the set engage, and the stopwatch buys so much time for Beryl, as the teleport will be baited out here from Lava, trying to get into the fight.
Yep, ends up being nobody dies, but a pretty successful trade for Fred at Brion. They're going to push this mid wave out. Drake's not up for 90 seconds here. The Rift Herald, however, is up, so Dam1 Kia really have to stick around here. It's really unfortunate that Beryl actually has to back at this really critical timing because he got so low.
Oh, however, going in, and where have we seen this before onto the set? It looks like this time maybe he dies. Nope. Maybe just another moment where people get baited in by set. How many times have we seen this happen? At least he does go down. Now Khan's trying to get in 1v4, and he does have an Ezreal behind him, but he's not quite close enough to put in the damage. Canyon is up on the top side of the map, just going to ult up to the wave. As now with the, I mean, there's no dragon, but Bro just going to be happy with what they got.
Yeah, Fred and Brian are going to have to reset here. Umpty is very, very low, so they're going to have to back. And this gives a huge opportunity for Dam1 Kia to get into better position here. And now they can actually group up. As we watch this one more time, like you said, the set being, you know, is going to end up absorbing a lot of this aggro here. Delight does turn around. It's a beautiful stopwatch here from Malrong. Showmaker flashes forward. Delight is going to get burned down by that equalizer damage, I believe it was. Really nice over the wall here from Showmaker. I think it was just his, actually no, it was his flash that he used to go through. He already used his shift. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's a better trade for Fred and Brian, but because they reset, it may cost them. So the Drake's not quite spawned yet. So we are going to have that straight up 5v5 team fight for it, it looks like here. And this is a fight that Dam1 Kia cannot afford to give up. They gave up the first two Drakes without any contest, but this one you just cannot let go. It's going to give Fred and Brian sole point. They have almost all of their ultimates online. The Realm Warp really not that critical for this one since they're already here.
A lot of summoners down for DK as we're getting the engage once again. Equalizer does come in. Balrog will survive, but Beryl will not have the same fate as the Gnar is taken out, and he can't find a good angle for his ultimate. That's going to be Fred and Brian taking the support down and taking the advantage at this moment in time.
Beryl, you know, I mean, we criticize a lot of his laning, but some of his weakest moments in MSI were positional mistakes. And in this case, again, he's trying to find a greedy pull to maybe set up the team fight for Dam1 Kia. They know the Lava, you know, probably still didn't have his Emperor's Divide online, so you have this really tiny window where maybe you can pull this off. But the engage tools and the CC for Fred and Brian are so good that if you don't make that happen, or if your team is just a little bit off in terms of where their positioning is to set up for that play, you're going to get punished for it. You know, last time he had to back, he almost died. This time he actually pays for it with his life. But at least trade objectives for this. The Rift Herald will go over to Malrong. But Fred and Brian get what's way more important than the second Rift Herald is soul point. So I think they're definitely very happy with how things are going in this game at this stage.
Absolutely. Daman get the consolation prize.
Yeah.
The participation award, basically. And, you know, they can use that to take down the mid-tier one. It's not terrible. But
look at where Beryl is right now, clearing this ward. He's going to end up eating a lot of damage. Now he rotates back in, and he goes for the hook. But, like, there's so much lockdown and so much burst damage on the side of Fred and Brian that once he's gone, once he's punished, like, and as you mentioned, Malrong is basically dead too in the early part of this fight. Before this even really begins, you can't really do anything. Bye-bye.
No Gnar for you.
Delight with the heroic play there. That was pretty tunnel visioned on Beryl, but that was actually a pretty amazing moment there.
Yeah. No, I mean, how many times have we seen players just, they see the set and they just get so angry? I don't know why.
Yeah,
it's
like people
have
think
to engage onto him.
People think set's squishy or something. They're like, no, let's kill this guy real quick. He's
like,
out of position.
Especially support set. It's like, oh, you probably doesn't have that many items. Doesn't really matter. He has a lot of effective health with his abilities.
Yeah, his base, you know, armor in health is very high. Not to mention the shielding that you mentioned from the Haymaker, Grit, all of these things. Definitely a bad guy to focus on, unfortunately. Dam1 Kia are by no means really in control of this game. They have a little bit of a gold lead. They're down 3 Drakes. You know, we're watching an Azir kill a turret on the side lane for free because there's no threats as Umpty here going to try to maybe collapse on Malrong. He's clearing this wave with the equalizer. He'll be fine.
I like the proto belt. Henna's direction does a speck of damage, but
at least
wasn't going to use that to clear the wave anyway, so might as well.
Yeah, at least you know, Canyon was able to push bottom a little bit, but the wave's being caught from Hoya, and the gold lead is falling very, very quickly here. Dam1 Kia have a scaling Ezreal, have a scaling Ryze, and Malrong's going to scale fine in this game because he got pretty fed early. It's actually going to be, you know, pretty good. But I think a lot of this game is going to be decided by Beryl and Khan. Their initiations have to be really good to set up that extra damage.
Yeah, it's kind of rough though. You know, you're looking at the Azir, you're looking at the set for possible disengage. I mean, we saw it in that last one. It's not always going to be that perfect, and I'm sure Khan will find his moments, but Bro definitely playing very confidently with the pieces that they have in this composition. And they've just been fine to, you know, sit here on Mountain Soul Point and take team fights if Dom1 want to. They're not rushing anything.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice to see.
And also, you know, if you're Lava here too, you can kind of make the call if it feels like you're losing control of the side lanes around the Drake, or you end up losing Drake Prio, for example. Like, you're going to lose this mid turret. I mean, it's extremely low, so that's going to make it a little bit harder. You're going to say, look, I'll just sit back and farm. We have this advantage, so we don't actually need to really keep pushing the issue here. And you can rely on your scaling. Dom1 Kia, you know, again, a lot of these fights are based on their initiation, so if you feel like you might actually be a little bit caught off guard, or there's a potential for Khan to get like a two-man wall up or something like that, then don't risk it. And you have that freedom now because you are 3 Drakes up to say, yeah, you can have one Mountain Drake. We'll get something else on the map.
Showmaker just farming here in the mid lane, and it kind of highlights what I was liking about Dom1's composition as well, is that it's really kind of hard if you keep Bro's comp at arm's length for them to actually engage onto you. With the Ezreal, with the Rise, you know, you have a lot of lockdown and a lot of abilities to keep the opponents at range. And as long as Dom1 do that and don't really take these kind of wonky team fights, I think they're still in a decent spot. But this next fight over the Dragon is going to be critical. Not much has happened over the last 5 minutes since Bro was able to take that one team fight and get the Dragon.
This is the moment for Dom1 Kia to show that their comp can 5v5 team fight. Ezreal does not have this Frozen Heart, but you know, he's got his first 2 big items online. This is still a very strong moment for him. Rise, Archangels is completed. This is it, do or die for Dom1. You lose this fight, you lose this 5v5, and it gets harder from here. I mean, you're going to be then fighting against Mountain Soul Shields. Canyon's clearing this ward right now. They know he's not here. He does have teleport. Frederick Brown, almost for a moment there, looked like they were going to try to collapse on him as he rotates back in, but he takes the safer path. Khan does not have his bar up, so he's trying to farm that up here right before this fight. Umpty goes in.
Oh, wow. He's just getting in there. They want to find Beryl as fast as possible. They're going to get his flash away, but he didn't use his ultimate. That's actually going to miss everybody somehow.
And Khan's Meganar now in this choke. Frederick Brown have to come in a little bit slow.
Yeah, but it is running out here. A lot of poke damage coming in from Showmaker as the equalizer will be used as well. Umpty is so low, but he has to stop once the Malrong goes down. There's no smite available now for Dom1, as Lava also going to take out Beryl. No steal will come in, and we might just see a clean ace here as Dom1 are all over the place. Bro will be cleaning up. Only Showmaker will survive as the only person to keep distance from the rest of the members of Bro.
Showmaker was looking for a little bit of damage over the pit wall there, but wasn't in position to do consistent damage to actually help the end part of those eliminations. So there's just no kills here. You see the Fate's Call used actually to get a save there for Frederick Brion. And they just dominate the fight once they close the gap. You know, Narbar runs out for Khan, and it's just once again set just so difficult to take down. Such an impervious front line here. Frederick Brion not only get Mountain Soul, but at the timing of this fight, at 24 minutes, are able to grab Baron and reset. Dom1 Kia losing Malrong early, like you said, means that there's just no smite here. Yeah, Umpty is low, but he's Xin Zhao. He has a stopwatch. Meanwhile, look at Delight. Support set, by the way. No real strong items here. Showmaker can't finish off these targets. If he's in a safer spot earlier on in the fight, instead of the greedy positioning he had over the wall there, maybe you actually finish off some of these targets who are extremely low health. But he's not able to make those eliminations happen, so he's the last man standing at the end of the fight with nothing to say for it.
Yeah, doesn't end up doing much. And this is very interesting for me to watch, you know, because the early game, when we were watching the lanes and the plays, the roams from Canyon, it was looking like, oh, this might just be a done deal. Maybe Dom1 just crush another team. But Frederick Brion, they always, you know, they didn't really back down from any fights early on, and they also got so many of those early objectives that they actually didn't fall that far behind, and then they just took better fights since then. I mean, every fight since then has been on ㅣ2021's terms.
It really has, and you know, one of the criticisms we've had for ㅣ2021 is they get early leads but don't know how to use them sometimes this season so far anyways. Last season it was the opposite. They were a little bit timid, but they knew how to use their leads. This game is the antithesis of our concerns. Like, they're taking their lead and snowballing it so well. They're going to force a teleport here from Canyon in the top side of the map, or back, I should say. He comes back in here, but I mean, he got some damage done on the other side of the map. ㅣ2021 with this comp get a lot with this Baron buff of vision control, but aren't really able to threaten any inhibitors or bigger objectives. But that's okay, again, with this comp. They get stronger and stronger as it goes on. That's not to say that Rise doesn't here either. Showmaker is going to get his Frozen Heart here in just a moment. But him, you know, his health and his survivability wasn't the issue last fight. It was actually being able to do the damage positionally. We'll see if Game1 Kia can set up for a better fight when the next objective spawns. We're still a long way away from that, so doesn't bode well for them. I mean, look, again, when you see an Azir pushing turrets like this, it sends a message.
You see, they're trying to pull off the shenanigans now. It's not about straight up League of Legends. Game1 are losing so many of their turrets that, okay.
Finally that goes down.
He has like all they've got at this point.
And flash, or rather teleport.
Yeah, they're just like roaming around the enemy jungle, hoping to find someone out of position. And, I mean, the game isn't over, but ㅣ2021 are in a great spot here. But again, we've seen this before where teams get ahead and they get Mountain Soul really early, or any soul, and then the Elder Drake spawns. And all of a sudden, you know, you make one false move in the wrong direction, and all of a sudden the enemy team gets Elder Drake, and it's like, oh boy, this game could be opened wide. So let's wait and see.
I mean, this happens a lot with Game1 too. Not to say that Game1 usually are in games with the 0 to 4 Drakes, but there have been several over the course of this year where they're down Drakes, or, you know, like 1 and 3 is the Drake control before Soul Point. They win the Soul Point fight or the Elder Drake fight because they have the better team fighting comp. And sometimes that's Game1 Kia's MO with their draft, is building a draft that scales well enough but has great initiation. And a lot of the times that's Khan, right? Whether it's the Scion, the Gnar, even in the past Ornn sometimes. And once again, they're going to rely on that miracle late game team fight. Showmaker's got his 3 items online now. And all it takes is one mistake, and Game1 Kia will win these games, right? They have done it so many times before. You know, I think for the international stage, it was a lot of people's first time watching them have to barely win against Detonation, right, from Japan. Yeah. We saw that. You and I cast that series so many games where Game1 win at the last possible second, so never count them out in a moment like this. But ㅣ2021 still, you know, Pac-Manning up the whole map right now. They're not able to threaten inhibitors.
Yeah.
They're just looking to group for the next team fight.
Yeah, again, the game is in their hands, ㅣ2021's. It's their game to win or lose. It really comes down to how well they can close this out. So that's really what I want to focus on. You know, if they can get this kind of a lead and close out against such a great team like Game1. So far, it's been pretty clean. And now with the Elder Drake about to spawn, they got a couple of good pushes in. They weren't able to break any inhibitors with the Baron. So they don't get any, you know, big pressure in any of the lanes to help them take this objective, but they've still got major vision control.
And that's the one thing that, okay, Beryl and Showmaker.
Here we go, looking for the engage. They're gonna find Showmaker, and there is just no hope for this guy. He's in the backline, true shot barraging into thin air, because he can't do anything else, and that is just the perfect engage they were looking for using the vision advantage they had.
I mean, they might not even need the Elder to win this game now. They're going to try to push down for more. They've got an Azir turret to fall back on here. You can see Hoya's running over. Instead of making a risky fight here to try to end the game, you could just play for Elder Drake, which is essentially the same thing. And these are the moves that you need to make if you want to use that vision control to close a game out. You know, we saw Afrika struggle to use this in that Game 1 in the previous series where they had a massive lead and the vision control. Well, put on the side here, but he should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, group up with their team, right?
There's nobody else here.
Yeah. But no steal. That's going to be the Elder going the way of ㅣ2021 at 29 minutes.
And you can now use this Elder Drake to secure Baron. The Baron ping comes down right before we have this replay come up, and this is an excellent play from Delight, using the vision control that he has. They had control over the topside river and that part of the jungle for a while. He's able to verify that there are no wards there with the sweeper on his way over. So worst case scenario, he pushes them back, and then they get mid-prio for the Elder Drake. best case scenario, he is able to identify with a sweeper there are no wards, there's nobody else here, and I can actually make the showstopper play that will probably win us the game. So he makes that play. Now you can see the mid prio come down. Look at the group around the Baron. Dom1 Kia, we could say they're so great at late game team fights. Sometimes they pull off the miracles. They're the best team fighting team in the world. You know, arguably a lot of people will say that, but I don't know about this one, man. Like this is like
this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of ifs. I think the Dom1 Kia are going to need to win this one, and they're not even going to go for it.
Yeah, they need some big opportunities, and they need to somehow, you know, keep their mental alive after what has been a kind of unfortunate 20 minutes, let's say. And yeah, Baron and Elder here for the next minute 15. And Bro just barreling down the mid lane.
If you can't win the game here, Fred at Brion, then I guess you don't deserve it. And I think they definitely are poised to do so. This does feel a little bit like spring season Fred at Brion, the later parts of this game. Just not taking any risks. Just take all the objectives. Just win the game. Just kill the Nexus. Slow and steady wins the race. Umpty over the wall.
Yep, nice angle there. Totally going to zone them off of this turret. Not that time when we're going to make a stand on that turret, I don't think. At this point, you got to wait until the Nexus turrets. Maybe you get some kind of miraculous win.
You're hoping that Fred at Brion throw on the fountain. You're like, we're going to use the fountain to defend this push.
Yeah. Well,
taking away those mountain shields for a second, I guess.
Yeah, for just a moment. Oh, there they are again. As here we go, Umpty is going to engage. This is Meganar in just a moment, but you can see that Elder Burn coming in. The mist as well, keeping ㅅ safe, and it's just the slow and steady siege. They have the lead, they have the Azir, and I think this should just do it. Dom1 gonna put in that last stand, but Malrang immediately gonna go down. Khan can't even do anything, and that is just gonna blow up everybody on the side of Dom1. Easy win, going the way of Fred at Brion here in 32 minutes. As they shut down Dom1 once again.
It looked like a pretty even game early on, but when Fred at Brion were unable to, or rather, they were unable to be stopped, when Dom1 Kia was unable to stop them from actually getting that Drake chain together, that third Drake group up for the sole point was really the turning point, and from that moment on, where they had the third Drake in the lead, they just did not let go of the game. Fred at Brion were massively ahead from that point on, didn't take any extreme risks, were very, very safe. And slow and steady wins the race in what became a very one-sided game.
Umpty continues with his win streak against Malrang, 10-0 now in game score. And yeah, I mean, we kind of saw that as well. Like the early game, the first 10 minutes looked so completely different compared to the next 20 that you almost wonder, like, was it a different team that got subbed in halfway through or something? But you got to hand it to Fred at Brion. I think they played really well, and they were very poised in this game. Not even falling behind in that early game, ㅅ could have absolutely disappeared, but he was always there, always grouping with the team and making the better decisions when it came to the team fights.
Yep, ㅅ was always there. Lava played a very, very good game of Azir, too, and was able to hit some big Emperor's Divides or force flashes with them, right? And that was, you know, part of what made this team so successful, because he was always side laning. And like I mentioned, you know, maybe one too many times that game, there's just nothing to stop the Azir from side laning when you're in a situation like this, so he gets so far ahead. And he won't actually have, you know, this explosive amount of damage, but it's still pretty high, right? You can see only the white part of this is really from the laning phase in the first 15 minutes, but the later parts of the team fights he did decently. It just wasn't even always about the late game scaling for the Azir. It was actually just about really good team fights for Fred at Brion, where they used their vision control to set up potential picks, which forced Dom1 Kia to avoid entering certain parts of the map, certain choke points. And when you can't enter those chokes, you can't get into the fight, you don't get to play that 5v5 fight fairly.
I thought that Dom1's strength in their comp could have come from kiting it out, absorbing pressure, and then following up with an engage after poking a decent amount with Ezreal and Ryze. They skipped that first part entirely. They engaged straight into the disengage. That was, you know, so much on the side of Fred at Brion, and I think they caught themselves out one too many times. So that was game number one. Fred at Brion taught a lesson here, essentially, to Dom1 Kia. We'll see if we can have any return, as we will go to a break before game number 2.
잠깐만 내 타워
위에 타워 위에 타워 위에 타워.
에 끊어줄게 내가 끊어줄게
럼블고
한 빠질게 나.
나도 한 빠질게.
위에 타워 깽
천천히. 나 나를 때리는 중. 나를 빠졌어. 나를 점프 받았어.
다시 미드
다시 타워.
타워 천천히
이거
해봐.
대포 지켜 대포. 이번에 무조건 걸 거야. 얘네. 이번에 끝내자. 내가 앞라인부터 막아줄게. 야 그래. 노틸부터 봐봐. 싸움봐.
나를 높여. 다 죽이자 얘들아.
야 이거 다 죽여.
라이즈 얘들아.
라이즈.
아니야 끝 나이스
Fly and Lee Hans appear as guests for the return of Sunday Night LCK. Tamangia shakes up their roster after their loss to KT. Starting next week, audience members allowed at Low Park to increase to 80. T1 Teddy achieves his 1500th LCK kill in the match against Freddy Brian. Hello everyone, I'm Junghyun Lee and this is LCK Weekly Newsfeed. Now for LCK News, last week marked the first episode of Sunday Night LCK, and our first guests made a really fun episode. Last week after their 2-0 win over DRX, Africa Freaks Fly and Lee Hans appeared as guests for a return of Sunday Night LCK. During the show, Lee Hans made some hilarious mistakes, like Bluetooth blocking glasses instead of blue light blocking glasses, and several more. Fly announced his upcoming promotion to Challenger and looked super fly in sunglasses, causing an eruption of screen captures by fans collecting meme materials. Fans' reactions to their guest appearance included comments like, "It's only episode 1 and it's already legendary. Where did my 1 hour go?" And "Africa is so wholesome." The two players shared good news and stories, making the first episode of SNL this summer a huge success. Africa entertained us on and off the Rift last week, and fans should keep an eye out for more. Next in LCK news, Damwon Kia shocked the fans with their roster change-up after their loss against KT. On June 13th, Damwon Kia lost their match against KT roster 2-0. Following the loss, Damwon Kia shook up their roster and shocked the fans. Malrang was subbed into Ghost position, but the AD carry position was taken by Showmaker, with Canyon going to the mid lane and Malrang taking the jungle. Tamangia fans expressed concerns about the change, but however, the player showed expertise and performed well despite playing in different positions for the first time on stage. Now, many fans are wondering if Tamangia will stick with their new roster, so stay tuned to the LCK to find out. Now for some news that many fans will enjoy. Starting this week, Lowell Park will be allowed to welcome more audience to attend live matches. Following Korean government regulations, audiences at Lowell Park have been limited to just 40 people, which left fans feeling hopeless about their chances of seeing the games live. However, starting from this week, the Korean government will allow 20% capacity, meaning that 80 fans will be able to attend the matches. These new rules will be applied starting from the June 23rd. Tickets will be available on the 21st at 5 p.m. Audiences will still be required to stay in their seats with their masks on, and food and drinks will be prohibited. We're all hoping for the COVID situation to get better so that we can fill the audience at Lowell Park once again. Now, finally, last week, T1's AD carry Teddy earned a great personal achievement. On June 17th, the match between T1 and Freddy Brion, Teddy earned his 1500th kill in the LCK. With his Ezreal pick, Teddy consistently dealt heavy damage all game. Along with the win, he earned his 1500th kill and entered 5th place among currently active LCK players. In an interview following the win, teammate Faker gave some veteran advice. 1500 is just the beginning. Keep working hard. We hope to watch Teddy's long career as he hits 2,000 and even 3,000 kills. That's it for today. We hope you enjoyed the LCK Weekly Newsfeed, and we'll see you again next time. Goodbye.
and welcome back to the second match of the night. Fred Brion is looking to repeat the upset against Damwon Kia. Their killer instincts up against the Kings are slowly turning on. What's your take on the draft? I think Fred Brion had an excellent pick here because Damwon Kia is trying a lot of role swaps. So they banned away Viego, Lee Sin, Akali, flex picks in order to shut down some of the crazy strategy coming out from Damwon Kia. And it was really impressive to see that Fred Brion was actually stopped Damwon Kia from having the Rumble Set comp by taking Set as their first pick because a lot of teams are actually sipping on this duo. And then the Kalista down on the bottom lane was also really effective. And Damwon Kia, Showmaker prefers Ezreal a lot, so they took it very early on. And then Fred Brion was able to counter that with Kalista in order to win lane, and that was also very effective for them to get ahead starting from the laning phase. Before we go on to how Fred Brion won this game, let's take a look how Kenyon was able to actually play this Rise excellently. This is the standard way of playing League of Legends, especially the mid lane. He was able to have a solid priority on the mid lane, and then he absorbed the gank from Xin Zhao really well. So Xin Zhao used his tempo on the mid lane, so he had to help Azir push and reset. So Rise rotated to the top lane when Khan was able to create a massive wave to enable that turret dive. So Gwen ended up losing so many CS and XP, and Damwon Kia was able to get a huge snowball from the get-go. However, after this point, actually, Fred Brion's bottom duo were able to get ahead based on their lane priority. So it was really impressive that they could turn it around. But Kenyon, I think this guy deserves a prop because he was able to keep calling Malong and exert more pressure in lane. The way he played that role was really on point. Damwon Kia was able to get ahead on the top side of their map, but Fred Brion was able to go strong on the bottom side of the map, stacking up a lot of Dragon stacks. So let's take a look at the Dragon teamfight, where Fred Brion was able to solidify their lead by winning this huge teamfight. Umpty goes in a little bit too deep, and that was a very bold attempt, so he lost his ult before teamfight, and that is actually very critical. So this was a good position for Damwon Kia, and they were their turn to open a teamfight and have priority. So they looked to open teamfight. However, Delight was able to find the perfect opening and reach to the backline. Marang as well. That equalizer was used in order to zone out the opponent. So Fred Brion, however, they insisted to stick around, and Delight was able to find the access back to the Damwon Kia's players, and Nar was actually doing nothing in that team fight. So it was a huge team fight victory secured by Fred Brion with that play from Delight's set. And the POG will go over to Delight. The highlight we saw earlier was not the only one or the only reason that he won POG for this teamfight. I think he was actually having full control over every teamfight in this game. He had an eye on the Gnar all day long, so Khan actually heading to the later phase of the game, he was not able to exert the same amount of dominance that he did during the laning phase up against that one. And because Gnar was not able to participate in teamfights, it was a very easy win for Fred Brion to take on and on. I think Set and Rumble together are just so strong. However, Delight missed just one vote. I'm not gonna name any name, but unfortunately he was not able to secure a perfect POG book, but still he was popping off in this game. Brion is just one game away from ending their losing streak. I hope they can get warmed up to take down Tamokia 2-0.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for the wonderful translation.
Ian cast low.
Yeah, get him out in the chat now while you have a chance.
I actually regretted my vote as soon as I put it in because it was one of those moments where I'm supposed to vote and then I was like, oh, I don't know, and I just like put something because I was in the middle of saying something and then I realized like I've made a terrible mistake. It was definitely Delight, but that's on my permanent record. You guys should all call me out for it. That was a media vote level mistake.
Oh, God. Shots fired.
my bad. Sorry, guys. That was definitely
it's all good.
A Delight
We
vote.
forgive you. You're gonna have another chance in game number 2, and maybe game number 3. We'll have to wait and see how far the series does go. Damwon is going to select blue again. And we'll see how the draft does go. I feel like with every game that Set wins, he climbs higher and higher in the draft. And I've been loving the response picks on red side with the Set, especially in conjunction with the Kalista.
Yeah, this is actually one of those picks that we're talking about. You know, it's early on in the season, but it seems to be rising up a little bit. That feels like 100% deserves it, and there's like a lot of stats to back it up. He's, you know, one of the higher priority picks right now. Isn't banned very much, but of the lesser banned champions, he does go very highly. We've had similar conversations about the Udyr. How highly prio should he be, but it isn't being, you know, what we expect. Or Seraphine, right, where we were talking about, and even sometimes Akali. But Set just feels like he is permanent. He is supreme with Hex Flash back up. He completely played support. Works extremely well with the Kalista, Fate's Call, you know, as we've been talking about. A very, very strong pick that needs to really be considered quite heavily in these drafts as, you know, Delight picks up the almost unanimous POG there. I'm just going to keep kicking myself for this one all night.
It's okay, he got it. Everybody else was on the same page. That's thankful. And okay, here we go. Into game number 2.
Predator Brion once again red side because Damwon Kia were home, so they get the back-to-back blue side picks. They will have the same draft so far. And honestly, I'd love to see a flexed Rumble ban here for Predator Brion. Let's see how deep the rabbit hole goes for Malrang, because we've only seen him play one game of Volibear otherwise, but they'll take away the Akali instead, which is also a great choice.
Set!
Hey!
There it is!
What up? Everybody's knowing about it now. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's focusing on it. First pick Set, it's time. Blue side, first pick Set. You and I were just talking about this. We spent the entirety of the break saying, is this where he should be?
Yeah, like, is first pick on red side as high as he can go? Or can he make it to this level? When is he going to start getting banned? I mean, we've seen it a little bit, but not really, as I think teams are just further and further just realizing he's just too good in the meta. He has so much synergy, he can be flexed to many different roles. The pick is pretty insane right now.
Yeah. Another fairly insane pick is the Xinjiao. We're seeing quite a bit. They'll take the Kalista instead of the Lulu here. Still have the opportunity to pick it third, but I think a lot of that will depend on what comes here next for Damwon Kia. If they did focus on the Diana, for example, I think it would have been a much stronger pick, but with the Rumble here, not necessarily a requirement to have that wild growth and that extra survivability. As, ooh, Cenapic gonna sneak in here. One of Ghost's favorites. You know, since he's been benched, hasn't really been very high priority for Damwon Kia at all. And we'll see if that does end up getting locked down here, but a lot of the pairings that you will have with the center are very easily banned in second phase. Same is true of Varus, though. Could take away the Thresh Kench here, as Predator Brion, either way.
Yeah, I mean, just looking for something that can handle that lane a little bit more, I think, for Showmaker. Struggled a little bit on the Ezreal in that last game. Wasn't really making as big of an impact as you would have liked. As the Gnar is going to be locked in here this time around for Hoya.
We'll see if they ban the Jace themselves, or if Khan is allowed to play it, one of his favorites. Nope. Not allowed. Predator Brion had the opportunity to play it. They chose the Gwen instead, but Predator Brion are not going to give the same opportunity to Khan. It's still possible that Khan plays the set, in fact. Talk about the flexibility of the champion.
Yeah.
Damwon Kia could also then later on just pick a jungle champion. A Rumble could be in the solo lane, but only time will tell. We see a ban on the Leona here. Tom Kench will be the response. And this gives the opportunity for Frederick Briand to play the Kalista Alistar. Something that we've seen quite a bit in the past, one of Delight's favorite pairings with Henna's Kalista. And one that I'm kind of focused on here, I'd almost rather see the Alistar ban instead of the Leona.
They're going to prioritize this Azir for Lava instead. Does allow you to kind of get a look at exactly what Damwon are bringing into the bot lane and just overall, and then try to counter with a support that can work out pretty well. Yeah.
You know, they left open the Sylas, though, which is the other really common response to the Gnar pick, because stealing Gnar ultimate is incredibly strong. Not to mention stealing basically every ultimate in the game that's up there.
True.
Let's see where they go for support, because well, I mean, you certainly could flex the set.
Oh.
We'll see Qiyana come through.
Wait, that's Canyon Qiyana mid.
Yeah, Canyon Qiyana mid.
Definitely gonna have the Sylas going to the Gnar.
Yeah,
you would have to imagine.
Yeah, that's definitely what's gonna happen in this game. Absolutely.
We are turning up the heat now.
I mean, this is one of those picks that feels very polarizing, right, in this draft, because yeah, it works well with the AP jungle that you have with the Rumble here. You have an AP top laner too, so the damage profile checks out. Very aggressive pick, one that you could show off and be flashing on, but if it falls apart, if it does fall behind, and you don't find that level of success that you're looking for against this Azir in the mid lane, it can really end up being a pick that weighs down on you, drags you down through the later parts of the game. So you can see that, before anybody gets confused, it's not going to be jungle Qiyana, it's just because Canyon is playing mid lane right now. It's jungle Malrang, so that's where the swap that you don't see on your screen is going to come through. On the other side of things for Frederick Briand, they have a composition that actually has such incredible late game 5v5 teamfight initiation between the Fates Call, the Rakan they have, the Gnar ultimates.
Yeah,
I look at
it's pretty gross.
Yeah, I look at the comp and I go, the shoe's on the other foot here. This feels like a Damwon Kia draft, in fact, for Frederick Briand. So very much a big change up here. A lot of this game, Valdez, I think, is going to come down to the performance of Canyon on this Qiyana.
I mean, yeah, he's into the matchup against the Azir as well, which he knew he was going into. Must be pretty comfortable in this one. The laning might not be fun, but the potential for all-ins is going to be nice. We don't see too much Qiyana nowadays, but they also want to get down and dirty. They want to go in there and fight and look for that backline, especially for Lava, for Henna, and potentially for Delight. We'll see how this does go. As we are jumping into game number 2, Damwon Kia, once again with their loss, they did select blue side, and so we will have same sides here for the second game.
Qiyana has been very popular in other regions, even last season in spring, and we saw it spammed by basically every LCK player in solo queue last season when it was being played in other regions. Like, everybody was kind of messing around with it, but it never became popular here. It never became standard. Khan is threatening a pick here, but nobody's close enough. Close call there, though.
Level 1 Sylas can do some fun stuff.
Yeah.
Outside of the set, I suppose. But yeah, just looking to see if anyone pushed too deep down the river. Maybe get a flash out of someone, but not actually going to happen here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes, because it's an interesting matchup. You don't have strong CC to pair with this Qiyana either. Like, if you had, if it was an older time where you had like a Talia with it, you're like, oh yeah, this is super sick, right? You know, you can really lock down those mid players, even the Azir. If you had a Udyr with this, it would feel like, okay, you could really snowball this lane. Took Electrocute. Take a look at the runes there. Nothing shocking so far besides that.
Yeah.
And that's not shocking, it's just, play on words, I don't know. I canceled the joke, I'm canceling it. I cancel it.
Can we cancel your vote from the last game?
I would like to, but I don't think they'll let me do that.
Yeah. I'm not sure how long it'll be until we can let you live that one down, but
maybe tomorrow.
We've been there.
Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe by tomorrow.
Oh boy.
I want to see how this lane changes in the bottom side. With Showmaker on in AD carry, they can handle the Kalista a bit better in the early game.
Also electrocute for Lava, by the way, no Comet. And he's still crushing the early parts of this lane because level 1 Qiyana is very difficult to lane into an Azir with. He's just going to outrange you, he's going to poke you, he's going to chip away. Can't see it on your screens right now, but if you look at the minimap and the CS score in the middle of your screen, you can tell. There you go. It's not a good time so far. It's been almost a year. It's played by Keeney last time against Kuzan on Dynamics.
Interesting. Canyon getting in there in the invisibility, and Lava not expecting it, has to use the exhaust already. Gonna miss that last shot, but still a very aggressive trade from Canyon. We can see what kind of mid laner he is.
Yeah. It definitely doesn't end up being a trade that's, you know, great for him long term here in the lane, and he still ends up losing a significant amount of CS. So speaking of trading, yeah,
that was another one indeed. Yeah, but that was pretty good. Within the minions, actually didn't take that much damage on the backside either. Canyon definitely having some difficulty farming this one out. They got the exhaust out of Lava. Zumti just sticking by, you know, helping push the lane. Maybe getting a good back here for Lava early on if he wants to take one.
I didn't see if he took Hex Flash, but very high chance, once again, that he did. And that means that there's always a threat that he can flash on top of you with a little bit less recourse than, you know, using your flash if you don't have that. You still have the backup. You can still use your flash to close distances, or your Hex Flash rather, to close distances to go over walls. So lethality Varus is definitely very annoying to play against here. We don't see this matchup all too often, actually. Sometimes you see Varus or the Kalista counterpicked into the Ezreal as indeed.
Marlon spotted, and they kind of knew he was here, but Khan coming over, and Umti kind of hanging around the mid lane here for a bit. I thought maybe he could collapse up to the top side of the map, but with Canyon on no mana, he wanted to keep this lane in a great spot and not allow Canyon to get the free push with the Azir out of the lane. So now, with no teleport for Canyon, he's in a really rough spot because he's missing XP and CS. So this is actually the right decision by MT.
You're completely right. Ends up being really nice for him, too. Isn't really missing out on too much gold because he's able to hold the wave and grab a few extra hits of CS. Hoya survives just fine.
Look at this lane.
Yeah, this is... Lava just enjoying the view. And you and I were talking about some of the feelings we had out after that first game with Dom1 Kia. I know a lot of people are like to make the Frederick Brion will win Worlds meme because that's what the kids like to say nowadays whenever Frederick Brion wins a game in a series.
Yeah.
But like, it felt like Dom1 Kia were playing with their food a little bit. And this Qiyana pick might end up feeling like that too. And if Canyon can't end up doing anything here, it's not like it's a pick that has to snowball to win, but in terms of what these two champions are capable of later on and how they scale with 0 kills and 0 assists, you're always going to favor the Azir there.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty. That's like the most comfortable position as a mid laner. With the wave pushing into you, got a lot of jungle focus. You're just sitting pretty, enjoying the view, as you put it. This top lane as well for Khan has not exactly been enjoyable. The Silas generally is going to enjoy this lane a lot more once you hit level 6 and you have your own Gnar ultimate.
And some items to boot, right? He obviously doesn't have any of those online just yet in this early part of the game. So it's really difficult to, without your own Gnar ultimate, trade. He hits, that was actually a really tight moment between both players. Like, Khan knows he has the level 6 coming with those dead minions, and also Hoya respects it, bounces back.
Yeah, because Hoya hasn't bought anything just yet.
Nope.
You don't want to take that trade as the Gnar. Sit back, go and buy, and then you can decide if you want to take that in the future. The Rumble, I think, was on Vision there, so Lava just going to play that out very carefully. We haven't had too many kills here in the early game, exactly 0. But a lot of trading back and forth.
Yeah, this is the most passive early game we've had of the 2 so far. And it feels like of the 4 so far we've had today in LCK. Says Khan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been interesting because so far Frederick Brion's game plan has been to control every objective fight. And with this composition, it's a lot harder to actually pull that off in early skirmishes because your comp comes online much later in the game this time, and they have a Qiyana. Despite the fact that she's 20 CS down, she's very powerful. at this stage of the game. She had like a slight nerf to her ability to roam bot with that movement speed that she gets. But besides that, she's still very powerful. And I wonder who's going to be the one to pull the trigger first here, actually, between these two teams, because Damwon and Kia are not ahead as they would like to be.
Khan, I don't think he sees this coming as Xin Zhao is in the brush, but the way it worked out, Khan was far enough down the river that Hoya couldn't really join up, and so it just ends up being a 1v1, and Khan is easily able to push them away.
Bot Prio going over to Damwon Kia here for just a moment. They're going to come back and reset. It's going to be a big moment, potentially if they can time it right to reset for this upcoming skirmish. Team Malrong is heading towards the top side of the map. They have vision control, are on the top part of this Herald, but Predabrion have the Scuttle and that Control Ward, so neither team really has enough of an edge they are feeling like to be able to actually commit to these objectives. And Damwon Kia are the team that has more pressure to actually succeed on these objectives earlier, because if they don't, the scaling that Predabrion has can be somewhat of a problem for them. In terms of the late game team fighting as well, not just like, okay, Azir's in the game so they win scaling, but they actually have Anar, right? That's going to be great for straight up 5v5 fights, and they get this for free, Damwon Kia do.
And I think there's even more pressure along those lines because the Kiana's getting so far behind.
Yeah.
Like, if she's not really a champion, and this assassin doesn't really do damage because she has no items from the early game, and nothing happens, generally you're not feeling good. And so I do agree. I think the onus is on DK to get something going here. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, at least they're going to get the Rift Herald money. You know, sure, they lose this Drake once again, but it's just really unfortunate they're not able to fight for anything. They're not able to force Predabrion to take a risky exchange when, you know, Varus gets his Dirk up early. Again, that's one of the only items that you talk about that's not a finished item in this game. It feels like Varus gets like a big spike on it because everyone's squishy in the early game.
Yeah.
So
you got that lethality jump with that item, so.
It's one of the items where, you know, I thought maybe if Showmaker gets that and they can maybe hold some pressure around the Drake, leave the Rift Herald for now, maybe they can force a fight, win it, and get the Drake. But just getting the Rift Herald alone is nice, but it doesn't feel like it's enough.
Yeah. Seeing Khan take more and more aggressive trades. This one doesn't necessarily work out for him. I don't think he's bought in a bit here.
Yeah,
he's been on the ring and the tier 2 boots for a while, so got to be careful about that.
Especially when there's a Phage on the other side. So when you take these extended trades and you're not able to actually get any lockdown, the heal comes through passively. And these are moments where Hoya is really happy to hit the Sylas and not the minions until he leaves. And then knock him into a wall. And the story continues here. Not even going to get this plate because he knows the teleport's up. Perfect timing to reset here from Hoya.
Yeah. It does make sense for Khan to try to take a trade as long as he knows he's not going to die, because he will just teleport back in the lane. And so he just does that. Not much happening in this game. Kind of just sitting back. This is definitely turning into the more passive of the four we've had today.
Yeah, and what's most worrisome about that, like you said moments ago, is that Canyon is down 22 CS and doesn't have much to speak of in terms of how these fights have gone. He hasn't even been able to group. There haven't been any fights.
Khan, you know, I'm not sure that he actually has kill pressure here, but he's just trying to take aggressive trades and put on the lane pressure at least. You know, try to get Umti to come up to the top side more often. You know, bring more focus from Bro up to this top lane.
Yeah, I think he caused Hoya to lose like 1 or 2 CS there too, because the minions were under turret. So small things like that can add up, but it just does feel like desperation in terms of what these trades will accomplish. Like, I'm not trying to say Khan is so desperate right now, but but it's like it's high risk, low reward if there is somebody over there and you don't have that vision control. He does have this control ward in the brush now, and Malrong a barrel here.
This is a pretty aggressive rotation of the top side. I'm not sure that Predabrion are going to read into this. They just know that DK are coming off a back from the bottom side, but they haven't returned to the bottom lane, as here we go. No, not quite.
Look at where Showmaker is too. Like, Showmaker's mid.
Yeah.
He's roll swapping back.
Yeah.
He's actually staying here for a really long time. Meanwhile, Hannah's like, if you guys aren't going to do anything, then sure. I'll take a free push bottom. And nobody is here to stop him. There's 2 control wards on the bot side river that Canyon's now going to start working at the first one. There's a second one, so Henna knows he has time to get out.
Khan has to flash away. Hoya's just fine. He doesn't have to flash at all. And that is looking really good for him so far. As here's the engage. Nice flash away from Canyon. Just trading that with Delight. But again, this Rift Herald, the first Rift Herald of the game, isn't going to get a play into the plates because of that.
Thanks for the 25 gold. I mean, who would have thought that Fredit Brion would have been the team to pull role-swapped Damwon Kia low? That Fredit Brion would be the one to be the first one to really throw a wrench into the gears. It's not over by any means yet, but this game has looked pretty calm and pretty low kills, 0 kills to 0 kills at 13 minutes in, which favors Fredit Brion in a lot of ways with their composition, late game team fights.
Yeah,
and they just won. They just won the last one, so
we're about to cross the record for 2021 Summer First Blood.
What was the record, actually?
It was 1338, and it was, let me check again, the teams.
Because we are passing
KT versus Nongshin.
Okay. Well, we just passed
There we
it
go.
now. There you go.
Created a new record here for 2021 Summer.
Delight. Playing with fire here, but there's no way to punish him across the wall.
Hey, there you go. Thanks, production.
Valdez was
always got my back. I was just reading off the script.
Valdez was like, well, you know, it would have been cool to see that 20 seconds ago, but like
yeah, they eventually got me. And we have this Cloud Drake spawning. We'll see if maybe we can get some action from here. Hoya has the teleport advantage, actually, for now. You saw Khan angling down towards the middle lane. No plates have given gold. There was one taken plate by Damwon, and that's it. But nobody got gold for it. So 0 to 0 in that effect as well.
Yeah. Fredit Brion are like, okay, well, we're going to fight this. They have some decent skirmishing power if Hoya teleports down here. I mean, not to mention, of course, the Azir they have.
Khan doesn't have his teleport right now.
Yeah.
They could just force it if they knew the exact timing. Here's the teleport finally, and it's actually stolen away by Malrong. That is a big steal, as now they're going to get on top of Upti, and that's immediately the jungle gone. Sid is going to get a massive shield, and the rest of Bro will be able to get out of there, but look at this. They get the dragon and the first blood on Kiana. Damwon are right back in the game.
Yeah, certainly right back into the game. I mean, that's all it takes to put yourself into this one. You even out the Drake score, get a ton of extra gold in your pocket. Canyon should be able to get out of here, no problem. Once again, the set doing the majority of the damage in this early skirmish with a haymaker. That's how it goes. And you're really hoping that you're going to win that smite fight is Fredit Brion, but Malrong's able to get in there and steal it. You had positional advantage. Everything looked great for Fredit Brion to just take the slow and steady wins the race approach like they almost always feel like they're doing this year. But take a look at this one more time. As Umpty's on the Drake, right? Malrong has an equalizer that, okay, we're going to skip that because there might be a fight here.
Yeah, looks like Mega Gnar is in effect with the Gnar available, but it is 2v1, so let's see what Hoya can do to get out of this one. Just sitting in the minions for now, trying to use that extra damage, knows he has Umpty nearby. He's going to Gnar Khan back, as now Umpty goes in, but Barrel's here now. They'll just disengage as Khan gets the lowest, and nobody actually dies.
Nobody dies. A lot of resources from both teams coming up here. See Varus coming up with Kiana, so Canyon and Showmaker together now grouping up here for the second Rift Herald. Fredit Brion have vision of this, so they know this is happening. It's going to take a little bit longer to rotate over, but they will contest. And yeah, it looks like Damwon Kia are just going to walk it out.
Yeah, the thing is that this Rift Herald, with the game this tight, and this close, yeah. Second Rift Herald is like, we just don't want to get caught out on this objective right now. If they were confident to win a fight, then you can take a stance and maybe look for the turn, but not going to be the case here from Damwon. Kind of shows you their attitude at this point in the game.
2 Prowlers claws up here for Damwon Kia right before this Rift Herald contest. This time they have much better positional advantage, so this one is almost certainly going to go to them. Hoya has no teleport, he's backed. They have a lot of control over this. But Fredit Brion's power in this game is going to be in these extended 5v5 fights. So this Rift Herald is too high risk for either team to take initially, but you know, when Damwon do take it, they're like, well, we're just going to let that go because there's not going to be a ton of gold in this. Henna's in bottom, hitting this for free again. Just keeps getting away with this.
First turret, where is it going to be?
I think it's Henna.
Bot, yeah. Henna's, oh, no! Turns out 3 is better than 1, even with the health advantage, so Domin at least are able to convert on that. But Henna is getting some nice free farm on the waves down in the bottom side.
All right, just going to delay this. A lot of vision control around this bottom side of the map for Frederick in this moment, too. Damwon Kia can't say the same counter-wise, but unfortunately for Frederick, that vision is just slowly going to be cleared after Damwon reset because there's no objective to fight over. You're not going to get much of an advantage with this. Delight is hanging out around the mid lane where the wave is pushed, but with everybody grouped up for these wards to be cleared, I don't think Frederick can really capitalize on all that extra vision they have, but it is impressive. I mean, you look at this side of the jungle and it's like, well, it's littered with wards. There's not any secrets in this game for Damwon Kia on the bottom side of the map. They're clearing it away now. But like I said, there's no Drake just yet. They've got a whole 75 seconds to go before that's going to matter.
Yeah. And there's not really much happening in this game. I'm just looking at the itemization. You see double lethality stacking actually in this game. It's something I didn't really notice in the draft. And it's part of the reason why you're going to see plated steel caps. You're going to see the arm guards coming out from lava. If you can stack enough armor, it really helps against those two champions specifically. Of course, they do have a more rounded out damage profile because of the Silas and the Rumble especially.
Yeah.
But definitely forces you to get some defensive items early on and kind of spec into some of these boots that you might not often see.
Yeah, you don't always see those, but also, you know, it's a little bit awkward because you want to build magic resistance too. Yeah. Because of this, so it's really hard to itemize against the all-in of lethality while also then being efficient against the AP damage, like you said. So I like the boots for the early game, and it has been successful so far. It's stemming the bleeding here. And we just haven't had very many fights regardless.
It's been 1 kill so far, guys. We're just, you know, settling down for the winter.
Just tell you guys about my drive to work today. Instead. Here we go, Umpty.
All right, getting on in there as that's going to be a very aggressive set ultimate. And look at that Kiana into the wall. It gets so much value, but the turnaround on the forest is decent. So many low health bars, though, as Canyon is going hunting. And the rest of Bro is just going to get out of there. Turns out the set, once again, the follow-up from Canyon was also huge.
Yeah, 2 for 1. Pretty fantastic when you have a set to set this one all up. I mean, Barrel is able to turn an initiation into a counter initiation for Damwon Kia. The Kiana ultimate, as you mentioned in the fight, was basically perfect. One of the highest value ones you're going to see in that mid-river brush. And now they're going to be able to get the second break of the game with this one. A lot of emotes being spammed here for Damwon Kia as they finally have real control over a game in this series. And the Kiana pick starts to rear its head a little bit here. Sure, still 60 CS down against Nazir, but you can see in these mid-game skirmishes where we've been waiting for the fights that Damwon Kia know they're going to have an insane advantage in. It's pretty nice. So Umpty is pulled back into this team fight. Look at Barrel. He has a Haymaker shield up, and then Kiana goes straight into the wall. And that's all it takes.
It was so many things, too, as Canyon looks like he's dead. He doesn't even have mana. Just caught in a side lane. So nice shutdown going the way of Umpty. Will help them come back. But yeah, that last team fight was just everything all together that Damwon had to offer.
The kitchen sink.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It was the equalizer, the Gnar into the wall, follow up with the Kiana. Like, you can see what their comp does. There's an insane amount of synergy. Just find a closed corridor kind of area, and you can wombo combo really nicely. So
you're not always going to get that magical team fight, as we will watch this one more time. Kiana alone, no mana, picked off. Goodbye. Shut down. Did not see who actually got the shutdown gold there, but significant amount of extra money.
Shin down.
Okay.
Umpty.
There you go.
Able to pick up that gold.
A lot of extra money going over. But, you know, the combos, the explosive lethality damage here for Damwon Kia, Silas that can also become a Gnar, he's got Everfrost, like the initiation they have is pretty good too actually when you consider the set. Like at the beginning of this game I really felt like with all the CC and lineups that Frederick have, that the late game team fighting was going to be so difficult for Damwon Kia if they weren't fairly fed early. But thinking about it again and seeing that last team fight really opened my eyes to what this composition can be capable of under the right circumstances. And now that they do have a lot of extra gold and those items online, even the Serpent's bang up now for Canyon. And it's Damwon Kia we're talking about, so in terms of team fighting, they're up there.
Yeah.
It feels like anyone's game to take here in the late game now, regardless of that Azir scaling. And he's 0-0-1 versus a 2-item Canyon here. And yes, he's got a second item, technically speaking, but it's not about that sustained damage just yet.
Yeah. And it's really going to be interesting to see how these fights go from here on out, as Umpty doesn't want to take this from Canyon. And Canyon is literally just all alone here on the Baron. Not sure what he was doing there, trying to take out the ward. It does take quite a while to take him down, and he's actually going to live after all of that. It was the bait all along. Canyon does it again somehow, and that's going to be 3 kills into the pocket of Damwon Kia. Canyon throws up the thumbs up, and they should be able to take the Baron potentially off of this.
Yeah, looks like it. They clear the vision. Mission success as Lava's being completely zoned out. In fact, almost in trouble here. Not get stunned up.
Lava's not taking it.
Yeah, Lava very much unfortunately unhappy with the situation here, but there's nothing he can do. He's going to trade back some damage, but that's all. Baron goes down. I want to see that again because I would like to look at the mini-map and see where everyone was while this is happening. So you can actually see with the mid-prio here that Frederick has, it's a pretty safe move to actually take this exchange versus Canyon. He gets the knockback here and buys a lot of time, takes a really nice path over to the left side, and survives through that last part of the damage. And then Malrong and Beryl were so far away, but they get in here because he survives for so long. You can't really blame Frederick for that call. They had full prio in mid. Like,
no, yeah,
look at this.
Going for the kill, absolutely. But the execution was just not there. And Canyon did a nice job of staying in the stealth for exactly the right amount of time, actually almost accidentally dodging that follow-up engage from Delight, but we'll say it's calculated.
Sure.
He's able to just sneak away from that one, from what looked like certain death.
Yeah. That's a little bit sad for Frederick because that one small mistake is going to cost you really
Cannon's
big.
getting in there. He's looking for the solo, and that is just too easy. Not really too many tanky items, especially in the form of armor here on the side of Hoya. Trying to itemize the lane potentially against Khan for the majority of it, and he just gets popped like a balloon.
I mean, he itemizes against Khan, but he also itemizes against Malrong and the Equalizer. That's always going to be on top of Anar almost every single time you try to initiate, but that's why lethality champions like Kiana are so strong in the jungle or when there's no vision, because you can catch someone like Anar who hasn't actually itemized against your lethality and just 100-0 them so quickly. It's why a lot of people have rumored that maybe, you know, some lethality assassins will come back into the game. I'm still waiting for Zed myself, but, you know, I think we're going to have to keep waiting. But moments like that remind you of what these mid-assassins can accomplish, because you have the AD mid-assassins, right? Because you can accomplish so much when your opponent is itemized against something else. So I think we're going to watch this one more time. Hoya has no Narbar, nothing here.
Yeah, he's on vision. Canyon knows exactly where he is.
There's too many walls to avoid.
Yeah. Damwon Kia's comp really loves as many walls as possible. Just use them really nicely. And you can see, actually, the Prowler's Claw forward from Showmaker. He's the one that's trying to make plays now. Damwon very confidently just marching down the mid lane, looking to take this down with the Baron buff that they have for 20 seconds. He's going to find the light as the charm comes in, and Khan just says, I don't really care about that. You're dead. Insane amount of damage in this Damwon comp, and they're so far ahead at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's really hard to itemize against this. So, and when you're behind like this too, you have to make even tougher choices. Like you can see the items coming through here for Hoya are just kind of awkward, as you talked about earlier. Narbar runs out, and they've got Silas pushing in the side lane. They don't have Baron right now or anything like that, so this is not going to be any permanent inhibitor damage, doesn't look like, unless Frederick overextend here, but they have complete control. 2 Mountain Drakes, soon to be 3, you would imagine. Frederick the way they win this game is, again, through really careful but also effective engage, But when you're always the ones getting engaged into by the Qiyana, speaking of,
he's just dead again.
this is what I'm talking about.
You're not going to get away from that. Canyon is just, you know, he's been learning from Malrong.
Finishes the wit's end. He's like, that'll help.
Oh, no. Yeah, just nicely done. I mean, reading the lanes and the pressure really nicely is Canyon. Feels like this aggressive play style from the mid lane is working really nicely from him. Malrong's like, I'm supposed to be the guy who camps the brushes.
I was literally going to make that same joke. Like, Malrong's like, wow, man, you're stealing my thunder over here.
Yeah, that was my thing.
That's my long con play in the brush there.
Yeah.
Faker's like watching. No, he's actually probably playing a solo queue game right now on Hide on Bush, but
probably Qiyana.
He's probably playing Qiyana too. It's totally expected. His Twitch chat was probably like, "You see what's happening in LCK right now?" He's like, "Yeah." Nope. He's like, "No." They told him, and he's like, "Yeah, I was waiting for that."
Yeah, I always knew Qiyana was the way to go. And I mean, we'll just see this once again where Delight just gets blown up. It's gone pretty aggressive. He's like the assassin in this case.
I mean, there's just so many threats for 100-0 against squishy targets. And when you're this far behind, it doesn't matter. This is Hoya just trying to stem the bleeding. He's like just trying to pick up the pieces of the pushed wave and gets 100-0 himself. This game is really off the rails for Frederick Brion. They're so far behind that we don't really even get to have that conversation about what a 5v5 team fight would look like because they can't get to the objectives without getting picked because they don't have enough vision. Look at how desperate it is for them to just get vision around this top side of the jungle to defend a turret.
The Lights got an interesting brush here, but Khan seems to know about it as Canyon finds another unfortunate victim in the jungle, and he's even looking for a bit more. On the front lines there, he's going to back away for now. But if he can just consistently do that, it's really rough. As you mentioned, they don't really have much vision, and Canyon's just able to dip in and out of that really easily on the Qiyana.
You can't defend your top turret very easily when you're running a very low-range composition with a Kalista like this. Sure, you have the Azir that can kind of poke, but it's not amazing wave clear. So your best bet to punish while also saving the turret is to wrap around. So they go around, they group, they try to clear vision, but they just didn't expect, once again, Canyon is this deep, and that's why that vision is so important. You have to clear it, you have to walk through that part of the jungle in order to trap those players who are pushing the top side of the map. They get punished for it, and it really is just a limit that Damwon Kia have taken with this draft. With the lead they have, they've limited what Frederick Brion's options are, you know, to even stop a push on the top side of the map like that. And now they can rotate over and potentially start looking to start the Baron here. You can see, you know, Khan, who has teleport, by the way, is on the right side.
Here we go again. Oh, he's not going to go for it. I think his ult was, his ult was like 2-3 seconds away. And you know what? He goes for it now. He's going to get the flash available because he did not actually knock him into the wall.
I mean, this is 100% a Baron play now. Like I said, Khan's pushing bottom. He has teleport. Xin Zhao out of the fight. No flash. Has Hex Flash, but if you're going to Hex Flash over the wall to save this game by stealing Baron, I'll put my POG vote down for you right now.
Yeah, I thought when I saw these comps, I thought it was going to be like who's going to have the better vision control and who's going to get the proactive engages off first. But Frederick Brion just fell so far behind after a couple of fights that we haven't actually seen them get a full team engage off at all.
And exactly, and that was the question we had. I was like, well, what's going to happen in the late game? How do they engage? But you never have enough vision. And there was really like one big team fight and then Canyon just catching people.
Oh boy. Shilbo procs here. He got the equalizer coming out, and we're just hunting Kalistas now on the Rift as Henna is just immediately made useless.
Khan has Gnar ultimate, has flash. So you can't be anywhere near this Drake pit.
And they're just going to go back to farming, turtling. They have the Azir. That's the hope.
Yeah, well. We're going to take a look at some live stats here. Look at the damage per minute. Like, I just want to point this out because Lava has more gold, and he has a significant amount of CS lead. Like, he's 4 CS per minute, almost 5 per minute ahead. Has more gold, but his impact on the game is way lower because Frederick Brion don't get the 5v5 team fight like you mentioned. Just wanted to point that stat out that we had there on the screen. Sometimes less is more, actually, in terms of CS, in terms of gold. Effective team fights, effective damage is way more impactful.
Yeah. He's picking up kills. His teammates are getting fed alongside of him. Really, the only hope is that Lava can kind of just wait here for like 40, 45 minutes and get super fed with this wave clear as we are jumping in onto Delight, but he will survive. And again, this is for nothing. Khan doesn't take any damage. And look at this, up against the wall now. Upti is going to be brought in, and he is just going to go down. As Malrang does need a lot of damage, you see Lava's just chipping away. And now Khan all alone, but he's got a Zhonya's. And I don't know if they have the damage, but maybe they do. They take out the set immediately. And you could see, you know, we haven't really seen it unleashed from ㅣ2021. It might be a little bit too little too late. They have tons of damage and tons of ability to fight, but they just have not been given an opportunity in this game.
And the problem is with these inhibitors falling here, even with the death cap completed now for Lava, and the amount of chip damage he can do is heading towards his Void Staff now.
Oh no.
Things like this. I mean, if you don't have vision, you can't be there ever in any world because you're going to get caught.
Oh, and Lava gets caught here too. He flashes away, dies to the burn.
Wrong with the belt.
And once you lose your Azir, you lose kind of any hope of stopping these waves from pushing in. And they're going to get to work on this top turret and definitely take down this inhibitor.
I mean, if you don't go clear that vision, then you can't play the game and you sit back and lose. If you do go and try to clear it and they're there, you lose. Lose-lose situation. We're going to a game 3 here, Valdez. There's no two ways about it.
That's looking like it. Kiana's just looking for how he can add even more damage to his end-of-game stats. At this point in time, Hoya trying to get an engage, stuns 0 people. Malrang able to Zhonya's there before anything does happen to him, as now Khan is looking for his own chance, and he's going to get revenge on the Gnar after that lane phase. Malrang nearly dies, and Henna is going to survive for now, but you are absolutely right. We will be going to a game number 3, as they're looking for Henna, but he's got a stopwatch. And he is actually going to get 1 kill on the backside. But either way, it is still a Dom1 victory, and we will have our 3rd game.
A little bit shaky off the starting blocks here for Dom1 Kia. In Game 1, they were dominated by objective control. In Game 2, and Kiana falling 30, 40 CS behind, did not get fed, didn't have any skirmishes. But Canyon in that game, it was like he was driving a sports car. Sometimes you look at the stats on the sports car, you look at the mileage, right? How much does it get per gallon? How much does it get per liter, you know, if you're a metrics person? Where are we going with these cars? You know, you look at something like this Kiana, and it's not necessarily the best pick. It's not the strongest pick in the meta, but it was flashy. And when he was able to show up at the party, you know, and slam somebody in a wall and 100-0 them.
Yeah. It was a party.
Like, the girls were watching, right? They were like, nice Ferrari, okay? And we saw, even though the early parts of the game went very poorly for him in lane, the functionality of Kiana is not to CS, it's not to Chovy the game, it's not to scale, it's actually to blow up those targets 100-0. When you have 2 AP champions with it, itemization is so complicated, so difficult to do for a team that's falling behind rapidly like ㅣ2021. The Kiana pick felt risky in the beginning part of the game. I wasn't convinced. I thought this is actually a failure. This is them showing off, and they might actually lose the series for it. But boy, was I wrong. I mean, the way he pulled off later on, the vision control he was able to take away from ㅣ2021 later on meant that they could never look for that 5v5 team fight we were hoping for, that their comp was designed to pull together. And stylish brings us to a stylish fashion brings us to a game 3. Canyon does it.
Simon was like, I feel the wall. But then a play on words to use the word for wall with perfect. Pretty hard to explain that one, but she made it work. As you can see, the damage numbers actually, Showmaker did more, but that's just lethality. Varus things. You can build some armor, but if you fall behind against this comp and you lose vision, there's not really much you can do. And I like what Lava was trying to do after the Zhonya's, just stacking up as much damage as possible for maybe an opportunity. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. And ㅣ2021, it looked a little bit unfortunate in that one, but Dom1 just got too far ahead. They were able to put the nail in the coffin pretty early on, it felt like, in that one. So guys, we are going to have a game number 3, but first we will go to a quick break, so we'll be right back.
크라우드 501 텐트.
에라 모르겠어. 타워.
나를 프리 뜰 거야.
반응해주고.
나르 노플 나르 노플.
나를
빨리
때려주고.
타워도. 나 아파.
나 이제 슬슬 도착.
나를 잡아주고.
타워.
아 버스 탔네.
살려줘.
감사합니다 형님들.
They're going to pick up that Drake. Nice little engage coming in, but immediately denied by the set as the Diana ultimate does get a lot of value. But now fighting front to back, and a massive kick comes in from God. And this is exactly what Salmon's comp is so good at doing. They get one in.
리신 방구 개 떨었다.
와우. 예스 베이비. 야 흥분하지 말고 칼 태우고 집이나 가자. 휴가 마려.
Faker actually didn't react to it. Great hook on the bottom side here, though, as Teddy's going to get devoured just in time there, but is it going to be enough? That's a really long-range rocket from Prince. Fantastically played. Teleport going to be invested here by both Faker. See whether it's going to be enough. That play was incredible, and now the Cyclone comes in. Super Mega Death Rocket is exactly that, as it's a double kill. Make it a triple, as another Giga Range rocket comes out from Prince, and he almost gets the quadra kill afterwards. Live sandbox up.
나도 탈게. 보자. 이거 보자.
나도 탈게. 얘들아 나 믿음일게.
아 믿음이라서 여기는.
고마운 친구들.
야 대박. 야 따라와봐. 한 명 오세요. 나이스.
야, 시원하다.
Good, looking for a flanking opportunity.
What KT get is advantage to his
Whoa!
position.
Huge splash in, and Ruler is the one that's going to be caught out of position. That's a much better play than the one in Game 1, as Paranoia is going to come through. Yeah.
There we go.
Comes on in. Dread is easily able to get that objective, but KT want to get the engage. But that knockup is so massive from the side of Lehens, as that is just way too much damage on the follow-up.
It's fairly even, but a lot of extra gold to Leo. He is going to die, though.
Yeah, he is definitely dead, really dead. Malrong's super good at just finding a realm walk. Walk being set up for Malrong, who just dives in amongst 3 people, but it's not crazy. It's genius, because Canyon told him to do it, and we know at that time, because...
야 바로 잡았다. 안녕히 가세요. 야 잡은 듯? 잡았다. 뭐냐 얘? 2번 당하네 이걸.
갈래 이거 보내줄게.
나왔어.
어때?
나이스.
We're back after game number 2, where ㅣ2021 was able to come back stronger and secure a win. Seth was once again the significant pick in this series, and this time around he was first picked by ㅣ2021, and they completed the Seth Rumble comp. And Kalista got answered back with Varus, so this time around ㅣ2021 had a very evenly matched comp down on the bottom lane as well, and they had a very strong skirmish power. However, we didn't have a lot of actions early on, so this was a bad scenario for ㅣ2021. They locked in Qiyana after seeing that Azir pick and Qiyana Rumble have a very high presence during the team fight. However, Qiyana cannot farm in the laning phase. This champion can stand off Azir, but still she cannot touch the CS because of the range difference. However, I think Freddy Brion kind of threw away and slipped the lead by taking the team fight at the 13-minute mark in the game. Had Gnar TP'd earlier and marked the Qiyana prior to the team fight, this could have been a winning game for Freddy Brion. So let's take a look at the highlights where those team fights were breaking out. Freddy Brion lost a very critical team fight, and they allowed ㅣ2021 to gain more power. Freddy Brion had this misunderstanding of the situation. I think they thought that they had a solid lead and priority in this team fight. Azir is the only one to mark a fed Qiyana. If Gnar had TP'd faster and denied some of the Qiyana's presence, and Azir does some damage prior to the team fight, this could have been a winning team fight for them. But looking at this 5-on-5 team fight, this is what ㅣ2021 is good at. And ㅣ2021 ran a team fight comp. However, Freddy Brion insisted to take team fights against ㅣ2021's comp. And because Azir was not able to do any sustained damage, they were not able to win this team fight. I think the biggest mistake of this team fight was Gnar missing the early part or the beginning of the team fight. Now let's take a look at the second highlight, where Canyon was able to have another excellent performance back-to-back. I think this game is just about Canyon's montage highlights. You just have to play non-copyright sounds or something like that, because he got caught. He almost got caught right here, but this was not the best team fight for him to take, but somehow he leaves this pick, and then Marang and Burl joins the party and turns the situation around. Because that champion was Qiyana, she can actually juggle the aggro really well, and in the end, she was able to walk away alive. I just want to point out that Azir was pushing the lane in that play, so I think they were being too kind of confident about the whole situation. They thought that they got the kill for sure. They locked in. that pick, but that was not the case.
제가 생각을 해봤는데 저였으면은 이거 나 죽었어
If I were there, if I were that Kiana, I would say, oh, I'm dead, just leave me, just abandon me. If I were that Kiana, I would be, you know, that would be pretty iffy, you know. I wouldn't be too sure that I would leave that situation, but still, it's just incredible the way Canyon kind of played that out and survived.
이렇게 담원기아가 2세트 승리하면서 승부를 원점으로 돌려놨는데요.
Now we are having a tied series with this Game 2 victory from Damwon Kia, and the POG will go over to Canyon on Kiana. First POG of the split. Surprising.
저는 저번에 라이즈로 잘했어서
I had this memory of Canyon playing some phenomenal Rise games, so I thought he got that POG in that series, but I guess that was not the case here. And we have Kiana, who actually played team fights. This champion is Assassin, but still, she has such a high presence in team fights, and Canyon knew how to play around this ability. And then once she came online, she was having so much control over the side lanes, so no one could actually reach or match her in order to shut her down. I think Canyon has a very high understanding of this champion, and Damwon Kia is one of the most powerful team fighters in the world, so they were able to, you know, play out this comp, and 12 for 12 secured by Canyon. He doesn't miss any single vote in this Game 2 performance. Now we're heading to game number 3. It's now a best-of-1 series between two teams, so don't go anywhere. I'm passing back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-san, for the wonderful translation once again. We are getting into our final map of the night. As Ji-san mentioned, it is now a best-of-1. And who is going to come out on top? I think Canyon showed some really awesome prowess on a champion that we haven't seen him play before, right? The Kiana coming out in the mid lane. And it was really great to see. He fell a little bit behind in the lane, but that was expected. And then his effect over the entirety of the game was very obvious for everyone to see.
Yeah, not to mention his understanding of the champion was pretty fantastic, surviving in that top skirmish, getting out there, turning the fight. There's a lot of really awesome stuff that we saw from him on an individual level, and the team played around him very well too. They had really nice understanding, as we will see Chieftain actually coming in for Umpty here to be his first time coming in this season, the first Frederick Breon substitution we will see this season. And Chieftain coming in late, he's going to have to fix something with his mouse, as you can see here.
And it's pretty interesting that Umpty is getting subbed out, because I thought he had a great game 1. Game number 2, he wasn't really able to do much, and you could say maybe it was a mistake to hop over the wall over towards the dragon that one time, but even then, I'm not sure if I agree with this. I think that Umpty has been a large part of why they get their wins, but who knows? Maybe Chieftain has something prepared. I'm curious to see him play here after a long while.
Yeah.
So we got another Busan member coming up here to Seoul to watch the games.
That's right. Well, we'll see how he performs for the Breon. We'll choose blue side. So they will have that first pick rotation for the first time this series. Damwon Kia were the home team, and they chose blue after losing game 1. So it'll be the first time we'll see that first pick priority going over to Frederick Breon. We'll see if they would like to go down that same set path here, or if they want to go down the Rumble path instead, deny that pick from Malrong, and start to build more of a reactive draft. You know, that last game really had me wondering for Damwon Kia about, you know, how serious they were going to take this series, how well the Kiana pick is going to work, but, you know, at the end of the day, they were able to solidify that win, but this is not a moment I want people to get too excited for Damwon Kia, right? It was a loss in game 1. It was a game 2 where things were a little bit rocky on the start. They were able to recover. Canyon carried the game on a champion that was able to delete anybody who he encountered, but part of that was due to the itemization that we were talking about. So I want to see game 3. If you're a Damwon Kia fan, if you're really excited for these role swaps, you want to see an extremely dominant, from start to finish, solid draft here on red side for Damwon Kia. You don't want to leave anything to question. There shouldn't be any asterisks. If you think this is going to be the roster this team is going to win this season with and maybe go to Worlds with as one of Korea's 4 representatives, you better be sure there are no asterisks where you go, well, you know, this and that happened, but they were still great at this part of the game, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many questions we have right now for this team, and going 1-1 against Fred Brion, taking their first loss with this roster of the 6 games they've played so far against Fred Brion, gives us more questions than answers. It makes you feel a little bit less secure about this roster potentially. So I just want to put that out there and put a few brakes on the hype train.
Oh, this guy's got the hype train going on for Fred Brion.
Same guy earlier said if you guys aren't a strong team, you can't beat us. You can't pass us, rather.
Yeah, he's got some great sunglasses, actually. Shout out to the Sunnies.
Yeah. You know, it got very sunny today after it poured rain on me for about 3 minutes outside, and I came.
That was 3 minutes.
I mean, it was.
It's like you had jumped in a pool.
Yeah, I literally wrote in the text message to I think our group chat saying like, if you'd thrown me in a pool, I think it would have been less wet than I was after I drove to work today. I had to get a change of clothes, borrow clothes from our makeup team. I was driving down the street, and it was right before I went into what I believe is called Sajik Tunnel, driving to work. One sprinkle hit my windshield, like my face shield on my helmet, and I was like, oh, it might rain a little bit. And then when I came out of the tunnel, it was the air was white with like the splashing of rain. Every car was stopped with hazard lights, and I was listening to music, so my speaker was blasting Rock the Casbah, and I couldn't turn it off because I was trying to maneuver through cars and it was raining, and I showed up to work, and nobody looked at me like it was weird, and I had to be like, I need towels. Please help.
Yeah.
I was soaked.
Well, yeah, it was pretty funny to see you walk in. When I walked in, actually, after you.
I was like, these aren't black pants.
The absolute state, of your clothes. Well, you were able to figure that out. And we figured out any issues with Chieftain's mouse, it looks like. This is going to be the first time that Bro's on blue and Damwon is on red. See if that changes up any of the pick bans immediately. Xinjiao is the first ban, even after Umpty gets swapped out.
Yeah. So no changes here. Lee Sin ban going to be the same for Fred Brion. Lucian ban coming down. We'll see if Damwon Kia stick with the Akali ban that we've been seeing on red side here. And then what Fred Brion decide to go with themselves in terms of the first pick, because Set is the name of the game right now. Yeah. They will actually ban that away.
Or they could have first picked it.
Sure.
Don't need to ban that on blue. You just go ahead and ban. I'm really on the Set hype train here.
No, so am I. I mean, I'm glad to see him go up even, like, we brought him up to first pick rotation. Now he's in first ban rotation, so he doesn't even get into the first pick as an option. He's gone to 0 tier now, but this is a tough call. They actually banned the Redecta instead of the Akali. But Fred Brion are still going to go with the Rumble pick, which is dangerous against Damwon Kia, who have 3 fantastic Akali players.
Interesting decision. I don't know about that, guys.
And this is also against, like, Fred Brion don't have the opportunity to go for the Xinjiao response to this either, because that was banned. So not a huge fan of this priority on the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, Lava can play Akali. You can play. You have players on your roster that can play the champion that seems to be incredibly broken at this moment. Did not get touched on 11-12.
Yeah.
And so Damwon say, okay, I mean, sure, we'll take that. And they're going to back that up with the Volibear.
This will be the second time that Malrang plays the Volibear this season. He also played it very similarly to how he's played his Rumble, where he hides in the brush, doesn't really farm the jungle, gets an early lead, does very well with the Akali. Even though you have the arguably double AP damage profile, if it is going to be, in fact, the mid Akali, you have a lot of explosive damage early and can really snowball the game. That will leave the Kalista pick to go over to Fred Brion's side. They'll take the Gnar once again here, too. And I wonder if this will just be another Sylas response.
If you were going to play Kalista, why ban the Set?
Yeah.
I don't really... I'm still thinking about it.
I think it's more of a response to what we've seen so far. They maybe thought Damwon Kia was going to take it instead of the Volibear, and they see the opportunity to take it. I kind of take back what I said about the Sylas, because that would be so much AP damage in this draft. I think they do need a little bit more AD towards the top side of the map, so might be looking at something like a Jace here, but you have to imagine that Fred Brion will ban that away. Don't want to play this Gnar into that. Damwon Kia will get the first opportunity to ban themselves, though. I want to see support bans here.
Yeah, maybe just target the best supports that could go along with the Kalista that, you know, Delight can play, but instead they're just going to go ahead and ban the Nocturne first.
There's Jace.
Makes sense along with the comp, I suppose, so far.
I mean, Henna and Delight, Kalista, Alistair, something we've seen so much. It's just been completely ignored in this draft, in this series. Ban the Twisted Fate instead. We'll see if Fred Brion actually decide to take them up on the opportunity they've given. So we'll see the Tahm Kench once again banned, so you take away the strongest pick into the Gnar and the lane right now in the meta. You take away the strongest pairing that Varus has. You can still play Thresh. Not out of the realm of possibility here for Beryl. A little bit less common these days. A lot of thought in this draft for Damwon Kia, actually, going very slow.
Yeah. You can also pick a counter to the Gnar if you wanted to, but maybe they want to take that support and deny any other potential duos with the Kalista as well. Thresh could have definitely gone into that lane, so they take the Thresh.
Yeah. I really want to see the Alistair here. I think it has a lot of really strong potential with the Kalista. Works well with this team.
Oh!
That was a big flip.
Yeah,
second.
We've been seeing this in the LPL, and we've been seeing a lot of LeBlanc over there.
Gragas, too.
Don't really see it over here, though. First time in a while, and the Gragas, as you mentioned, will be going to that bottom lane with the Kalista.
This is a lot of AP damage here for Frederick Brion's composition. So very much going to give Volibear and Malrang the opportunity to get a little bit tanky and build some magic resistance against it potentially. Gnar will be the final, or not Gnar, excuse me, Gwen. Both start with a G, but very different sounds. No. So instead of going for the Jace,
like that.
Yeah, they go for another matchup that can be extremely snowbally into the Gnar on the top side. We've seen how volatile and how bad things can go for Gwen in this matchup, even though it's a really strong side laning champion. This scales well, too, for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, brings in more of that AD as well. You have the Akali. You want to try to take away some of the damage there. Obviously, you know, getting some armor for the Gangplank also helps against the Varus, so there is that. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be Canyon onto the Akali once again. As you mentioned before, it could be, you know, a number of members of the Damwon lineup that can play that pick. And Bro leaving that up for Damwon was questionable, as we mentioned before. But I'm curious to see how they do respond to it with this LeBlanc coming out here in Game 3.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see how Lava performs, because it feels like every game of this series so far, and every game that Frederick Brion have won, have really revolved around him in the mid lane. Chieftain is going to be in with this Rumble pick, so it's pretty hard to set up the consistent CC with LeBlanc, but we have seen it pulled off here in the LCK and in the LPL. But if Lava can be explosive on this LeBlanc, start to get fed early, start to get some advantages, you know, this is a comp that can work, but considering the damage profile is so limited to the AP side of things here for Frederick Brion, and you have Malrang who can itemize against that very easily, plus the fact that it's Canyon playing this Akali, Khan's going to have a really strong control over the top lane. I really favor Damwon Kia pretty much everywhere outside of the mid lane. That's the X factor, right? That's the one place where you can go, well, let's see Lava.
Yeah.
It's a pretty weird matchup.
It's like the Kiana from the last game, except shouldn't get as far behind in terms of the CS. You would have to imagine. Khan already having some fun, as you do with the Gangplank. Just trading some hits there. Maybe both players will go back, as Khan wants to get that extra charge on the corrupting potion back again.
They're continuing to scuffle.
Yeah.
Will be at least Khan backing.
Showmaker doesn't know that there is a big Gragas in his jungle, but Beryl is going to take the Lantern first. Showmaker has to heal and flash to get away from this one. Bro only used the Ignite to get all of that done.
The positioning of Beryl there was really, really paramount to what you know, what a Thresh can do, right? Like you look at that and you're like, okay, he can protect both Showmaker in this case, but also the mid lane if there is a big grouping and roaming. He's in a place where he can't really be ambushed and he can Lantern both sides. So that was fantastic from Beryl. Both summoners burned, as you mentioned, but could have been worse, and it's all thanks to the power of Thresh and Beryl's positioning there.
The power of not taking your skill until you get to the lane.
Exactly. There you go.
And what if he had gone for Flay first, or the death sentence?
Yeah,
right?
if he just Qs first, like most Threshes will, while they're alt-tabbing, reading Reddit before they walk to lane.
Yeah, you know,
Or maybe, you know...
Watching Faker on the stream.
Yeah. I was going to say, maybe like reading FM Korea or something if you're playing on my server.
This
but
is a pretty good win rate.
Yeah, it's been a little while since we've seen him played, it feels like, for me. But, you know, it's a pretty interesting situation, right, with Showmaker playing the Varus. Like, everything is a little bit weird and a little bit out of the realm of norm for Game1 Kia so far these last 2 weeks. And so far, obviously, Akali struggles in the early parts of the game. That's something that Canyon will definitely start to be empowered in as time goes on. This is not him messing up, it's just the nature of the beast, whereas the top side of things, oppositely, the nature of the beast for Hoya is that he doesn't feel like a very unchained beast. He's a little bit caged at the moment against the onslaught of the Gangplank.
It's kind of been the story for Hoya. He was able to get some work done in Game 2, but generally falls behind, which, again, I mentioned it right at the beginning of the series, but Hoya is very much a storied solo queue player and is very often in the top 10, right? He's always, like, up towards the top. And then you get to the LCK, and it's like, why does he always fall behind?
Just Malrong things.
Yeah, he's just hiding on bush, as a Malrong is wont to do. Chieftain waiting just in case. They wanted to try to turn that around. Even Delight was rotating over. Just wanted to make sure 100% they could get that Scuttle Crab. And we'll see how Malrong responds, if he goes straight to the top one, or if he'll just go passively do his Krugs.
Looks like he's going to head to the Krugs for now. And that's going to give an opportunity potentially here for double Scuttle for Chieftain with the mid-prio that he has. But he's more interested in actually setting something up for Henna and Delight here on the bottom side of the map. He knows that, you know, it's very likely Malrong is not here.
All right, let's see it. The dive coming on in. That's a really nice engage. Showmaker has no summoners, and now they're even looking for Beryl here. Oh, actually missing that last hit, but they still can stick around. Henna, though, uh-oh. He is going to lose his life for it, and they will trade it back. Chieftain getting low, but he's got a shield. Could have been a little bit cleaner, but it's still very good for the side of Bro, picking up the 2 kills on the bottom side.
Yeah, sloppy, but still successful here. Malrong will, of course, be able to take the Scuttle because of this commitment, but 100% worth it. You're going to give a little bit of extra gold over to Henna in the early game, and that's an amazing feeling as a Kalista when you're going for, you know, this matchup into the Varus. You want to be the one who hits those big spikes early. Chieftain also will be able to pick up his Sork shoes with this early on. So watch this again. And it is having turret aggro, I believe, is the main reason this goes poorly.
Beryl flashed behind Showmaker so that Showmaker got hit. The guy that is not as tanky as you also has no summoner.
Yeah.
That was just a bit of a brain fart, you would have to imagine.
Yeah. He still gets the kill back, which is also not good because he's the one who gets the gold, the majority of it, but because the minions ran out, and actually Henna was the closest to the turret, that's why that happened that way.
You would have to imagine that he was trying to get behind Showmaker to maybe like lantern him back, but ooh, not sure about that.
Not a good look, let's just say.
Definitely not, no.
It's been a few of those over the last 2 months for Beryl, sadly, but
I like Chieftain's playstyle, by the way. He's
yeah,
very much in the face of Malrong, and maybe that's what the coach was looking for, because Umpty, you know, while he was looking to make plays, and there were some nice assertive plays that he was making, he wasn't necessarily like always in the face of Malrong, trying to put on pressure onto the enemy jungler. So definitely a different feel coming out from Chieftain.
Yeah, he's Khan.
Okay, Khan is looking for it. Hoya has the flash, and he is going to have to respond with it. This Meganar was just too far away, and will avoid that solo kill.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Chieftain here. He is abusing the fact that, you know, Volibear is not the fastest clear jungle champion in the game right now, and, you know, that's why we're seeing so much commitment from these Volibears to gank lanes. We saw it from Clid so much, Malrong already once this season too. And if you are able to kind of get that tempo advantage and start stealing away camps for the Volibear, then the Volibear can fall even further behind. He's going to be one of the key parts of the mid-game, the Volibear is, in terms of giving those skirmishes a lot of oomph and a lot of power. As Lava looks to go in here.
And he's trying to get back. That's the second one, and uh-oh. We had the chains coming in, but second R comes through from Canyon to escape, and he will be just fine, but he did have to use his ult.
Some LeBlancs go for the Ignite. You lose a lot with that here, but could have potentially had just enough damage with that to get the kill. But he went Teleport instead, of course, which is much more valuable, although we do sometimes see the Ignite. Just wanted to point that one out there. You could see why that is picked by some players. As down here on the bottom side of the map, did end up seeing that kill traded back for Barrel, but the advantage went to the Fred Brion duo here, and they're continuing to hold control and bot Prio. They have the first Drake, and this looks like a very similar game to Game 1 in terms of what Fred Brion are absorbing on the map. They're taking control of these big and small objectives. They got the Drake. They're stealing away a lot of the camps here from Malrong, and he's really falling behind.
This is pretty crazy in the jungle difference right now. It's more than 5 camps ahead for the Rumble, and it's kind of I can almost imagine Chieftain watching the first 2 games, studying the pathing of Malrong. The old blank effect, just waiting, studying, watching, and then coming in to be the relief pitch or the closer, if you will.
Sure.
To come in and finish it off. And, so far it's been working out really well. He got the dive on the bottom side, got the 2 kills. He's been absolutely dominating in the farm at the same time, which is not something we see all the time. You get the kills, you get the ganks, and then maybe you fall a little bit behind. Malrong has been invisible in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just kind of how Volibear from behind looks sometimes. He has 6 now, but there's no lanes for him to make a big impact on unless we do see Lava overextend here in mid once again. There's a big commitment of resources here towards him right now, but with all this vision here on the top river brush, there's no way that he's going to fall for this. And now we see the big group up here. It's going to be a skirmish in this early game. Damwon Kia being pushed away. Initiation is going to be everything here. Malrong needs to be there to make sure this happens, otherwise Damwon Kia can't really pick this fight.
Yeah. Curious to see how Damwon win this one if they do, because they're pretty far behind from the lanes. The death sentence is going to miss. And here we go. Canyon goes in. They're looking to turn now. The equalizer is big damage on the Khan, and immediately the gangplank is gone, but so is the Gragas. Rift Herald also going to go over to Malrong. But who's going to win this fight here? Showmaker on full health. Lava looking for something to do. Trying to assassinate the Volibear, but not quite able to get it. Finally will. Now they've opened up the front door, but look at Canyon in the back line. He's able to get one. Can he get another? Henna's actually cutting it out, but no, Canyon will pick up the kill. And meanwhile, Chieftain able to pick up a double, so it is an absolute carnage in the river as Bro get a bunch of kills, but Damwon did get the Rift Herald.
That's right, they get the Rift Herald. It's a 4 for 3, I believe, when the dust settles here, when the Akali mist settles and the smoke screen goes down. But at the same time, this is a fight that really could have been a lot better for Damwon Kia if the death sentence hits, if Malrong is in a position to have a really nice engage. They even had the Lantern to potentially save him. Khan dies first, the equalizer is really good, but Canyon is untouched in the early parts of this. He's able to get over the wall here with that flash, and without Canyon actually surviving and being able to flank a second time, I think this fight looks very different because he's at 2/3 health when everyone on Credit Brion is so incredibly low, and even though Henna makes a very valiant effort here to actually take him out. It's a 4 for 3, but the Rift Herald Gold is going to more than make up for that for Damwon Kia. What's the timer on the Drake? I'd be curious to see that. So jump back into live.
Canyon, he didn't even have ult there. That was just straight up trading against him. Malrong now trying to get something going. They have a ton of CC, but here is Chieftain as well. Big cast comes in, and that's a kill just handed over to Henna. They're kiting down Barrel here, but he does have the flash, and he will not be forced to use it. Nice read from Barrel, but still, big kill, big win here on the bottom side, as Chieftain is now 4-0-3.
4-0-3, he's extremely fed. He has 8 stacks on his Dark Seal, so he is very much the one you want to have in a massive lead at this stage of the game. Not to mention that Henna also has a significant amount of gold. Those are really 2 extremely powerful champions that you're going to have in this early to mid game around these Drakes, around these early objectives. Now they already have the first Drake that, sure, they lost the Rift Herald, but they can definitely group to try to stagger this into a 2 Drake lead. Both top laners have their teleports available, and we're not going to see that group up just yet. But like you said, Volibear, unfortunately for this game, fairly invisible, as Delight, once again, looking for the plays.
Oh, and they have the control ward down, so he does have to ult over the wall. He is going to be able to get away, at least, but you can see Malrong searching for relevancy in this game. He's not really finding much. Just trying to clear vision, and he can't even do that.
Yeah. He's the one who can build, you know, after his first item here, a little bit more in the magic resistance department to deal with all the magic damage that comes through with the LeBlanc, right, and the Rumble here in the mid lane. But without being able to initiate any of these fights, without being able to pick up any extra gold, and being so significantly behind in the jungle, I mean, look at the gold difference here. 2,000 is the gap between these two jungles this game, and that's the nature of Volibear in this meta right now. If you don't find yourself getting ahead, he's not a very good farming jungler, so this happens a lot when you don't end up having that Clid game where you're the one who's 4-0, and sometimes you have the Volibear where he's actually 4-0 but still down like 20 CS, but it doesn't matter because he's already gotten his items. This is just not the case. Nice steal here from Showmaker. I believe he was the one who got that away.
Chieftain, though, this is the second time now he's in on this blue buff.
He's just
he
so
did
annoying.
this at 7.5 minutes on the respawn, and now he's here again. He's going to steal that again. Malrang just doesn't really have a jungle.
Yeah.
He's down 2 levels already. Chieftain the same level as the enemy solo laners. Generally not what you'd like to see. We're going to see this bottom lane fight again.
Yeah. Delight with the body slam here, just goes in after the death sentence. He flashes in one direction while casting in the other.
Fade away.
And this happens, yeah, it was so perfect. This happens in what's essentially a 2v3 fight until you do see Chieftain rotate in. Super well played. Such a scary combination, the Gragas and the Kalista, when played very well. You just have so much damage and safe lockdown. The Gragas is very tanky. Valdez, we might have a similar game to game number 1 on our hands here because the amount of objectives and objective control that the jungle has been, I mean, like, you've stolen blue buffs, you've got 2 Drakes, you're taking jungle camps away. Malrang has no presence in this game, sadly. And the scaling argument, once again, you could make it for Damwon Kia with Khan on this gangplank, but there's just so many ways that this goes very poorly because you also have a Gnar, right? You have a Gnar who's got really good late game team fighting. You have a Rumble that's extremely fed, and that can only get worse because Equalizer just gives you so many stacks on this Dark Seal. Like, you just pick up all the assists.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really going to come down to Canyon and Khan later on in the game. If Damwon are going to have a chance to come back in this one. Showmaker has fallen behind because of the level 1 and the follow-up with the dive. And so, you know, you have your Akali that's 2-0-1. He's getting decently fed, and Khan, he was given the Rift Herald up on the top side, so maybe able to get some of the gold from that. Not 100% sure. But either way, still ahead on the CS. He picked up a cull as well, so they're behind on the gold. But there is a chance that, you know, somewhere later in the game, they can just do incredible amounts of damage. I mean, we've seen what this Akali can do in some scenarios where teams are behind and it just doesn't matter because the Akali one-shots someone in less than a second. Could definitely happen. It's not looking great, especially because Chieftain is the boss of the Rift right now.
Yeah.
He's the best closer we've seen in a while.
Yeah,
coming out here, he's like, okay, let me take control of the series, guys.
I'm glad you mentioned that because sometimes people don't realize that substitutions don't occur based off of individual performance every time. That's often the case, but sometimes it's because they want to play a specific pick. They had blue side, they wanted to play the Rumble, right? That was definitely the plan. They picked it straight up first.
Okay, trying to get on in there. Delight is going to get death sentence, but again, Fate's Call comes in. Unfortunately, they did have to just use it to save him, which isn't exactly what you want. But still, he is able to get away safely.
Lava is actually just playing with his food here. Like, he's like, this turret belongs to me.
Lava's an insane LeBlanc player. It's just that
crazy.
LeBlanc hasn't been in the meta for quite a while. He's happy.
Well, you know, he's in the meta in this game, and it's looking very good for him so far. As we're going to look for the second Rift Herald fight here. Damwon Kia way out of position.
Yeah, Barrel just phase checking here. They do have the Cannon Barrage and the teleport coming in, and now they're going to get the hook on Ahoya. He's all alone. That's a big Gnar and huge amounts of damage, but no follow-up from the rest of the team. Lava, you can see he's hunting. He's like a shark. He wants to find that food, but at the same time, so much damage was done. They get the pick onto the Gnar, but still Bro are able to pick up the objective.
Yeah, everybody gets extremely low because of the Equalizer and the Gnar coming through. So he hits everybody as he dies, but with the low health bars there for Damwon Kia against an extremely fed Chieftain here, you can't stick around. If he's not fed, if he doesn't have, you know, 8 stacks of this Dark Seal and the Night Harvester, then I think maybe you could try to pick him off. Maybe you can play this longer fight with everybody on low health bars and really try to outplay it and carry the fight, but you're just not able to do so when everybody's this low. Beryl, you said he face checks. I mean, that's basically what happened there, but he's able to turn this around. However, look at this Gnar. 4! He catches, the equalizer is pretty big, and now you just don't want to mess with this as Damwon Kia against this extremely fed Rumble who can actually just press Q and wipe everybody off the map.
And LeBlanc, I mean, there's like so many threats. Henna was still alive. Only Hoya did go down, and he had already kind of done his job, so it was like, nope, not getting in there. And looks like some more poke damage went down onto Beryl. He's going to have to back, and this is Infernal Soul here. Again, we were talking about game number 1. This is what we saw.
Yeah, just total control over these objectives. And Damwon Kia don't get to play that later part of the game if they lose this much this early.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter.
Beryl's just not here. Good luck. No chance. I mean, Malrang, he's not going to just try to jump in there to his death and steal the objective. That's too risky, so they have to give it away, and that's now Infernal Soul points.
Yeah, they can throw as many control wards towards the Drake as they want, but it's not going to change the reality here. This was a potentially huge
really
engage.
Careful. They're like sitting over here looking for hooks. You guys should be behind your turret. Like Lava, they don't seem to understand. And Lava's gonna show them exactly what he's got to offer.
Unbelievable engage there. There was so much potential. They weren't able to set up the big Gnar, but they were able to get that follow-up there. LeBlanc able to get in and get out so safely at such long range. You have to show some respect. Charge comes through here for the Rift Herald. Damwon Kia have to go home and lick their wounds. So low, once again, are these health bars. You just can't mess around with low health bars and try to outplay a fight when your volley bear, your tank, your big main engage is just so far behind. He's got half the farm. Half the farm that Chieftain has in this game.
It's insane.
It's insanely. Like, I don't think we've seen this big of an outplay in jungle in a very long time.
Yeah. People were getting really excited for Malrang. I was like, you know, just wait a bit. We got to see a game where his team doesn't get ahead, especially in the lanes. And we're seeing that here a little bit, but it really is kind of Chieftain, right? He was the one from level 1. He's like, okay, I know exactly what I got to do. And what I love about Bros Comp from ahead is that they can essentially say, Damwon, you just don't get to play the game.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, equalizer, LeBlanc over the wall, Gnar boomerangs. You just don't even get to get in range of us.
Yeah, I mean, they're so safe because they have good peel. And the initiation is so deadly that Damwon Kia, like you said, can't be in range, or the threat of getting 100-0'd by, you know, extremely mobile LeBlanc here, who has an insane ability to escape too, is too real. And Damwon Kia don't have great entrances into the rest of this late game without strong engages from, like you said, Canyon. Maybe if he gets a flank angle. But he's not going to be able to, he's not a CC engaged champion. He can initiate by trying to threaten the AD carry. He could try to threaten, you know, the backline somehow. But with Rumble being this fed, like, you can't really threaten him. Frederick Brown going to back off of this fight, but I don't know if they even necessarily had to.
Lava's so confident on this pick. I love when Lava is, you know, when Lava's in the
when he's in the zone.
When he's in the meta.
Yeah.
Lava wasn't in the meta for like the last year, but man, is he back.
When Lava plays like this too, you could tell he's playing with this. It feels like when, you know, we had them win early on in the season last spring, right? Where you see Lava in the zone, and when he's in this mood, it's like the fact that he's the underdog makes him more powerful. Like he plays like he has nothing to lose, and when that happens, Frederick Brion play around him, and you see Chieftain coming fresh. He's been dying to have his moment in the spotlight. And this is the first time we've seen Chieftain come in as a closer, as you called it, and not just a, okay, well, you're playing mid now because Lava's sick kind of moment, or a, okay, well, we need to flex you a little bit here, so we're going to put you in. It's been a little bit weak for Umpty recently. No, this is actually Chieftain being
Let's give you a shot against a lower level team and, you know, see what you can do.
This is Chieftain being told, like, we need you. We're going to rely on you this game. And he hits it big. Like, this is such a huge game for Damwon.
It's a grand slam.
Yeah.
It doesn't get better than this.
Like, this is a huge game for Frederick Brion against Damwon, where the whole morale of the team can change after a series like this if you end up taking it in game 3.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm making so many baseball references in this game. I don't know. I've been seeing there's like some stuff going on in the baseball world that I've been seeing some GIFs recently. I think maybe it's in my head. I'm not even a big baseball fan, but there it is. I only watch sports ball. with the boys. Yeah, so this is huge. I mean, Fred and Brian are really putting on a show, and you'd love to see it.
Yeah, you really
we were memeing before. We were like, oh, you know, are they going to do it again? This is the big moment. But actually, they step up huge here.
Certainly do. I don't want to see any tweets about Fred and Brian winning Worlds or any Reddit posts about that after this if they win, but I'm sure I will anyways. But you know, that's Fred and Brian, the underdogs. You always want to root for them. That's what makes them so special, right? And that's why I think Lava has so many fans in this crowd tonight, because he's earned them. You know, it's been a really rough time for this guy across his career.
Yeah. And it's been a while since we've seen this LeBlanc played. It just wasn't really in the meta, especially we were seeing so many just control mages for all of spring. It was kind of bland, to be honest. But now here in summer, things really heating up. We see a lot more just aggressive engage type of champions. Assassins are coming back, even within the scope of this series. And it's crazy to remember what a LeBlanc can do from ahead.
I mean, it's crazy because he has a death cap. And, you know, he has Ludens. Like, he basically has poke as well as LeBlanc.
Oh, yeah. And here we go. Barrel's just dead. See you later. This is what I was talking about. They don't even get to play the game.
No, you don't. There's too many tools. There's too many ways for your whole team to fall apart.
They have to go. They have to try. But Malrong says no. He's a little bit too late on that one. And here we go. Hoya says, see you later. That's 2 more. And Showmaker's going to do an insane amount of damage. Actually gets 1 kill, merely looks for another. But at the end of the day, this is going to be the one. Showmaker, he's trying to carry this himself from this far behind against Infernal Soul.
Yeah, I think it's time to just back off as Fred and Brian, and they will. They will get out of here. Actually see the Shirelius pick up here for Barrel as his mythic here. And that's going to help this Volibear close the gap a little bit in some of these fights, but again, it's desperation. He's still got his stopwatch. Canyon still has a stopwatch. Those are 2 big tools they still have to potentially have that extremely late game ultimate Damwon Kia fight where the unthinkable happens. But I mean, this is just once again Delight showcasing his skill on the Gragas. I was calling for the Alistar. I'm so glad we didn't see that, because this has just been so annoying to deal with for Damwon Kia. The body slams, the cast, every single moment. And now he's safe here, and they're looking to use him for even more.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about playing against Damwon, but every single player seems to step up when the time is right, as that was the clone.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Showmaker, blowing his flash there.
It's crazy, too, because, you know, once they beat Damwon Kia in spring, in the early parts last season, most people were...
야, 파르스 너플! 본신한테 공 썼다. 펄 썼다.
He used his flash,
Okay, 라스트 둘.
onto the clone. He was like so proud to call that out. Here's Canyon and Malrong. They're gonna find Lava, but now it's time for Chieftain to show up. Again, he's the boss of the Rift. Can they put him down? They are going to shut him down.
Overextended big time here.
And we got a teleport into Hoya's death. They're gonna get 1 kill, but just like that, 3 kills on the board, and there's a Baron on the Rift.
Yeah, this is where you see the macro fall apart here for Fred and Brian. Something we talked about before this series, something we haven't really seen in these 3 games, is a big lead tossed into the bin. And this is another one of those moments where you see it happen again. We got very excited for Fred and Brian, and suddenly they're ready to disappoint us here.
Oh,
and look
boy.
for the steal.
They're getting in here as well. The Cannon Barrage is available. Fate's call. Do you go in?
You gotta try it.
Go in, okay. They're going in. Barrel's low. They're gonna get the kill and the steal. Delight gets
Unbelievable.
it. And everybody is in the pit. And Lava's gonna teleport back into the fight. And Fred and Brian, they steal back the game.
What an underdog story here. Fred and Brian feel like the protagonists of the LCK right now. You just cannot believe what we are watching right now. This is an overextension. This is how we got to this position in the first place, as Lava looks for a pick onto Canyon, very greedy. He ends up getting picked here. You see the shutdown coming through onto the jungle here. Chieftain comes up, he gets picked, gives 800 gold over. And this feels like the beginning of an amazing moment here for Damwon Kia, but then we see what the turn, and we might not get a chance to watch that replay because meanwhile...
Oh, we're watching more, and guess what? Equalizer's up again as the Baron comes in, and with that Baron, they're going to be able to push down this inhibitor. We got LeBlanc in the top lane, looking for a bit more. It's still relatively early in this game, actually, 26 minutes, but they're going to chop off a lot of gold from the map, 3,700 in the Baron power play for Fred Brion.
I cannot believe we saw this happen. Delight and Hannah really pushing the envelope here. I mean, you even see the Fate's Call used here. And look at how low it gets.
Whoa.
And it's just Hannah coming through. Kalista does a lot of damage, but it wasn't really even the Rind that comes through or anything like that to steal it away. It's just Delight. Just steals it away with an auto.
Yeah.
And then you have the fight turn here with Lava coming through.
And there's no Volibear in the fight. I mean, Malarong's dead.
Yeah.
So that's how you can find that, and that's why they were pushing so deep in there. Hoya has no words. He just puts out the easy claps. And, you know, that's all you got to do.
I mean, that's practically what he said with that, with those claps there. And
yeah.
Fred Brion, miracle play here after a huge overextension, a mistake. It just feels like there's some higher power on their side in this game almost, as now they have 2 minutes before the Elder Drake spawn. Volibear is still not a champion. Like, he's been on this gauntlet as his solo item for so long. And he's going to build into Zonia's here as a second, which is going to be, I mean, arguably it's going to be good for him, but he hasn't even been able to find value with the stopwatch yet, so I mean, I'm not too hopeful. Is Delight once again?
Oh, he's going in there. And he's just been assassinating Barrel all night. He wants to hold up that support diff sign in the audience. He'll hope that someone makes it for him. It's going to be another inhibitor that goes down. Fred and Brion, they're looking for yet another win here against Game1 Kia. They're up 10,000 gold. They have the Infernal Soul. Will they push now? Looks like the answer is no.
This is such a Fred Brion move to just not actually throw on the Nexus, back away. You know, a lot of teams would have actually looked for some strong engage there, would have actually looked to get a pick and then end. But you've already won the battle. You could wait for the war when you have an even more advantageous position. As you just see once again Delight proving why he is probably going to pick up POG this game.
Yeah. You have so much room to make those plays too, because the immediate Fate's Call comes in and it's like, yep,
yeah,
I'm invulnerable.
Exactly. Chuckles. I'm not in danger. I'm never in danger. You're in danger.
Yeah.
20 seconds to go before this last fight of the game is going to come online here. Fred Brion have Prio.
Barrel's dead.
Barrel's dead.
We've said that many times in this game.
We really have.
It's rough when you're dealing with Fate's Call, Gragas, and a LeBlanc, and a Rumble. Like I said, there's just so many threats. How can you deal with this? Showmaker dies, and again, another big engage comes in from Delight. They backed off for the Elder Drake, but they might not even need it here. Malarong's gonna go down, and Canyon, he's doing his best to clear the wave, but it's a super minion, and that last tower shot isn't gonna kill him, but Hoya might just do the honors instead.
If he gets out, it's going to do nothing but save his KDA because the Nexus has fallen.
Yeah. Oh.
Wants that KDA save?
He's got that. Oh, he's going to survive. Meanwhile, the base is dying, by the way, guys. Canyon kind of playing with his food. Down will go the turrets. And Hoya, can you do it? Yes, you can. Hits him with the house. And the house always wins. Down goes the Nexus. And that is another series win to Fred Brion here as Umpty charges out onto the stage and does a little dance with Chieftain. This is wholesome.
Wholesome. Two Jungle Brothers working together, two completely different play styles here that we see between Umpty and Chieftain. The closer pullout here. He comes in and actually plays a very safe but also aggressive jungle where he knows he can take every single edge, every inch that he has an opportunity to against this slow clearing Volibear, gets advantages, and they're able to take the win. It was him who it was he who got the huge advantage early, right? The jungle lead was so almost unsurmountable. I mean, we had double the CS, double the camps here for him in the early game, which led to a lot of objective control. There were some mistakes in the mid game though for Fred Brion. The late game picks that we saw there right before the Baron fight, but they take it in miraculous fashion. And at the end of the day, it's Delight who makes some of the biggest plays we've seen all night long in this game on the Gragas. I think in some of those really crucial, impactful moments, he's really the hero. Lava played great, plays on LeBlanc. This is a series
everybody did.
This is a series that you're going to remember for a very long time, and this is the team that ended the streak for Game1 Kia on their role swaps. This might be the last time we see them play with this particular setup. Yeah. Only time will tell, but nobody thought it was going to be Fred Brion who would stop that win streak.
Well, the stars aligned again, and Chieftain came online at exactly the right moment, and everybody did, as we mentioned in Game 3. I think just as a whole, Fred Brion were the better team in this third game, and they certainly proved it. pretty huge jungle gap in that last one. And some of the plays they were making from ahead were really confident. It didn't look like they were slow. There was the one time they kind of got caught up on the top side, but we'll try to forget that. Other than that, it's very clean.
I really think this series will have big repercussions. This will be the series people will remember when we talk about what happens to Damwon Kia's roster later on this week and what happens to their roster in weeks to come, where they will, again, hopefully make playoffs, and then we'll see where we go from there. But this will be the moment people will probably look to say that this was the turning point where people really started to ask questions about this roster. I think the same Damwon Kia fans who were screaming and shouting that Canyon's the best player in the world and this is the greatest performance we've ever seen from a sub who swaps roles might also be now asking for, well, maybe we should go back. Like, is it time? Has Ghost actually spent enough time in the hyperbolic time chamber to actually come back in and save the bottom lane and bring Damwon Kia to World Championship glory again? We're not going to have those answers just yet, but I think that whatever the end story for Damwon Kia is in a week or 2 weeks, maybe when we have the round robin switch to round 2, people will look back to this moment as the defining one. And it's Fred and Brion who make it happen.
Absolutely. As it all kind of started from the beginning, they don't show the level 1, but Showmaker was forced to blow heal and flash, which made the decision to dive bottom lane that much easier. There was no respect to that really shown by Damwon. They were kind of caught off guard there, and because of that, they did fall behind.
Yeah, and it was also, you know, we saw Malrong take a lot of damage, and he went up to do Krugs after that Scuttle exchange. And I think the assumption there for Damwon Kia was that maybe he'll just take the safer double Scuttle advantage, but no, he went even further. And that was the great thing you pointed out from the beginning of the game, is the style of play we saw from Chieftain was just collect all the farm, you know? And it's a great style to play when you get early kills and you get fed against a champion that is very slow to farm in the jungle comparatively. And then we saw Delight with just so many great engages. It's going to be, I think, a pretty split POG vote at the end of the day because, yes, the advantages were there for Chieftain early, and he got this team so ahead, but some of the engages we saw from Delight and Hoya were perfect, not to mention that Lava was just so great on this LeBlanc pick, which was fun to see. Not Showmaker's Flash, which he was so proud to point out earlier.
Yeah.
And, yes, this happened, but then Chieftain also gave over 800 gold, but then... I mean,
we also had Hoya teleporting into his death, and then,
Hoya teleports into his death. It's like, how much can
that kill on Malrong, very important.
You know, I said there was some sort of higher power helping them out. Like, they gave 3 sacrifices to the League of Legends gods before they decided that they could 2v4.
Auto on how much health? 50?
94?
50.
Oh, 50.
Yep.
Damn, it came down to that close of a call.
The light just bonked the Baron on the head.
And Lava comes over, even if they do get the Baron, like, Fred and Brion probably still trade back some of those kills. He wants the winning moment here. Support carry.
Delight was just waiting for that moment.
It's not over yet. They're meanwhile calling how to finish the bot lane push to end the game while we're watching Hoya do this silently.
Yeah.
Like, look at Hoya's face. He looks mildly annoyed while the rest of his team is screaming like who to call to kill to win the game.
He just says a small nice. I think I'm gonna cry, says Delight.
I think I'm in tears. I'm gonna cry. What an underdog story for Fred and Brion, the team you always want to root for. You know, Max is always saying this is kind of the new spiritual successor to Jin Air. In a lot of ways, it definitely is. And
yeah, it's hard not to love them too. Like, a lot of people that get subbed out would maybe even sulk in the locker room, you know, in the back room and all that stuff. Umti comes charging. He's the first one out to congratulate Chieftain on his amazing, successful performance. He doesn't care, you know, whether or not he's playing the next game or whatnot.
Yeah.
He's just happy that the team got the win.
In a world where we have a lot of questions about our top teams, who's on top, everyone's form seems a little bit rocky outside of Gen G. It's good to see that some of our bottom teams like Afrika, like Fred and Brion, can pull out these wins right now. They look confident. They've grown a lot. And if I'm going to see one part of our, you know, if you're looking at top 5, bottom 5, we're going to see one rise and one fall. I'd rather see the bottom rise to see the top fall.
Lava picks up POG.
Once again, he's going towards the top of our standings.
Yeah, well, someone put out a sign. He's like, he's not the Law King anymore. He is the Law God. And he
is the higher power that was helping them in this game.
Indeed. I mean, look at those guns. He's, you know, he actually had a pretty insane performance as well. Made Canyon, like we saw the graphs and the damage, but actually they should have shifted down one because Canyon did less than half the damage of the LeBlanc this time around. And yeah, he had an insane performance. You could have said the same about Chieftain and his absolute just jungle gap from the early game.
Delight.
Decisions that he made, Delight's engages, right? It was a team performance.
I mean, look at this from Delight. Like, this is the Fred Brion that beat Dom1 Kia last time, but even more so. Like last time they beat Dom1 Kia, it was a much more slow-paced game. It was small lead, play very careful, play very safe.
9 out of 12. Not really a mixed vote at all.
Well, I mean,
nobody voted. By the way, this is
actually 8 out of 12. I was going to say, I'm like, well, we didn't even get the numbers right.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, nobody voted for Chieftain after all of that. We have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Jisun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. And Fred Brion does it again. I'm here with Light and Lava for the POG interview after a solid victory over Damwon Kia. Congratulations. Thank you. You guys defeated Damwon Kia. I think that's a very bold statement for the players as well. How are you feeling, Delight? Could you repeat the question, please? What does it mean to you, this victory? How are you feeling, Delight? We finally took a win after losing 3 matches. So we were having some low morale after having a losing streak, but I'm glad that we were able to come back stronger. This is your first POG interview, especially on stage. I guess you're feeling a little bit nervous, so let's push through it all together. And once again, congratulations on ending your losing streak. Lava, how are you feeling about today's win? These days, our performance has been very bad. I'm glad and relieved that we were able to take down a very strong team. I think Fred Brion as a whole stepped up and became more solid. So compared to the 3 matches where you guys were not able to close out, what was the biggest difference today? When we were losing, even though we were very ahead, you know, we were not able to snowball, and we kind of like we were very hesitant to take fights. But this time around, we wanted to be a lot more proactive. In game number 1, we saw a very excellent pick and ban from Fred Brion, especially you guys sent Akali, Viego, Lee Sin, the flex picks to bench, and it was a very smart, you know, Damwon Kia specific strategy. Because Canyon has been playing mid, I thought, or we thought that we should, you know, shut down some of the picks that they can flex with Con and Canyon. And we saw Sett flexed into support role, and we only had 1 game of support Sett so far. Was that also part of your strategy to make a rotation? I like Sett a lot, and we tried and practiced Sett support and screams a lot as well. After losing game 2, Chieftain subbed in for Umpty. So what was the feedback about, and why Chieftain subbed in that final game? In game 2, I think we had a lot of accidents, so we kind of tried to avoid fights. But Chieftain is a player who played in the LPL. He's a very aggressive player, so we wanted to wanted him to enable us, especially during team fights. I think that was also a very effective tactic for Fred Brion. In game 3, I think LeBlanc has a huge burden on her shoulder in order to shut down that Akali. We weren't really, you know, paying attention to that Akali pick itself. We just wanted to... I was a little bit angry about myself because I thought we lost because of me, so I wanted to, you know, win lane this time around. And was that why you built all the full AP items in this game? Yes.
내가 화풀이를 하겠다 이런 마인드였군요.
You wanted to, you know, let all your emotions out, right? Not really, but you know, I thought that my pride was a little bit hurt after losing game 2, so I wanted to make a redemption. I was playing against Kenyan. He was better than I expected, so I was pretty surprised. And he has a lot of skill. He doesn't have enough skills, you know, some of the minor and detailed skills of a mid laner. Game 3, so Damwon Kia started Baron after they got picks on all 3 players on the top side of Freddy Brian, but Gragas stole the Baron with auto. Did you calculate that? Well, stealing with auto wasn't my plan, but I was paying attention to that Baron. But somehow I just able to steal it away. So I was so happy. I was like yelling and screaming. Lava, how are you feeling watching him stealing away? Well, that happened because of my pick. You know, I got cut out, so Damwon Kia started that Baron, but I was so thankful that my players actually made it up for me. Freddy Brian got second win of the split and ended its losing streak, and you'll be facing off Nongshim in your upcoming match, especially Deokdam Kelvin on the bottom lane. I think we have to work on our mistakes and issues and make sure to take down Nongshim's bottom duo. And Lava, you'll be facing up against Gory, another POG leader here at the LCK. How are you going to prepare for the mid lane matchup? I will put him behind after getting a win that day. Wish you the best of luck, and once again, congratulations on that win. This will be the end of the interview from Delight, Lava from Freddy Brian, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, once again for the awesome translation of the interview. As great to hear from the guys there from Freddy Brian. But we have the play of the day ready, so let's hop straight into that and see who was able to pick that up for today's
The Baron
matches.
steal, question mark? Maybe? No.
Nope. From the first series, Flies, Set, Fly.
Fly, Phoenix, Fly. I saw some people making jokes about that world song with Fly today. He had a great performance on the set. You watch this play again. Just, I mean, when you look at what Fly has been able to accomplish this season, it's been, you know, a lot of Orianna bans forcing him onto other champions, but the set has been where he's been second most successful. I think it's actually maybe even past his Orianna win rate after this series too, and he's been the biggest question mark for Afrika fans, when Afrika have had a pretty dominant start to the season, so it's very exciting to see him actually step up and do well. I mean, they're 4-1. Freddy Brian will jump up, and this will push Damwon Kia actually just a little bit behind Nongshim, in fact. Nongshim will face off against T1 tomorrow. That's a very exciting matchup.
Yeah, tomorrow, great matches, by the way, guys. If you're just tuning out, maybe you're heading out for the day, make sure you're tuning in tomorrow because we got some pretty sick ones. And speaking of which, next matchup, Gen.G up against Live Sandbox. And on paper, you might think, oh, I don't know, Live Sandbox are really on the up and up, and Gen.G are extremely strong. That should be close. T1, recent loss to Live Sandbox. Nongshim on the up and up as well. This is kind of like challengers versus teams that should be on top, but really anything goes, I think, for both of these matches.
The second series is the most hyped for me, but Gen.G can really solidify their consistency here because Live Sandbox beat T1, so if you beat Live Sandbox here, it feels like you've really put the flag on the top of the summit to say, like, I've taken #1 in this tournament right now.
Especially after Damwon lose today, right? I mean, you would be on top 5-0. So that's going to do it for today, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the matches that we did have today. Thank you, Wolf, for joining me today. I will be joining you again tomorrow.
That's right.
For the matches, so it will be fun to cast those. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a great night.
could set me free. You break down the wall.